Yeah. Now I did meet a dear friend of mine.
Hello, everybody. We are going live early.
She was the black girl that I dated for quite some time. When my mother met her,
Hello. Perfect. All right, just doing my sound check. We're going on a little early. Guests aren't supposed to come on until about midnight my time, but I figured I'd come in, get a little rocking and rolling. I got Schmidt and Bowling on in the background at the moment. We're going to get some weed rolled up, but I'll go over the guests we got coming on tonight. There's going to be a lot of interesting shit to talk about. For my guests in the back, give me 2 minutes. I'm setting up, and then I'll bring you in. Give me a couple seconds, Pen. Appreciate it. Yeah, give me 2 minutes. All right, here we go.
And we get on with the date service. As a matter of fact, the night that she met her, that was the only meal that I've ever had to buy a girl. Not usually. I was always raised after my meals. But the manager at O'Charlie's that night wasn't there, and they made me pay $18.43 for my meal. We did get a free meal, so whatever. I was pissed that I had to pay for a thing. I had not had to do it. And well, this year ever. That's the only time. And I always remind you, you're the only girl that I ever saw. Never had to.
My mom takes the cue.
Well, what about me? Right here. What about me, Mom? You want to be out?
No, she thinks Chris is just cute, but you're just out now.
Out now, go well. Sure, okay.
In a fat Elvis Presley photo.
That piece of shit.
No, it's not the headphones, so she can't hear you 30 now.
Those cones at? Hold on, guys. I'm looking for cones. What the fuck did I do with my cones?
All right, everybody.
Mom said, good day.
Good day, Molly. We'll do contract for the obligations. Bob, I think I've taken
5 minutes.
So we're going to do a carryover. So get Bob. Thanks, everybody.
Won't be the biggest show we ever had, biggest crowd we ever had.
I am not thanking Sean Smith because he didn't donate. Carry Gas away, you used to be 25. Pesci donated a couple here and there. Not enough for a big night. And
Not at one time.
Not at one time. If you can
Pesci
buy
stopped
all,
He gave you enough for a McRib, I
he
guess.
gave me enough that I could go up to Taco Bell and went over $1 meat free. Only the dollar menu. So, yeah, tomorrow night, I don't know what time. Probably, is there a big main event, 8 o'clock college football game tomorrow night?
Not really.
Isn't that bad? Isn't that bad? Well, you know what? We'll probably 8 or 9.
Okay. Somehow, I really hope I didn't. I don't know how I would forget to not buy cones. We already got a bunch of people in here, I see. I'm going to bring on my first guest. Now, my first guest, I didn't know was going to be coming at first because it was a maybe or he would have been in the meme tonight. But he was one of the guys I wanted to have on as well. I just didn't want to promise him if he wasn't coming on. I got him in the back. Give me 2 minutes there. Because the cones are... Let me get a hold of... Let me call Lab Dog.
Oh, this is the big one.
Sean Smith, where's your bag? Come on, Sean.
Sun shines on a dog's ass every now and then.
Where is your bag? You better be a big brother. You got
The real DJ Eric here.
As a matter of fact, that Kingston guy, he's John. He's a member of it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's about John.
DJ Eric Kingston.
I guess if I'd have to hear one of these Kingston brothers.
He's good. He's good. Okay, he's good, man. He usually works. Okay.
Okay, let me turn bowling off.
No, but if you like.
Okay, we are going to bring in our first guest real quick. Close these things. It's closed. Let me mute that. Put my hat on. Okay, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring on our first guest. Wait, let me get the clapper out real quick. Let's make sure the studio's hooked up. Almost ready. Hold up. Let's cue that up. Make sure that works. Okay. Get these settings going. Hello, hello, hello. That's hooked up. Cam mic. Audio. Voice mod. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, that's working. We're almost right here. All right, first up, we're going to bring on a guest that was not, I put it in the Facebook, he might come, but I'm glad he did. So first up, without further ado, wait, I don't know if he's there or not. Let me wait till I see him first. Let me know when you're ready, Mike. Just give me the little wave if you're back there. But yeah, our first guest is going to be a man by the name of, wait, here he is. Here's our first guest, Michael Pena.
Reverberando a minha vida. Tem forças malignas querendo impedir meu sucesso, minha
Is
felicidade.
that coming? I think that sounds coming from your end, Michael. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it is. It's the live studio audience that can't shut
Oh, I didn't know what that was. I was like, what the hell was that? I was making sure it wasn't my end, my fault.
No.
How you doing tonight?
That's my live studio audience. This is Ademir Jr. He's my Brazilian lawyer. So yeah, we've got an opportunity here for you to shoot some questions off. You said you had some, and
Yeah, I had a bunch actually. Well, first thing is, Terry and Jacob will be joining us eventually.
Oh yeah, I know that. I saw the poster that you made. That was hilarious. I mean, I love Bill and Ted's Excellent Fucking Adventure, man. That's
I figured, yeah.
We were actually talking about Keanu Reeves and all the movies that he made, the John Wick and everything else. I'm a fan of Neo personally. I actually had some glasses that were like that. So yeah, but time goes by and life
setting up all. Yeah, sorry if I'm a little behind because I'm setting up all my sounds.
No,
what I might do is
you're actually about an hour ahead of schedule because they told me you wanted to be on at 11 o'clock Central Time.
What I might do is after a couple minutes go by before Terry and them come here, I'm having my buddy slip in. What I'm going to do is have him. I might have forgot something at the store that I really need. Yeah. So I might have to literally go to the store. It'll take 2 minutes, but you guys will still be on. But I wanted to get some questions asked first so people know who you were. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
All right. So
and real quick, when what's his name brought up your lawyer friend, what's his name? I must have missed that. That went over my head. I was like, whoa, it's good to meet him though.
Ademir Jr. I usually refer to him as Junior, and he complains because his name is Ademir. It's his father's name. It's his name. So he says that if you know me, you know my father, he says. So that's kind of bizarre. anyway, so yeah, this is the famous Junior that usually shows up, and if you guys have questions for him,
Yeah, let them know what your channel is and everything and what you do, and like give them an idea, because I don't know how to explain what you guys do because it's so advanced. Or whatever,
well,
you know what I mean.
we do in the real life, or what I do on the channels. That's
What you do on the channel, and you could say what you do in real life. You could do both.
all right.
You don't remember when you were
Fala
telling me
o que
about the science stuff?
tiver com
Get into
vontade de
that,
falar,
too.
é basicamente assim, ó,
Sim,
regra
sim.
do jogo.
Sim, porém ele está falando sobre a história, ele quer saber o que nós fazemos, quer saber um pouco mais sobre a gente. Ninguém no canal dele nos conhece, então ele quer que a gente se apresente com maior detalhes assim para saber com quem eles realmente estão falando. So now I have to explain all your stuff to him now. So yeah.
Mas Ademir.
Por isso que eu falei para você é Ademir Júnior, você conhecendo o teu pai,
Buscando ser um ser humano feliz.
He's trying to be a happy human being.
Who is? Oh yeah, no, that's good. That's good. That's good. No, what I was saying, tell them a little bit of what you do on your channel so they have an idea what they're going to be into tonight.
Well, okay. On my channel personally, see, there's a little bit of a difference between what I do on Jacob's channel and what I do on mine.
Yeah, go ahead and explain that, because it's confusing to me too.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, my channel actually is sort of a video version of my book, and which is why I'm filling it out and building it out. Basically, the book is the universe and you, why both are important. Okay, or why both matter, actually, technically. And the thing is, understanding through quantum physics exactly what the essence of the universe is, we can actually relate that, and this is what I'm doing in my book. There's an old saying, an old ancient saying that says that at the end of religion, you'll find science. At the end of science, you'll find religion, because they're both different perspectives of the same reality. And therein lies the title of my channel, which is Peña Perspective. It's looking at different perspectives of reality to find out what reality really and truly is. And so there's conversations of Nicholas. Well,
Is Bigfoot a part of your conversations? Because I don't know if you saw the show I was on with Jacob the other day.
Yeah.
That's a lot of the questions I'm going to be asking tonight is kind of about the other night.
Yeah. Now on my channel, I was having this problem of doing a pivot. Why? Because it's the science towards religion, and then I was going to take the religion towards and that sort of thing, and I didn't know how to make that pivot on the channel. And there are some things about the book's almost done, but anyway, on the channel, I wanted to make that pivot, and my father actually set things up in a really weird way that only he knows how to do. Through Aaron Moriarty, and I called in, and Jacob called in, and we had a conversation. It was there were some good vibes there, and so there were things that we couldn't.
What was the conversation about again? You guys were talking about what topic?
Well, Aaron Moriarty's channel, Truth Quest, is talking about UFOs and that sort of thing, and so.
So is that something you believe in, Bigfoot and UFOs?
Bigfoot, I don't know. There's no evidence necessarily against it. I mean,
now, if you saw the show I was on yesterday, that guy was claiming
Bigfoot can be confused with Sasquatch. Yeti doesn't complain.
Now,
dad joke.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait till you're done. I'm sorry.
No worries. That was a bad dad joke, so I apologize.
Oh, okay. Well, no. So the other day, I was on that show with Jacob. He had a random guy coming in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
He was talking about he thinks Bigfoot's not only real and claimed to have saw it, he claimed Bigfoot is a shapeshifter. What was your thoughts on that if you got to hear that the other night on that kind of, because he didn't really do a good job shining a light on it. Like this guy literally.
Actually, the story that I heard wasn't that he saw Bigfoot in like looking out his living room and looking into the forest or the woods. He saw the Bigfoot going through his living room. So that was the story that I heard from him, and that's rightly bizarre.
Well, it's bizarre, but I was wondering why he didn't elaborate. Like he went from Bigfoot to Donald Trump is still the president. It's like, whoa, bro, let's continue with Bigfoot first. You know what I mean? It was kind of crazy.
É que tinha um cara que conversou e ele ficou pirado porque ele foi desde dizer que o Sasquatch é verdadeiro e o Donald Trump ainda é o presidente. E ele falou como que ele fez esse vínculo entre as duas coisas e ele ficou, vamos focar no Sasquatch, no Yeti, para entender. All right, so... are we going to go through what the media tells us, what science tells us, what anthropology has proven, what?
No, let's hear what you
mythology
think. I want to hear your
explains
honest
before?
opinion when you heard that guy talk about Bigfoot running through his living room, being a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
What do you think? What, like when you hear somebody say that, how do you approach that?
Well, first of all, I have to go on the first supposition that all the haters and fact checkers are going to do, which was I wasn't tangibly there, so I legitimately can't have an opinion other than speculation. And so the majority of my shit is speculation out of my fucking brain, and that's what I do. So, having my legalese and the fact checkers kiss my fucking ass, we can go on. Like the channel, different perspectives. There's the base perspective that Sasquatch doesn't exist. People are seeing shit. People want attention, and it's all a bunch of bullshit. Because what I don't see and believe, like Socrates and it was Plato and Aristotle that had the same conversation 5,000 years ago. Okay, whether things were metaphysical or things were tangible and measurable. And Aristotle believed everything was tangible and measurable, and Cartesian theory followed on that about 2,000 years after that. And we've got our scientific method today based on that, which is if I can't see it, touch it, smell it, or feel it, then it doesn't fucking exist. And just like Shakespeare said, there's more under heaven and earth than is contemplated in our little books. So yeah, there's a lot fucking out there.
Does that mean you don't believe in Bigfoot?
I'm trying to.
When you're saying you can't touch it or smell it or taste it, does that mean your perspective on it is?
No, not my perspective. Science's, the Aristotelian perspective is, the Cartesian perspective is that if you can't feel it, touch it, measure, or anything else, that it doesn't exist. I do not agree necessarily with all of that tantamount. Doesn't mean that I'm anti-science. That's why the beginning of my channel starts off with science, because I'm explaining that I know fucking science. But at the same time, there's more to existence than just that. And so I can't unexplain the Sasquatch because I've never seen them myself. However, that they could be interdimensional beings, that is a hypothesis that has been put in there. And I cannot discard any of those because I don't know for a fact of any of them, the non-existence, the interdimensionality, the missing link, because they are the thing between Lucy afarensis and Homo habilis. Who the fuck knows? Because there's all kinds of bridges through anthropology and paleontology that could have facilitated the existence of a creature such as Sasquatch. But there are so many stories around it, and it's speculation. Do I believe it?
Is there more stories around time travel than there is Sasquatch? And tell people what your thoughts are on time travel.
Nikola Tesla said that all times exist at the same time. He saw them, but hold on just a second. Tu queria comentar aqui.
A melhor ferramenta é o discernimento. Discernimento é um norte que a gente consegue.
The best tool.
How you doing, Sheriff? Shout out to Sheriff John Lord. I'm just saying hello to people in the chat. Shout out, everybody. We got Terry Hopper and Jacob Waters coming in a little bit. This is Michael Penna from the Penna Perspective. He was actually a late pencil in, but we're glad we got him.
All right, thank you very much.
Did you see me with that? Now, did you get to see the interview I was with the other day with that guy?
I didn't watch the whole thing. That whole thing was 9 hours long.
No, don't watch the whole 9 hours. I mean, you can if you want, but I'm saying
give me a
watch the part I was in.
When were you guys on so I can actually watch that part?
That's right. You'll see it on my channel. If you go on my channel, there's only one Jacob video. It says Diving Deep with Jacob.
I liked it.
They were talking about, this guy was talking about Sasquatch in a kitchen. Before you know, he was going into staffs and shit. I had nothing against that. Like, you want to believe in staffs. But when I brought up a question saying, I
have no reason not to believe the guy.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying, like, I'm not going to say the guy anything, but I was bringing up when he brought up staffs and shit. I started talking about the staffs. But when I was talking about the staff, he was looking at me like I was nuts. But I'm like, buddy, you were just talking about Sasquatches and Trump being president, and then now we're talking about staffs. What's wrong with me talking about staff?
What's up with staff? I didn't get the staff thing.
Dude, you got to watch this. Guy's talking about magical staffs.
Okay, because Sasquatch being real, yeah, I get that. Trump being president, yeah, I get that too. And the other one, I don't really understand, so I can't.
And I'm interested in what this guy was saying. Except if you go watch the interview, you'll see he bounced around too much. Like, if you start talking about Sasquatch, let's at least finish the Sasquatch story. 1 minute, this guy was in the kitchen. Next minute, magical staffs. I'm like, whoa, let's finish Sasquatch. Let's lead into the magical staffs and the poems or whatever he's reading. He was using a lot of words I don't understand because this stuff's new to me. Okay. But we don't usually talk about shit on this channel, so we might as well talk about something a little different.
What kind of shit do you usually talk about on your channel?
Well, I usually am just a gamer, and I just talk about random shit like wrestling.
Which games do you play?
Everything. I like.
Oh, you know, just, man, I maxed my shit out on Fortnite. Dude, I had a level 94 on all my weapons and everything else.
Shout out Jacob's in the chat. You got a link. What up, Bob? Good to see Bob in the build. Shout out to Jacob Waters. You got a link, Jacob, so whenever you want to come on. But what I meant was, Penn, I know what you're mean by if you've never seen it, you can't call that guy a liar. But what I was saying was, so are you a believer in time travel then? Over Bigfoot, or you believe in him the same?
I take more the perspective of the Back to the Future idea of time travel. Do you remember the different parallel realities that are created whenever you change the timeline? Because one of the things that I taught that I want to illuminate in the book is this: that there is when you understand quantum theory a little bit deeper, and nobody really understands it because even the guys who understand it say they don't really understand it, so everybody's fucked. Anyway, but the basic notion is that all probabilities exist and they're all probabilities. Okay, but all, for example, you wake up in the morning and you want to put socks on or you want to put sandals on. Well, it depends, but you make a decision. And in that reality in which you are in, you put socks on your feet and shoes. All right. There is another possibility. Maybe 20% of you said, no, today I feel like, flip-flops. Why the fuck not? Clogs, nobody ever wants. But anyway, there's a certain percentage of you that actually did that. Every possibility, every hypothesis, and every idea that you have actually is realized in one dimension or another. It just depends which specific choices you make that defines your reality. Because there are many Pesci is the future in many other realities that have done subtle things that are different from what you did. They are no longer you because they had different experiences, but they have your same genetic thought process, your personality and everything else, but they are in an alternate dimension from yours. Can we jump in between those? There are probably energy gaps and resonances, and they all intertwine themselves. And that's whenever we get the deja vu shit, is whenever we get somebody else's existence into ours that is actually ours. And they tell us, oh, shit, yeah, this is going to happen, by the way, just passing through. Okay, so it's whenever you understand the quantum mechanics of the multiverse, and that's basically what allows free will to be. Because everybody says about destiny is, yeah, we have a destiny. There's a certain perspective in things for which we were made, things for which we were placed here to be. And whenever we do things that don't align with that, we're not as happy as we could be. Okay. However, usually our destiny is beneficial to us as well as others, most specifically others. But within our life, there's free will. So within that quantum realm of probability, there are all the different possibilities that you think about. Even if you don't do them, some other reality will actually do what you thought about eventually. So that is why you need to control your mindset so that you reduce the probabilities, the negative probabilities of bad fucking decisions. That's the essence of my book in a nutshell. Sorry, now I got to translate what Ademir was saying.
Go ahead. I'm going to bring in our next guest. We got Jacob Waters in the building. Give me 1 minute. Hey, Jacob, your mic is muted.
A coisa, Miguel, você tá valorizando
on your end.
Justamente, tipo, é a partir do momento de uma janela aberta, que a coisa e tal, e agora é aqui, está acontecendo.
Sim.
Né? E isso faz com que as pessoas potencializem
Sim.
a forma de comunicação sadia.
Que é exatamente o meu propósito e um dos meus objetivos.
Isso, eu acho que é relevante fazer até ênfase nesse aspecto. Né?
Sim, ótimo.
What question was he answering?
No, he was
What's
just
he
saying that it's wonderful. He sees that we're able to take advantage. A new window has been opened. A new because he's been during the quarantine when nobody could go anywhere. He would come over here and drink beer, and so we'd have conversations. And I never have light conversations because I don't like superficial shit because it just bores me. But that's just me. And so I've been talking to him about my book for 2 years. So yeah, he's pretty much versed in the majority of the things that I'm talking to you about right now. And he's talking about it's wonderful how you see a brand new multiverse open up, a multiverse option open up for expanding the knowledge, the networking, and the ability to interact with other people and spread the love. He's all about spreading the love.
No, I hear that.
Those out there, he just wants to spread the love. Go ahead.
I just was trying to figure out.
Is the book available on Amazon?
Esse é um serviço puro.
No, the book is available in my brain. I'm still about trying to write the motherfucker down. There were some things in biology and chemistry that were bothering me that I hadn't actually, because those were 2 weak ones for me. But there were a couple. Dr. Bruce Lipton is an excellent source that I use for the biology and cellular understanding and everything else. And I tried to delve as deep as I could relative to the topics that I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, what's the difference between like you and that guy that was telling me that, he saw the shape-shifting Sasquatch? Is there a name for those kind of guys that have those theories? Like I was really confused because
the FBI and the CIA calls us conspiracy theorists, and we are probably on watch lists.
Yeah, because it was a term invented by them to discredit anybody who had a different opinion.
Thank you very much.
This is Chris Schmidt, by the way. He might back me up so I can get. Somehow I don't have cones, Chris, and I can't do this without.
Well, go ahead. We got you.
No, I will in 2 minutes. I wanted to hear how he answered this though, real quick, because a lot of shit I'm interested in. Like now, real quick on the time travel. So basically, what you were, because I'm trying to get an idea of who's who. So basically, you didn't do what Macintosh did and actually experience it.
I haven't actually.
You're just more of a studier.
Fuck all. I just theorize about it.
Right.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to get
the time travel that I did do is, and this is part of what I actually talk about in my book. The time travel that you are capable of is you envisioning your future. When I was a kid, I had my great grandmother was 72 years old, and I was 7 years old, and so you have deep fucking conversations with somebody who's been around for a while. All right. And so one of the things that you want to do is, how do I want to see myself when I'm 72 years old? What kind of life do I want to look back on? And so you visualize like all the athletes and everything else, because I was also a football player. So, you have to visualize your objective. And so you throw the ball and you throw the ball and you keep practicing, but you've got that goal of where you want to throw that ball. You've got that tire hoop that you're trying to get straight through the middle.
That's what Michael Jordan always said. He pictured this big.
Exactly. But what you do is you picture your own future. What do you want to see for yourself? Okay. Oh, I want to have a Lamborghini, a BMW, a yacht, 3 houses in Europe, and a big ass fucking mansion. That was mine. Sorry, I'm mirroring here, but that's what I wanted for myself when I was 8. Okay. And I thought I could do it. Now, the thing is that we need to take from that dream and take the steps backwards to find out how you get there. And then you get to the point where you are now and you say, okay, tomorrow I need to wake up and I need to take this step and that step because I want to get to that future goal. Now, life throws things in our way, and there's a multiverse out there of probabilities that take us from that eventual goal. And I don't live
multiverse, like just different.
But what the fuck? Life is
so.
Explain the multiverse. Multiverse is other people, or is it completely different people than us?
It's you,
but not.
But
you.
not. It's a different version of you.
Thank you very much. You get it, dude. You rock. Thank you very much. We're there.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna bring in real quick.
I was gonna say Bob's smart. He's a good dude to have on. But what's your idea?
Jacob Waters.
the
Hold on,
string
I got a
theory.
clap for you guys somewhere.
String.
Don't be afraid to say anything on the channel either.
Yeah, exactly. Junior hadn't seen your new setup, Jacob, so he's saying he's down in the basement.
Oh, by the way, Sheriff wants to know: is he speaking Arabic or Farsi?
He's speaking Portuguese and don't
Ladies
say
and
stuff like
gentlemen,
that.
Jacob.
What the fuck?
That's what I thought. I was like, you're in Brazil. I was thinking Portuguese or Spanish. I was Spanish.
I mean, they say there are no stupid questions, but please.
So Jacob, this is what's going to happen. It's why
I didn't want to assume, but I was like,
I might have to go to the store, but
Shit.
he's going to just like cover for me. I got mods, so they'll be able to block
I'm
anybody.
going to turn on my
Oh, cool,
studio
cool.
lights. Enjoy Junior for a minute.
Well, I wanted to answer that multiverse question too. I wanted to get into
Go
that.
ahead.
I'll get
Go
back
ahead,
to that
I'm
as
gonna
well as
look
string
around.
theory,
Schmidt,
because string
take
theory is a
over.
lot of fun, even though a lot of people say that it's bunk. We'll get back to that.
But yeah, no, I agree with Schmidt. It's a different reality created off of every single possible decision you could make in your life. That's what I think the multiverse is.
it's like a successful you and not successful you.
Oh yeah, but based on literally every decision, there could be the middle ground too, where it was he did kind of good sometimes, and then he was down, and then he was up. Like you could have any of those possible realities.
There's people I know I went to grade school with, rode bikes with, went to swim club with that are famous. Who's to say if I didn't hang out with them more later in the years that they were like, you be our manager. You ever heard of the band My Morning Jacket?
No,
Okay.
I
They're a
definitely
jam
haven't.
band.
Where are they from?
Here in Louisville, but they
Louisville.
they headline Bonnaroo, play with Bob Dylan,
That's
Pearl
probably what that
Jam,
was.
everybody.
Okay.
You know.
What genre are they really?
Jam band, like if you like Pearl Jam, if you like Fish, if you like Black Crows, if you like,
Because when I think of jam bands, I think of like what's it called?
Grateful Dead.
No, I think like Yonder,
Oh,
Yonder
nice.
Mountain String Band, Grateful Dead, stuff like that.
Government, you like Government Mule?
Yeah, they're pretty good.
All right, them, Allman Brothers, something like that. Blackberry Smoke, you know, they're good.
Allman Brothers.
Allman
What do
Brothers
I
are
call
great.
you other than Tex? Because I'm seeing a Texas Longhorns on that hat, but
It's not. It's I'm Chris or
Is that
Schmidt.
North Face hat?
it's
Yeah, it looks like a North Face.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a North Face hat on the other day.
No, what I asked Penna was, Jacob, earlier was the show that we were on the other day. I really enjoyed that show because it was so different. What I asked Penna was his thoughts on that when the guy was talking about Bigfoot and he kept jumping around. What were you thinking when that was going on, Jacob?
Ryan has a different perspective than a lot of people. That's why I'm interested in hearing more about Ryan's story.
Sure.
But
without a doubt.
Ryan's not like one of my
What's yours?
usual guests. I wanted Ryan on forever.
And
because
tell
he
people
does
what you do on your channel. Tell people what you do.
Basically, I just interview everybody that has interesting experiences, plus also
How about
people with just
Thursdays?
interesting lives, stories, everything else. I just like talking to people and talk to them as many people as I can. Hi Hazelwood. Hi everybody in the chat.
Now,
Sorry.
when the guy was talking about hello Hudson, hello Frank, good to see Hazelwood in the building, Ken Jaruse in the build. What's up, Jonathan? Jonathan's in the hospital. Jonathan got the shot and it gave him an infection on his arm, so hopefully Jonathan will be all right.
Staph infection. They had to cut flesh out at the hospital.
Hopefully he's on ibuprofen to worry about the
Barry
swelling.
Hopper will be, I think I said it right, will be joining us in a little bit. Now, when I was asking, like I said to Mike, the dude was talking about Sasquatch. Now, when you have these guys on, Jacob, is this something you believe in, or when you listen to it, you just take it in?
I have my own perspectives on things, and if people ask me, I'll tell them like each matter is different. Like I think like Bigfoot and Sasquatch and stuff like that. I think they're interdimensional. I don't think they're like a physical being that's on the planet that we're thinking of. That's why I think they come in and out of existence. They might even be higher.
I always said,
organism.
or they're like Gigantopithecus, where they're this giant ape that we haven't found yet, because motherfuckers don't be rolling that deep into the mist, if you will.
I mean, I feel like there's more mystery when it comes to the ocean. Like that's where you're gonna find like those dinosaur type creatures. But I don't see it so much on the land. I feel like we wander around way too much. It'd be weird if we didn't get a picture of one straight up.
For a guy
already.
that saw Bigfoot, like the guy the other day, don't you think he did kind of not the greatest job of explaining it? Like he kind of jumped around. Remember, he was worried about my microphone. I mean, he's like, he kept hearing things.
Yeah, no, I could tell he was just easily distracted, but I knew he wanted to get his message across. But he was definitely distracted, to say the least.
Yeah. Well, I just said, if you're going to start talking about Sasquatch, why don't we start there and end it? I didn't even catch the part where he actually saw the Sasquatch. And then he was talking about shapeshifters. And I'm like, whoa. And then somehow we were like, then he was just reading poems all of a sudden. Or he
I guess there were table posts about Nikola Tesla. And
see, I didn't know tell people who Nikola Tesla is.
The greatest inventor ever.
What's that?
Like one of the greatest inventors ever.
Yeah. Basically, well, we don't know a lot about him. I mean, that's what the Tesla car.
The government.
The Tesla car is named after that scientist.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
And what I was diving into him with, because he was like, he was talking about the connection with the Trump family. He actually said they're related. And I said, well, no, they're not related. I was like that, but his uncle actually got the papers when Tesla died. He got the papers from his New York building that he had. So Tesla's papers ended up going into the Trump family. Yep. But at the same time, they were never actually related. And I wanted to be specific about that because he was trying to make the correlation that this is where I know Pena is going to want to get in. He was trying to tell me that Donald Trump's still the president.
Still President Pena. That's why I said you missed that. This guy went from Sasquatch magical staff into Trump being president.
I wasn't
like, this
saying
is
that.
great.
I was trying to explain why he was saying that. Because there's a certain people that study it a little bit more.
Please explain, because I don't know. I was like, whoa.
But this is some of the stuff that I don't usually get to dig into on my channel. I don't know how much you're allowed to talk about.
We can talk about whatever the fuck we want over here. So dig in.
Okay. Deep dive. We'll be playing music.
It's basically about QAnon type stuff, and the 45th president never actually lost his job because it has nothing to do with a miscount in votes. They just he just never became president when you look deep enough into it.
Or is it so it's like that shit where it's like color of law, where it's like if there's a flag with gold on it, it's federal jurisdiction. But if you walk in there and say they have to get rid of the flag, that you're not under federal jurisdiction, like the Montana Freeman.
The gold,
you go back and look at that
fringe,
shit.
You're actually under the corporation.
There you go.
He's going to the.
So when he said that, does he mean like Trump's still calling the shots, but they pretend it's Biden?
No.
Yeah. That's exactly what they're saying. He's still in control of the military. He's still the commander in chief, but he's not running the facade in the front. There's another person in front running.
Right.
No, I'm guessing that's not the first time you heard that. Thank you, Jake. Is it? Yeah.
No, not at all. I knew it once he said it. I was like,
for me, it was the first. That's why I said that was interesting.
No, I actually called him out on it because I was like, hey, do you think Trump's still president? That's why I asked him, because I could tell by the way he was. Yeah, he was like, well, yeah.
I love this guy because, dude, he looks like he was fucking serious.
What are you talking about? What do you mean this isn't real?
Yeah, well, and I get why people can not trust the government on that sense. Like, I get it. Like, there's no confusion to me why people don't trust the government. Same with anything, whether we're talking about things that are going on currently or whatever. I get it why people don't trust the government. My biggest examples are like the Tuskegee experiment. How are you going to get anybody to take a shot after that shit? Like, what the, like, how are you going to even, the Tuskegee experiment is fishy?
Here, Indians have the blankets with smallpox.
Well, and I don't think that was a real thing, actually. That to me, that was just a lack of exposure. I think there could have been smallpox blankets, but I don't think it was intentional. I feel like if we met an alien or an alien species met us, they would give us some kind of diseases, or we'd expose something to them.
But
if we were bearskin to bearskin,
the government does not have your best interest unless you're a billionaire.
No. The Tuskegee experiment is when we got a bunch of black people on a farm and gave them all syphilis. Yeah. And gave them all a syphilis just to see what happened.
Right. And
then we studied it on a medical level. This was ran by the government, and it's public knowledge now. And we can look at MK Ultra projects and stuff like that.
MK Ultra with Whitey Bulger, the Boston gangster, and who? Ted Kaczynski, some guy that they called the Unabomber.
Let me give you another one. What if I told you Charles Manson was possibly involved with MK Ultra?
Hey, here's a hint. Manson lived here in Kentucky up by Cincinnati. He was in a government facility when he was like 8 years old.
Yeah. Well, and he was protected all through his criminal career. For some reason, there was one day he was in jail.
They killed the hippie movement.
They were trying to get his PO was trying to get him released to go to work in Mexico as a soil sampler. He was trying to get him to go across state lines and out of jail to be a soil sampler. Like that would be
with no qualifications. That'd be like me going Jacob Waters. That'd be like me going Jacob Waters. I need you to go to Japan to work on this reactor.
Hold me for 1 minute. I gotta go get this. It's an emergency. I appreciate.
Oh, you're good, man.
We got you. But yeah, that'd be like me going, hey, I need you to go to Japan and look at Fukushima because you're an expert. Oh, okay, sure am. You know.
Yeah, just give me one of them Gagger counters. I'll get out there.
You're on mute, Pena. Your mic is muted. I don't know if you did that purposefully or not.
So, Pena, before we get too far away from the topic, open up a little bit more because I gave a kind of a vague statement of why Donald Trump's still president. But I know you've wanted to unload on this for a while online. Where I already said it has some ties with QAnon and stuff like that. Like they're from Q drops. They're also from Q drops.
No, it's Mud Rabbit can summarize it in one word: devolution. Period. You look into that, you understand what's going on. The Constitution is still the law of the land. It always was. It always
allegedly, right?
1871, they changed things over, and that's what we're
corporation,
trying to get back
right?
to, which is why technically it's not going to be 45 anymore. It's going to be 19. But that's a whole other story because he'll be the 19th constitutional president of the United States.
Well, hell, there was like 10. There was a woman and like 10 other people that were president before Washington officially. You know,
that far I haven't got back into. So
yeah,
I haven't gone into those rabbit holes that much.
Hey, go. I mean, this is like legit, like no bullshit. There was like a woman who was president before George Washington when they weren't called president. They were like head of the Congress because
she was the bitch in charge.
Basically,
she was the Pelosi of her day.
Oh no, I wouldn't.
If you don't do what I say, I'm going to cut your balls off.
No. This person was actually
got no balls, and you can't touch.
This person was probably like an actual, real patriot, good person, though.
Well, I understand. So this would also strike Pena. I think this has to do with women in power, though. I think if I told Pena the first girl in the Bible was Lilith, he would get upset with me.
No, she's not in the Bible, but yes, she
was taken out of the Bible, but yeah, she was in the Bible.
What about the book of? What about the book of?
It is apocryphal text, but I understand Lilith was there before Eve. In fact,
now hold on.
The reason that humanity survived was because of Eve, and Lilith became that demon witch, was just loved as the.
I think your people like to call it a succubus,
Gaia, and everything else. Because who the fuck do you think Cain had kids with that populated the whole fucking planet? With evil fucking sinister little motherfuckers. The bitch who said, "No, I'm the same as that guy. Fuck you." Okay. So
the question is, do you think she was made from like Adam's rib, or do you think she was her own entity?
No, that's the whole point. She was made out of clay the same way. And so she considered.
So she was actually equal to man, do you think?
And so she would not serve or do his will or open her legs or whatever the fuck they needed to do. And so she would not submit under any way, shape, or form, which is why, it had to come out of the rib. It is subordinate. In fact, if you look at the physical body of men today, we have one rib less than women.
So, and this thought right here always brings me back to why I question Christianity, because it was written by a bunch of old white guys, and they did want women to be subservient to them. Or they wanted them to serve them.
That some of that message was probably
because if you look at like older Egyptian societies and Roman societies, women did have more power.
Right, like Cleopatra.
Shiva. It was a new age thing to make women follow behind the man.
By many names, and she is loved by all.
Now, what about? Okay, I'm going to switch just a little bit here. What about like the idea of the Christ gene, where it's like there was Mary Magdalene had kids with Jesus, and there's the book of Mary in the book.
That's the Da Vinci Code type thing. Yeah, sure. The
Jesus
Merovingian
kissed
line.
Mary on her what?
What? Magdalene.
No,
Mary
Jesus
Magdalene.
kissed Mary on her what? It's the only part of the text that's missing. You guys know what
that's
text I'm
why
talking
the
about?
Rosicrucians believe that. And then we've got a bunch of crusaders that sacked Jerusalem after they got there and took everything that was underneath to save it from the Ottomans, who were eventually going to take over. And so they found out some shit. So who the fuck knows what they found out, but lots of legends abound around that.
The
Da Vinci
Knights
Company,
Templar and all
the
that stuff.
Merovingian line. You've got this group in southern France,
Hegemon. Or
hegemony is another thing. That's why I'm wrong. But there's this religious movement that the Catholic Church just eradicated in the south of France. Huguenots. Thank you, Ben.
Yep.
The Huguenots. All right. So that's where that's where you would be able to follow that rabbit hole. Just go to find out where the Huguenots got their stuff from. Now, here's another one that's really bizarre that I saw on what I guess it was History Channel or some shit like that. The guy was actually trying to figure out, they didn't actually, the storm to where Jesus calmed the storm and they got there and the demon-possessed man came out of the cave. It wasn't on the other side of the Galilee. It was on the other side of the Mediterranean, which is why they had to face so many storms. And the demons being placed into the pigs and the pigs jumping over a cliff into the water.
Yep.
That's not something that's normally, there's no area around Galilee or in that area that could actually do that. Pigs are not eaten by any of the civilizations in that area, so you wouldn't have pigs at all. So where the fuck were the pigs? But in the south of Spain, there's lots of feral pigs. They enjoy eating the pigs. And this guy went there and found out that there is a sect of Judaism that's there, and they actually claim that Christ was the one who brought and told them about Judaism from Israel to the south of Spain. And there's footprints that are supposedly Jesus's. So those are some really bizarre rabbit holes. And
sorry about that, gentlemen.
what we know about reality is inference. We really don't
These
know.
are
So we
cones.
try and get as many different
That's what I do
perspectives
to
as
roll my
possible.
weed up.
But
I don't have no
remember,
bowl here.
the gates to hell are wide and open.
I
Papers,
broke mine.
man. You're a stuffer. You can't even just get some papers and roll it like a real
I do have
man.
a paper, but the cones are so done well, and I have trouble rolling. I'm going to smoke so much weed right now that it's hard to keep them going sometimes.
He always smokes so much weed.
No,
That's why
Junior
my
would still
name
be
is
here
always
if I
smoking
actually
on
said
Twitch.
that I had some more.
We'll keep up.
So what did they call? A question also I had is, what did they call the difference between a guy who believes in Bigfoot and a guy that believes, like, for instance, that he thought Trump was still president? Is there a name for either or is it just
Both.
a theory?
Both conspiracy theorists, most likely.
Well, and I feel like there's like experiencers, and that's somebody that's had an experience with. It could be extraterrestrial, it could be other government projects, but I've heard experiencer as one, and that's more of an acceptable term in their eyes. But yeah, conspiracy theory is one of those blanket statements that
You
I
like
fucking
you
hate
believe in
using.
Bigfoot, UFOs, government conspiracies, whatever. You're a theorist.
Check, and check.
You're good.
I've been studying Atlantis since I was 7 years
Chick, I'm
old.
live. Stop
UFOs
calling.
when I was 8. The Nazca
Huh?
lines.
All right, sorry.
Okay, I will. Give me a second.
I've been a conspiracy
Go ahead and
theorist before
Smith.
I
Go
went
ahead
to
and send
school.
one to the Mudhound. He claims he's got a theory.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on.
Peno, so what did you say, Jacob? There's no name for that guy that believes in Sasquatch? Because it was
Well, and
like,
I think it depends on there's a difference between believes and you know what I mean is
I would call him a
that
crypto.
experienced it. I think an experiencer.
if I
is
could
the
have helped
fair
that
term.
guy out, he didn't want help from me. He kept telling what's his name to mute my mic, and I wasn't even talking over him. He was like,
Yeah.
you know what, mute his mic for a little bit more.
Well, no, he thought you had something playing in the background, and I was like, I don't hear it anymore. Once you put the headphones on, I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
I would call it like they call it like cryptozoology, where it's
Cryptozoology with certain creatures.
discovery of species that we haven't found yet, or theory. You know,
How about astrobiology? That's a fun one. What kind of
Astrophysics
creature can live in sulfur dioxide?
Light beings.
Wow, we've actually found them in the bottom of the ocean. So if we found them there, they
No,
could exist
light beings.
in-
Light beings work.
What did Penna say about the president theory?
He thinks
For me, I would think it's not existent because of how different everything is and blah, blah, blah.
Now, Gonzalez is true. He thinks Trump is a magic trick. Watch him so you don't see what's really happening. That's all presidents, all politicians. They're all
So my
puppets.
question is, what's really happening then?
Who the
Well,
fuck
that's always
knows?
been always been my thing. It's like so. That's what Ryan
Look
tried.
over here while over here is going
Yeah,
on.
so-
Well, that's what Ryan tried to tell me the other night with Pesci. He said, "I said, why is it that Trump was involved in these people like Hillary Clinton and Epstein and all these other people? Yes, I get it that he separated ties later, but at the
Doesn't
same time,
matter.
he's like he was trying to infiltrate. I was like, the fuck are you talking about? What did
He's
he?
a billionaire. They
infiltrate?
wanted his money.
Right.
Now, Penna, when people, you know how people basically, when they talk about people on the right or Trump supporters, they kind of demonized a lot of them. Do you agree when they do that? Or do you believe in you should watch both sides? Similar
Well,
to
I
what-
demonize the other side as well, but I'm wrong in doing that because there are loving and caring people on the other side. Shout out to my mom and my aunt.
I hate all of them personally, and just
He says, shout
Yeah.
out to my mom and my
There's a
aunt. I
few.
like
There's a few shiny turds that make it through, but I would say the overall of politicians in general.
it's all
Like, on
bullshit.
both sides.
I'm going to
Politicians
tell you how
fucking
I
suck.
look at it.
Trump's a
Being a
politician now too. By the way,
Being a non-voter, I've never voted.
Trump's not necessarily a politician.
he's a politician now. He was the president. He's a politician now.
Because
You can't classify him as anything else.
You'd have to run for something else.
Before he was running for president, he wasn't a politician. He's now been in politics. He was the president of the United States. He's now
Was
a
he?
politician.
Was he or was he not?
You still think he was? I mean, it still is.
Maybe
How is
he
there
never
a middle
was.
ground in there?
He was the puppet chosen to play a part.
Okay, so he was never president. I'll agree with you. He was never my
Nobody-
president.
Technically, he was president, but yeah, he called more shots than Biden. I mean, Biden can't even answer a fucking question. Sorry, I can't answer any questions. Otherwise, they'll be mad at me. Who the fuck is going to be mad at you? You're president.
His
you
fucking
little
handlers, man. You know he's got handlers. He can't
course.
talk without fucking somebody holding him up.
Well, you know, there
Obama
was
down for while she was an AG. She aided and abetted traffickers. But anyway, that's a whole nother
hey,
story.
there was a coup d'état in 1963. So
Yeah, when they shot Kennedy, absolutely. And it was.
The thing I don't like about the stuff that's going on is there's a lot of
in
people-
8 different positions. It was fucking just and they all fucking missed. Bunch of incompetent bastards. It was a 17-year-old kid out of the gutter that got the headshot. I mean, holy fucking shit.
oh yeah, the drain for sure.
Yeah, and he actually made the confession on his deathbed. You know, and then
Working with Nixon's plumbers.
Dude, hey, there's
CIA,
some
everybody.
really good footage on the internet where
E.
the shot
Howard
was
Hunt.
taken inside of the car for Kennedy.
Now, here's my
I don't know how
Follow
he did
me.
that because they didn't have cell phones back then.
What's it?
Here's
No,
my
it's not
theory.
cell phones.
This is what
I
my
know they
theory
got
is.
cameras everywhere. Big Brother has always been present.
Is my mute mic? Can you guys hear me?
Said things well.
Yeah, you were saying a lot of people believe what?
Jay, quit
Oh.
calling me.
Yeah, send him a link. I told you. You can send him a link. He just keeps calling me. No, what I was saying was, this is
Hold
how
on,
I look
Jay,
at it.
I'll send you a link.
Being a guy that's never voted before, when they were showing little videos on YouTube, like I don't watch the news, and you see videos from the left or right, either I'm not just talking about Trump, I'm just talking about the videos from both sides. It seems like the Democratic videos or like their thoughts on certain shit, it gets me like upset where I'm like, damn, what did he just say? You know, because I'm not
Hold
a guy
on,
that's
I'll send you a
watching the
link. Bye.
news. So when I see,
I think it's laid out a lot simpler than that. I feel like one side's trying to give you shit to make you happy and vote for him, and the other side's trying to tell you, no, that's not financially feasible. We can't just give you that shit.
Oh, it's like the movie They Live. We got one that could
It's a little bit
see.
more complicated than that. Yes.
Now, I mean, it can be broken down into more levels than that. But if you're thinking about it and just conservative and then also liberal, like the actual term of liberal, yes, it's gotten there's way more far left wing and way more far right wing people. But if you put it just as conservative and liberal,
and far-wing. I mean, we've gone to
those are both people
this
that.
is a
But what I'm
Maoist-
saying is, if you have liberal and conservative, they both still
You don't
believe in the
understand, this is a
Constitution.
Maoist takeover
Anybody outside of that doesn't
directly from
really-
Verbal's fucking handbook. it's got Soros and Xi's signature all the fuck over it. And those two are pissing each other off, which is why now Soros says don't invest in China, and China's saying Soros is the worst villain on the face of the planet because
The illusion of choice.
out. Do what?
Now that guy that was talking about magical staffs and Trump being president, does the time travel fall in that shit when he's saying is that a time travel thing?
Illusion of choice is what I said.
Well,
Ladies and gentlemen, the
So what
Mississippi
Pesci's been hitting at for me is he needs me to bring a time traveler on.
Another thing. Chris, you and I are going to have a conversation one day, all right?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Hello, Jake. Jake, do you
Hey,
have any
Jake,
thoughts
how
on
you
time travel?
Thing is,
She sounds hideous.
I know time travel. The only thing I know about time travel is Back to the Future.
The space-time continuum, Marty.
Now, Penna, let me ask you
Scott.
this. Is the Back to the Future way of time travel the way everybody looks at it, or they look at it the Bill and Ted way, or they look at it as just like
What's the
fall
Bill and Ted
asleep
way?
and wake up way?
There's the Bill and Ted
Ted
way. There's the
through the
Doctor Who
string
way.
time.
There's a thousand different ways to
Oh,
think
by
about
the way,
time.
They can
hold on,
go
one at a
into past
time,
and
guys,
put
one at
things
a
there
time.
so that when they're there, they can pick it up. That's bizarre. If enough probabilities of you did the same thing, then that might actually be two, because one of those dimensions will actually correspond.
That's why they
yours.
meet themselves too. Like, whoa.
There's a probabilistic possibility of it, but you're not going back to the same line because I'm trying to combine the Bill and Ted's and the Back to the Future because they're both true on a quantum level.
I feel like the only ones that actually work out are the ones that actually respect.
Think about two individuals with two brain cells. What's my favorite number? 69, dude. Much fucking obvious. There's no other thought that would ever pass through their mind. So they're like, hey, let's put a key there. How many probabilities of
We are,
those
Bob.
brain-
No, I'm just saying with time travel, it has to
So the
respect certain
probability of
paradoxes
80%
in order to be
So if
possible.
you fall into one of those probabilistic universes to where that one actually corresponded with yours, and the less options you have, the less brainwaves you have and options and ideas you have, the more probable that you're going to coincide with yourself eventually.
You guys didn't answer my question, though. Is time travel looked at more like Bill and Ted? Or is it looked
That's
at?
how I answered.
That's what I'm trying to answer.
I got something I want to say, Pesci.
All right, let's hear him, Jake.
Go ahead, Jake.
I got a little something. Here's the thing. I want to talk about moonshine.
Jake, I asked you if you come on tonight to talk about what we're talking about. Why would we talk about moonshine?
Here's the thing. We're paying taxes on the corn, taxes on the water, taxes on all this stuff. But when it's mixed together and put in a pot and put a fire under it, it's not taxable. Where it's illegal.
Only if you make more than a certain amount for personal consumption,
Jake,
or
that
you
had
try to
nothing to
sell
do
it.
with what
It's
I
only
was-
if you're making it under the table for distribution.
Yeah, if you make it
Just
for
like any
yourself, it
drug,
ain't
you can't grow
illegal.
weed at your house and sell it legally either. You got to work
Right.
for a dispensary.
Well, things are only illegal if they
True.
catch you.
Goddamn right.
Well, yeah, that's how it works. I'm just saying, legal wise, if you're looking at it like that, that's how you got to think of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Jake,
also,
you think I've ever paid tax on moonshine I've gotten from Kentucky? I'm in Kentucky. Come on. Get the fuck out of here.
I was wondering what Kentucky,
I
my
got-
state. All right.
Also, another
Panhandle
question:
State.
what do you guys? Since we're talking about conspiracies, what about the conspiracy about Chris Benoit?
What about him? What's the conspiracy?
What's the conspiracy about Chris Benoit?
I haven't heard that.
Steroids, man. He's fucked up.
The suicide homicide, the triple suicide.
Of course,
homicide.
Jake brings up death. The king
So-
of
You
death.
think? Do you think he was killed?
Somebody else did it? What?
Uh-oh.
What's the theory?
Usually those
No,
big
Jake, what's the
publicized
theory?
murder suicides are MK Ultra, okay?
Oh, it's my internet.
Mate, well,
Oh, his internet.
We have Terry
problem.
Hopper coming in eventually here.
I think. Okay.
All right, I'll talk to you guys
All right.
later.
I
I'll see you
think
in a little bit, Jake.
hold on,
Thanks,
I
for,
think-
thanks for the stopping.
To finish
You're just doing that to fuck around.
Jake's story, I think Jake's conspiracy he was referencing was that Vince McMahon or whoever and them had it done.
Yeah, no, I don't think that happened. I really do
I don't
think
think
he
that
did it.
either. And
No.
that's
The only
conspiracy.
reason I do think he did it is
stuff?
because when I was watching it live, the day it happened, the UFC, the WWF knew nothing about it.
Right.
They went on with the regular show, and then they tried to retract all of the stuff that they did, all their tributes and shit like that, after they figured out, what happened. If they would have had any insider info, they wouldn't have had to backtrack later.
Yeah,
because
and he did a flying headbutt 300 days a year for 20 years. So,
yeah. In case anybody's wondering, Goldberg's going to be next. You can only headbutt so many fucking walls before doors.
I didn't even know they got him headbutting doors still. I thought he put an end to that.
I thought he did too, but he still does it just to get psyched up. That's his thing, I guess.
Stupid.
Well, yeah.
Chris, you follow Marfugal?
Another thing I noticed too, Jacob, was
I've never heard of him.
On with that guy the other
his
day.
Show today had some interesting information. He has a live show, but on his website, he actually has all the articles that he actually reads on there. Extremely interesting. Today, there was a Russian ambassador's son fell off the roof of.
I saw that story. Now he fell. Yeah,
exactly. So that's one of the stories that Marfugal was talking about today, and so I was just reading through his script for the day because I didn't catch it live. It ended about an hour ago, and so it's interesting stuff that's going on in the world right now. So all of this stuff that we're talking about are mere distractions because it's World War III, and it's either we're commies or we're free, and that's your only fucking choice.
What do you mean World War III?
Yeah,
that's
it's
what they call a soft war.
And the 28 different genders that aren't the two binary principal ones.
Ladies and gentlemen,
not only women can have children now, Pena. Come on.
Thanks, Schmidt.
Men can have children. Yeah, okay.
Men of God or whatever that fucking movie wasn't that where the men had the what was that show? What was that show or movie where men alienation? The men got pregnant. We were talking about that last time, Jacob.
Okay, now think about that.
Yeah.
Hold on, guys. I'm going to bring in Terry.
What
Can you
wasn't
guys
he
hear
like
me?
a lizard
Yeah,
type
we
of
can hear you, Pesci.
individual?
Well, I was trying to introduce Terry.
Was it
Penna just kept going. I'm like, what the hell? I don't
alienation?
think Penna can hear us. You
So
can hear us,
isn't
right,
that
Penna?
Predictive Sumerian programming.
I don't know if he can hear. I don't think his speakers
Hold
are
on.
too quiet or something.
Are you
Hold
into
on.
the Sumerian texts?
Hold on, let Pesci do his inner.
Penna, can you hear us? Because I was trying to introduce Terry and you kept going. I don't know if you could hear us. I'm not trying to be a smart ass.
I'm sorry, I was being a dickhead. I apologize.
Oh, okay, cool. No, I just was making sure. I was like, make sure he can hear us and he's not on the lag. Because I was trying to bring in our good friend Terry Hopper. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring our third guest. Schmidt wasn't supposed to be here. He was only here for cones. So let's try to do let everybody get to one at a time. Even I'm the guy that's usually accused of talking over people, and I'm able to slip people in now. So here we go.
The zebra.
Terry Hopper, the ref.
Hey,
The Hopper,
Joe
the man,
Pesci,
the ref.
Jacob Waters, Michael Pena, great seeing you again.
Terry,
Yeah.
take a minute to introduce
Freedom, how you
yourself and
doing?
tell people about the refereeing.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Terry Hopper, and I am a professional wrestling referee. And yes, professional wrestling, just like you see on TV. I have had appearances with a Total Nonstop Action in the six-sided ring, as well as on WWE. And tonight, I was also in the four-sided ring. And fun fact about this, WWE Friday Night SmackDown was actually broadcasting out of Evansville, Indiana. And that was 100 miles away from the show that I was on, which was over in Noble, Illinois. And it was for IWAU. And it was a fantastic night. Thank you so much, Joe Pesci, for having me on.
No, Terry, I want to tell people I like having you on. When I met you that first day on Jacob's channel, I was like, this guy's a really nice guy. Seems like you could just kind of talk to the guy. He's not like, what do they call that interaction guy getting all fucked up or anything?
Yeah. And I honestly, I would have been here on earlier, but I actually was asked to stay afterwards. And we talked about some of the matches with some of the competitors.
What was the main card tonight?
Yeah, it was some local favorites. We had Annika Murphy, Bo Sawyer on the card. We also had Jason Tiller and DC Black versus the Piper Brothers. DC Black taking home the Tag Team Championship gold. And it was just a real fun night.
Yeah, and now this was when you're a ref, do you only get a couple matches, or were you
Yeah.
the main guy tonight?
Yeah, tonight I was actually a second fiddle, but that's okay with me because the main event had a kind of a grudge, and they had a special guest referee, which was a wrestler in there to kind of mix things up. You know what I mean? But yeah, I had the tag team title match, and I also had a feature submission match there tonight. So a couple of matches, but sometimes there's times where I will go out and I'm booked on these what are called indie shows. And these are shows where you might see at your local high school gymnasium or your local Elks Lodge or Moose Lodge or something like that, to where you have
Bingo hall.
yeah, bingo halls, exactly. This is where you have your local and regional competitors that are they're hungry and they're learning some new moves and trying some things out and trying to make a name for themselves. So
earlier I asked Penna and Jacob this question, and then I got a good question for Penna.
Okay, yeah.
Did you happen to catch?
By the way, hang on, time out. I just want to say, again, I've been away on a wrestling show here. I haven't been listening into the show. I guess you guys have been going on for how long now? About an hour now. So yeah,
that's the way the game works. You can't know the answer beforehand,
right?
It's the newlywed show. You can't hear my answer.
Yeah, you got it. So yeah, I just want to make that clear. This. Well,
first of all, how did you meet Penna and Jacob?
What's that?
How did you meet Penna and Jacob?
Okay, I met Jacob Waters first here, so he's the first in the equation of everyone here. I met Jacob Waters through another YouTube channel that was
Jacob Waters is who I met.
Yeah. He's the one that I met first. I met him on another podcast right here on YouTube, which was the Truth Quest with Aaron Moriarty. And Aaron Moriarty is I don't know if
I know that
maybe
name.
Some of the listeners may be familiar with Coast to Coast with Art Bell.
Art
Bell
fine,
was a very famous radio DJ. And
George Norrie.
Radio shows late at night, every night. And he would talk about aliens and time travel and ghosts and paranormal and just the really neat and interesting stuff, right? Well, one of his famous guests was a man by the name of Andrew Bashago. Andrew Bashago tells a story of being a time traveler and going back in time and meeting Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg.
Yep.
And and also some.
Is that the one where he's like he tells them like the strategic shit? Oh, sorry.
Right. Yeah. And documented evidence in history, and he even has a photograph of him as a young boy meeting Abraham Lincoln as a time traveler. So really neat and interesting story. And at the time, Aaron Moriarty on the Truth Quest with his show right here on YouTube, he was interviewing Andrew Bashago, and Jacob Waters just so happened to be one of the people that is over on the side chat, and I kind of become one of the regulars there, and I'm on the chat too. And he just casually mentions that he's into wrestling, and I'm like, really? I just send him a message, and one thing leads to another. Hey,
here's a question for you guys.
Yeah. What do you guys think of John Teeter, hoax or real-time traveler? To answer that question,
that's Bob Hazelwood, by the way.
Yeah. Hi. Yes, I do take the John Teeter story, the original John Teeter, at face value. And I can even go a little bit in depth by saying that I'm actually from the old school, that I was alive and very well, and was actually reading the original message board posts as the whole John Teeter saga was beginning back in the late 90s. And of course, John Teeter went back to his time shortly before 9/11, 2001. There's a second.
But now, when
John-
he said he went back in before 9/11,
When
that
the
means
world
he couldn't help
changed.
save it then?
That's a good question. That really is. That's something that I've thought about, and it's also.
And would anybody believe you if you were in that
I think-
circumstance? You're
I
like,
think
yo,
there's-
there's about to be
I think
Right, yeah.
on this planet we've been presented 3 John Teeters that we've heard from out loud. There's been over 3 recordings from somebody that came back and claimed to be John Teeter, and there's also one that either was just born
This
or
is
is
new to
being
me,
born
John
soon
Teeter.
in Florida.
Right.
And
that is supposed to be
like,
the
if
one
you- if
that
you follow
is
the story
original
pretty-
that's going to go back to 1999 and get
Yes.
some computer parts
Yes.
that you can find. Yeah, which, by the way, John Teeter, he went back to get a very specific part for a specific IBM computer that is meant to translate some computer code. And it turns out that
It was the only one that hadn't been modified for the modern technique. It was only one model, and they couldn't make it public.
So,
because it was.
Let me dive in this a little bit more. So,
and if
you guys remember
find-
the guest Mark that I had on my show, Terry?
Yes.
You remember the guest Mark that I had on my show? He's kind of an astrophysicist, and he speculates on those ideas. He used to work for IBM in that year, and I asked him more about the John Teeter story, and he goes, yes, there was actually something significant about those IBM computers that he references. Like, he could also confirm that as working for IBM. Yeah, no, I wanted to dig into it more because I had heard that correlation, and I was like, oh, got another confirmation from somebody that worked at IBM in the early 80s, and that's
I'm glad
when
you guys are okay.
that's when they
Hey,
were
then
actually
you can
involved.
get around Skynet, right?
Oh, so Skynet is Sky. Yeah, that's my. Damn, I'm so glad you said that. So I got to ask you a question, Petta. This is a question I have for you. What is, and then you can talk about Skynet thing. So it's kind of a 2-parter. What is the craziest theory you ever heard? And what's the craziest theory you believe in? Or you just don't believe, you just perspect or whatever?
The craziest theory.
I guess all you guys can
Hey,
answer that eventually. We can go around the table on
Hey,
that one.
Pesci, can you pull up? Hey, can you pull up
Sure.
the screen I have in the background?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
This is where me and Mr. Pena and Terry all met. This is the Truth Quest with Aaron Moriarty. And if you guys are into conspiracy theories and want to hear more about aliens, UFOs, and all of those interesting topics
Follow
that
him
people like to
on
label as
Facebook. He's a
conspiracy.
meme master.
To me, Alien seems
Oh
the
yes,
most
he is the king of
believable
memes.
of all.
What's
You
that?
want me to close that, Jacob, or you still want it out?
Oh yeah, no, I'll stop it. But no, I just wanted everybody to get a chance
Yeah,
to
yeah,
check
I
it
got
out.
him. I just gave them a follow. I didn't know if you were showing a video or not. So,
Oh yeah, no.
So go on, Mike. What do you think's the craziest theory you ever heard and the craziest theory you believe in, or you're not allowed to do that?
The craziest theory is the Sumerian, and the one that I believe in is the Hebrew.
Well, explain that first one. I don't even know what that word means. Did you say Sumerian? I thought you were gonna be like, oh, there's dragons.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no. So what does that word mean? You said. So I know.
Well, there are 2 camps on battling over Earth, and one of the camps wants the absolute dominion and subservience of humanity. They fucking hate us. In fact, some of them like to eat us because we're.
So they wouldn't be on Earth. These are off Earth.
No, these are on Earth, and they've been here for quite a fucking while. Under Earth, technically, but anyway.
Antarctica, right?
Also, there you've got Nimrod frozen. They'll try and dethaw him soon, but that's really a fucking bizarre story as well.
Never heard that people are fighting over Earth.
I actually, the tales of Gilgamesh end up telling a lot of things, and people say that the Bible is based on Gilgamesh and everything else. But Gilgamesh is trying to describe the reality that they saw from the perspective of the divinities that they actually followed and everything else. Whenever you actually have the creator say, hey, motherfucker, all these other bitches are saying the same thing. I made this bitch. So, You want to do right? I'm telling you how I made this motherfucker to work. So y'all help each other and you be sustainable and you take care of the shit that I gave you and you're going to be blessed. You're going to benefit. You're going to do well. You're going to have lots of fucking kids and you're going to fill the fucking planet. Why? Because I'm telling you to be gentle, to be kind, to be loving, to help one another. That's the way humanity progresses, sustains, and survives. These are things that will allow people to survive for millennia. It's not dictums that are territorial, small, and they'll work if you've got less than 2,000 people or 12,000 people or whatever. They are dictums. They work if you're here, if you're on Mars, if you're on the moon, or wherever the fuck you are. If humans are there or we're interacting with other sentient beings, the same fucking rule applies or should apply, and it doesn't necessarily apply to them.
Do you think it's the
Jacob,
same way
what
that
about you? Make sure you go too, Jacob. Craziest theory you
I will. I just wanted to open up on Pena. Do you think it's the same way that the Egyptians think of it?
Crazy, so I'll let Jake go now.
No. Do you think it's the same way that?
Crazy at all, Pena, trust me, I don't think you're crazy. I think
Do you think
smart.
it's the same way that the Egyptians depict the smaller people that are sitting on the gods' laps in Egyptian hieroglyphics and text?
Well, the Egyptians followed the Sumerians. That's why I made that reference from the very beginning.
Are you guys on the West Coast?
I thought you said the Sumerians and somebody else.
Yeah.
I didn't know you said the Egyptians.
No, I said the Sumerians and the Hebrews because those are diametrically close.
So Sumerians is the name of the thing the craziest thing you believe in. So now that makes more sense. I didn't know what you were saying.
If you want to know, then look up to Zechariah Sitchin, and then you'll think about this alien race who bred monkeys and changed their DNA into their own DNA because they wanted to make a slave race to take gold to be able to disperse into their atmosphere because gold is a very useful element in all fucking aspects.
Damn, who wrote that?
Huh?
Zechariah Sitchin.
Somebody wrote that?
Sitchin, back in 73. Look it up.
Chariot of the Gods.
That too. My dad actually read that one.
Why do you think? Hey, Pesci, that he who has the gold makes all the rules.
I say the man that
paid.
That's my
yes, that's love of money and power.
Well, I know about. No, I'm just saying, but like the Nazis wanted the gold for mystical powers. The blah wanted the gold. The Egyptians, the Aztecs, the Sumerians, they wanted all the gold because they knew the aliens needed the gold.
The Nazis were really into the esoteric and collecting what they considered sacred items.
Hey, the Nazis had the first stealth bomber, the first rocket, the first everything. I wonder how.
Now, what about you, Jacob?
What's the Nazi bell again? Is that
that's the one that landed in Pennsylvania, right?
What's a Nazi bell?
Link it to the Kecksburg
incident. Time travel machine or a space
travel machine? Kecksburg is the one you're referring to.
Both.
The UFO one.
Or both. It spins, though. I know that.
Well, that's the question. If the Nazis, if they actually got the Kecksburg, if the Kecksburg thing was to fruition and the Nazi bell actually got used, could they have left back in time and went to the Kecksburg incident and made it happen?
So the Nazi bell is the name of the time traveling
because
machine.
that's a question of time. You can't change your own reality. Yep. That's the whole point of the Bill and Ted experiment. It only works if you got two fucking neurons doing the same goddamn thing. If you have 20 different ideas and you're extremely brilliant, then the probability of you going back in time and changing something in your own reality is close to fucking nil. Why? Because you're going to change somebody else's goddamn reality and somebody else is going to change yours.
Right.
And you're going to be into somebody else's fucked up reality.
I got a wild one too to tell. Actually, a wild
Simpsons thing to where you're jumping through portals into one fucked up reality over another until you get into one reality to where your family's looking at you with forked fucking lizard tongues. Why? Because everything's fucking possible and has been done. Be careful what you choose.
It's so great.
All right, Jacob, you can go now, and then we'll go to Terry. Terry, you're looking good down there. How's the fire? Warm? Are you guys on the West Coast? Because it's midnight where I'm at, about 12:30.
They're in Illinois.
Yeah, we're in Illinois.
You were at. I was wondering why you started so late. You must have been.
They're an hour behind us, Pesci.
He was working.
Yeah.
Well, Chris did a show of bowling.
I'm Brazil time, so I'm the one that's always up late.
He's on Brazilian time. Yeah.
Now you could go, Jacob. Craziest theory you've
No,
heard.
Pesci, you got yours on your brain. I want to hear it.
What, mine?
Yep.
What's the? You said something crazy. Your crazy shit you were just saying.
I'll tell you. And Schmidt's a witness this because this recently happened. Okay. Yeah. See, I like that I get to tell this because me and Jacob were just in a conversation with a guy that was talking about staffs, Sasquatch that turn into different things, and Trump's still president, all in the same thing. I like that guy, but I think he should have slowed down. It was almost like he was telling us the story and time was ticking and he had to hurry up before shit fucking happened. Weirdest part about that night, I went to go get my book and to show him this shit about staffs I had because I play a game called Magic, and he disappeared. As soon as I went and grabbed the book about staffs, and then the one part when I was talking about staffs, he was looking at me like I was talking crazy. Bro, you just went from Sasquatch to staffs to Trump. You're looking at me funny because I'm saying that I heard some things about this staff. You know what I mean? Like, that's what was my thing with that, was like, you're not the only one that, if this staff is real, how do you know you're the only one that knows about it?
Yeah,
but
I also got to play the middle ground as radio host, and I got to be like, well, especially if someone's been telling the same story for 7 years, you know how exhausting it could be if you're just trying to get it out, and somebody on the other end, they can't relate it. It's like Elon Musk trying to explain to you how a car works, how one of his car works. And
then I turned on my voice mod, Chris, and I'm like, give me the staff. It made my voice sound fucking. I was fucking with him there. Now I'll admit I was fucking.
Hey, the motherfucker may have been.
Look at me crazy because he's talking about Sasquatch that shapeshift, and then when I started talking about crazy shit, he's like, "Okay, look at this crazy dude." Well, we weren't looking at him like that.
Crazy. I mean, all those things have a spiritual essence to them, and they have certain fundamentals.
He wasn't a good storyteller, like.
He may have been really high and you scared him, Pesci.
That would be me, not necessarily him.
No, I think Ryan.
And then I'll tell you the crazy.
What I've seen of him, Ryan thinks at a different level than most people, and
without a doubt,
he does. And I don't know if there's a social awkwardness or what it is, but he's very high functioning. Like he's thinking a lot faster and a lot more than I am. And I can see
he might be on the spectrum.
He's trying to link topics.
I just wanted him to slow down a little bit.
Just because someone is smart and educated, they're
like we had like 5 minutes or something.
No,
I didn't say that. I said high functioning in the fact that he's actually going faster than me when it comes to he's trying to connect more things in his head than I'm ready to process.
Bitch.
Yeah,
what's that?
We got the blonde in the end. Revenge of the Nerds.
You want to see an interesting couple hours? It was a couple hours I did with Jacob the other night with this dude. It was wild. I got it on my channel now too. But I'll tell you the thing that happened to me and Chris. Okay, so when I came onto the bowling alley, people always told me I sounded like Joe Pesci.
No,
but my nickname was Future. I stole it. You guys got to hear this. This is a little deep, but Schmidt kind of knows a lot of shit because I was showing him along the way. So he knew I wasn't bullshit. It was Bowling that kept thinking he wasn't taking it serious. So before I came onto the bowling alley, I sent Kenny a message, telling him A, B, and C was going to happen and it's going to be fine. Kind of predicting the future in a way, but not saying what was going to happen step for step. When I came onto the show, that's when they gave me the Joe Pesci nickname. So I went with the Joe Pesci nickname. But Here's the thing with the Future name. So I stole this name 20 years ago from a chess player when I was in prison. He was the best chess player in the barrack, and he was like my mentor. And when we got separated, because you go to a different prison when you ride out. You start in one prison and you go out to another one once they class you to see who's crazy. They send the Goonies to the Goonies, the half of Goonies to another Goonies, short timers to the short timers. So when I got separated from him, I'm like, you know what? I was in prison because a girl told on me for selling weed. And I said, I want a nickname now. So when I know I start selling weed again, I'm going by my nickname. And I always liked Futures. So I stole Future's nickname, not because anything to do with future or time travel, but I just stole it. So here's where it comes into play. I didn't do the podcast thing for years. I should have. I was in broadcast school. I just lived, like I said, I wasn't time traveling, but I was doing some crazy shit. But I come to the bowling alley, I did the podcast. When me and Bolin started doing podcasts together, stuff would happen when I started calling signs. Like me and Kenny would like this, or a name would be the same, or you know what I'm talking about, Chris? There was just like things that were happening that I knew things would work out to eventually I would have my own channel.
Happenstance.
Like, and I would, one time I texted,
Synchronicity. Yeah.
before me and Chris were cool, I texted Chris. I mean, we were cool, but before we knew each other well, I texted him with one of these signs I saw. Chris, it was the one when the guy's podcast was named Future and Bolin was on that podcast. And on that podcast, he happens to be talking about the Cleveland Browns, which is my favorite team. So there was that, this, all the things Bolin was saying like the Mortal Kombat soundtrack. Yeah.
Dog pound, bitch.
Thank you. But where are you from, Peta?
It's not where I'm from. It's where I've been. And yeah, I spent some time up in Cleveland. Shout out to the Browns.
Oh, nice. Thank you. So me and Bolin, we started doing the shows together. And there would be certain things that I would say, or just kind of like little things that would go over him, but eventually would happen, or I happened to be right about it, or this guy's name would connect us through this reason. And I just started, I know this sounds wild, but I just started seeing all these signs. And me and Bolin are two different people, but there was like all these similarities that kept telling me to either just stay around there. You know, it was just like, I don't know, to where here I am interviewing you guys, and where the future thing comes into play was I was predicting a lot of shit, not like to the T, but I was giving like an idea, and something like that would happen. So it's funny that 21 years ago, I steal a nickname that I happen to be predicting shit today. You know what I mean? Like this happened, and now it's not like, oh, someone's gonna fall off the cliff. It was just like, I'm supposed to meet this dude, or I'm supposed to do a show with him, or I'm supposed to hang around for this long. And every time I would do what the sign kind of showed, something would happen in my favor.
There are no coincidences. Everything is part of the larger plan.
Pesci, I don't have a.
Now, Schmidt, you saw that. It might kind of, you remember them. I don't have them all written down, but there's an episode.
You got a moderator in right now?
Pesci, I don't have a wrench to get rid of that bullshit.
How do you not have a wrench?
I don't know.
I got it.
Right.
My bad. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't have a wrench.
I never seen that. I never seen somebody just fucking put that. That's fucked up.
Sorry
about that to the people out there.
Hey, that's the reason Jacob has a robot.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't have a wrench in here to do that.
So to finish the story.
Yeah. Because I'm listening here.
Chris, I sent a video to Harry of the doc saying, I got fans in Filipino. And then after he mentioned the Filipinos, he read my comment.
Yep.
He has no idea how to connect. He just happens to be talking about Filipinos, and then the comment he read was mine. It's just like weird stuff that is told me to either do podcast. Yeah. But that's just where I do believe in certain things, or you're put with this person because of this. Like I met Jake, and Jake introduced me to a lot of people that have like benefited my future. That's why we call him the big dance. Jake always says I brought everybody to the dance. You know, you got to give him some credit. So
you can come back in, Jake.
Now, how I met Jacob was I saw Herman the Great's picture, but Jacob owns that picture. So I thought Jacob was, before I knew him, I turned it on. I thought it was
I definitely don't own it. I definitely stole it off of his. I don't own it in any way, shape, or form.
But you can tell yours now, Jacob, your theory. You can tell your theory now. Craziest theory you believe in and craziest one you heard.
I actually wanted Terry to get in this one again before me as well, because I think Terry's got a better one than myself.
And then we'll do
Terry's got some
last.
crazy ass shit, man. I want to hear this one.
I'll be able to vamp for Jacob here. I'd be happy to. So
it's late where I am, so there's a lot of people probably sleeping tonight. They'll see this tomorrow.
Sure. Craziest I've ever heard is the explanation that Lee Harvey Oswald did it. He did it.
Thank you.
No, I love that shit because I was watching a show. It's on Hulu. I'm gonna have to recommend it to you guys. You guys would like this. It's
Yeah.
a show about going back in time.
James
and JFK,
Franco, right?
James Franco was in it. It's the year. What year did Nixon die?
1963.
That's the name of the show.
Kennedy, yeah.
1963 or something. But go on, Terry.
Yeah. I don't know who or what or how. A part of me, and this is just me speaking here, somehow.
You can say whatever you want.
Yeah. The limousine did it.
Yeah.
Somehow there was this.
Actually, you're absolutely right because the limousine driver
This is the one I'm most interested in.
braked when he was instructed to brake at the white marker to give time for the 17-year-old in the gutter to take that critical shot to make up for the mistake of the 18 other shooters that fucking missed.
The grassy knoll with E. Howard Hunt, Nixon's plumber, aka CIA agent, aka
Thank you, Bob, for staying
aka
into
the Watergate break-in.
16 in the building.
Yeah, and Poppy Bush was there at the police headquarters, making sure that everything
We're
was
live on
going
Twitch
as
and Troll.
scheduled, and that the Kennedy lookalike was also taken care of because he had been taken care of a couple of hours before Kennedy was. Because
And don't forget that George H.W. Bush says he doesn't remember where he was when Kennedy was assassinated. Everybody remembers.
It's like anybody here, if you asked them, do you remember where you were on the September 11th?
There was another Bush involved.
I can still smell. I can still taste the air in the car when I heard the news. That is.
Does that mean you were in New York?
Was there when Kennedy went down. Everybody knew where they were.
Right, everybody remembered. I was driving down Bardstown Road in Louisville.
At his funeral, everybody got a note.
Yeah.
Because his funeral, he was the big bad boss.
They know everything.
The fucking CIA. Holy shit.
Yeah.
They know everything.
I was driving down Bardstown Road in Louisville, right near downtown, and listening to Howard Stern, and they go, "Oh my God, a plane hit the World Trade Center." And I'm like, damn, somebody was a dumb fuck. I drive to my buddy's house. I was like, dude, turn on the news. A plane hit the World Trade Center. And the next thing you know, the rest of the shit happens. Or didn't happen, whatever. But
I remember watching it thinking, I wonder how long it would take for the footage of the first plane crash to happen. It took about 3 days before people turned up footage of the first plane going in. And it happened to be tourists that knew to be looking up at that time. Or must have heard it. I don't know. Maybe it echoed off the buildings. I wasn't there. So.
Yeah.
So which one was that? The one you said then, Terry? You just him being the killer is a theory.
Yeah.
The craziest theory.
I'm not buying it. I
craziest theory you've heard. So okay.
Yeah. I'm not buying
I agree.
it.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there.
Okay. The second part of
now we got the theory that he believes in.
The one you believe in.
Okay.
Biggest theory you believe in.
Okay. It's a two-parter. So go with me on this. You see my name here? Okay.
Run with it.
Yeah. My name right here. Terry Hopper. Okay. You take a look at the name, Terry. That comes from the root word of terra, meaning earth. You probably heard of terraforming. So you have Terry, okay? Hopper. Okay. Yeah, you keep switching the camera on me. So
sorry, Terry.
Hopper. You ever see the movie Jumper? Earth Hopper. Okay. That's my real name. Terry Hopper is my real name. That's the name that I was given at birth, and very happy to be.
How many Earths have you hopped into, Terry?
Many.
He's got the good subtle voice.
Elaborate.
Yeah. And much like the famous actor Dennis Hopper, that was his real name. And growing up, I always wanted to become famous. And I just thought, hey, if I ever get the chance, I'm just going to use my real name. Dennis Hopper used it. By the way, I got fascinated in television from an interview that Dennis Hopper did on The Tonight Show. I I'm looking for the video clip. If anyone ever sees it or knows where it is, I would love it. But he was either interviewed by Johnny Carson or Jay Leno, but it would have been during the time period where Jay Leno was just a guest host. He didn't take over fully yet for Carson yet, but they saw Dennis Hopper, and he just happened to casually mention that's his real name. So the second parter of the conspiracy that I believe in is that being my name is I have to believe in myself, because if I can't believe in myself, then no one else.
Oh wait, you're saying you believe? That's the craziest theory you believe in?
Yeah,
is believing in yourself.
I thought you mean as
a theory you believe
that
in.
I actually buy into and believe.
Oh, that's a conspiracy that you should treat yourself that way? I thought that was what you were supposed to do.
I don't know. Am I a time traveler? Can I prove it? Is that
no?
correct?
I'm not talking about time travel. I thought you said be kind to yourself. I thought something must have went over my head.
Yeah,
I don't know, but Terry kind of looks like Edgar Casey.
So let me ask you a question.
Young Edgar Casey, I see it.
Times you go to specific times.
We'll do Schmitz next, and then you could go
on the subject of Edgar Casey.
Go for it.
If you read the book, There Is a River, which is the autobiography of Edgar Casey. Edgar Casey tells the story of...
Where's Edgar Casey from?
Kentucky.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah. He tells a story of going into a bookstore and wanting to purchase a Bible so he could read and study it. And the bookstore owner didn't charge him anything. He just gifted him the Bible. The name of the bookstore, the Hopper Brothers Bookstore.
All right.
Interesting.
So your generation is blessed.
So I guess I may have misunderstood the question. Was the question
Pesci was asking like, what's the craziest theory?
Craziest one you believe,
or I do believe,
and craziest one you heard.
Okay.
Because you know what I mean? Because you could hear something and not believe it, but then you have theories of your own that you believe.
Like birds aren't real, man.
I thought you said the first one is the one that you didn't believe in.
Yeah, birds are real.
Birds not real.
Flat Earth.
Didn't you say, Terry?
I get his first one, Oswald.
Yeah.
Didn't you say, Terry, the first one that was the one that you didn't believe as much?
Was
the story of Lee Harvey Oswald doing it, he didn't do it. Not buying it.
Yeah. That was a conspiracy.
He wasn't lying when he's like, I'm just a patsy.
You said that the limo killed him, and you're right.
We'll go with when they're done. We'll go with you next, Schmidt. Craziest you believe in, and craziest you've heard.
Craziest theory I've heard. The birds aren't real is a pretty good one.
How the
now
fuck
birds
are
not real? Elaborate on that. Birds aren't real.
Well, it's not that birds aren't real. It's that people think that like pigeons or CIA drones or spy cams.
But they are. Some.
I'm sure they couldn't. I mean, you put a camera on 500 birds, you'll get some info.
Exactly. Why not?
You know, like Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson has those. Mike Tyson has those homing pigeons that they'll be trained to fly from one area to the other.
So this is believe in or heard?
That's just that's one of the crazier ones I've heard. Hold on, let me think of something.
Okay, that's fair.
Craziest I've heard, and craziest one I believe. Or like or just one I believe, like he said, 19.
Yeah, believe in. Like, do you believe in ghosts, Santa?
Well, Santa was a real person, actually, but that's different.
Saint Nicolau from Norway, right?
Well, he was Turkish, I believe, Saint Nicholas, and he would put gold, like like the little thing you open upside on the outside your chimney, like the chimney you go outside, you clean the ash out. He would put gold in there, so that's where the whole gift-giving idea of Saint Nick. But that was December 6th or whatever. Saint Nicholas
I didn't know
Day.
that one, so thanks for the info. Wow.
We also brought up that correlation.
And it was only poor people. Only poor people got the gold.
We also brought up that correlation in New Zealand and like heavy wooded areas as well of the Mesoscara mushroom, I believe it's called, the red one with the white dots, and that the reindeer would actually eat them, and people would think
The
they were flying.
reindeer?
Yeah, the
Red-nosed
reindeer would eat
reindeer.
them, and the people would
Oh,
drink
there's
the
a theory.
reindeer's piss, and they would actually trip off of the reindeer piss.
Yeah, I can see that. Now the craziest, the
And you would
theory,
find these under pine trees too, so it would look like wrapped presents under a tree.
the theory I believe, and he stole my thunder with the 1963 Kennedy thing.
Yeah,
That's
if it's that one, you could say that. I'm always right around that
no,
one.
I mean,
No, now the reindeer piss is pretty the most bizarre one. I'm gonna add that one to my list.
that's definitely one. Fuck, you put me on the spot here. That's one of them. Another one would be probably the moon landing. That we probably went to the moon.
I want to talk about that too a little bit.
But
the movie.
but not the Neil Armstrong shit. We went, but not that.
We also did that, but
All right. Now,
I think-
anybody got any questions for Chris before we go? I'll go next, Jacob, and we'll save you for last. Go on, Terry. Ask him a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
On the subject of birds aren't real, have you ever sat and watched a group of birds like starlings fly? Starlings are kind of like sparrows, but when they fly,
I know what they are.
will make like a super organism, like, design patterns in the sky where they just all flow and all just move at once. I've actually been fascinated by them because I actually live out here in the country, and we.
What do they call them?
Wide
What
open
do they call
skies
them in
and-
Europe? They have a different name for magpie.
I'll
Is that
tell
what
you
they
why
call
I'm interested
Yeah.
in what these guys say is because I forget my sound. Usually when I'm doing a show by myself, I'm doing the sound effects. I'm hitting this, making this. I forgot all about my sound effects when you guys speak. That means you guys got my
no
attention.
farting sounds in the middle of this one, man. Come on.
I wouldn't do that. But did you answer it, Schmidt? We
And,
have time for me to
okay,
go in.
I'll tell you another one I don't believe
Yeah.
is that Robert Kennedy was killed by Sirhan alone.
Ooh.
And that Martin Luther King was not killed by James Earl Ray.
That's all MK Ultra, and it was programmed by
Yeah,
the
I
CIA.
mean,
They wanted them to do that. And that's the
Patsy,
same
just
way
like
that,
Oswald. Just like, I'm obsessed with Jodie Foster. I'm going to go shoot Reagan. What? Okay. John Hinckley.
MK
Right?
Ultra again.
Yeah.
John Lennon was another one in that era that was
Hey,
taken
and
out
John
because he was
Hinckley.
saying things that he didn't need to be saying.
And John Hinckley's relatives, who were really rich, were having breakfast with the Bush family the day Vice President Bush at the time.
It's all
His
show you
family,
can't trust a
Neil
man.
Bush, the vice president's son, having breakfast with the Hinckley family, mother, father, whatever it was, brother, the morning that John Hinckley decided to shoot at Reagan.
Yeah, because they'll have to have the alibi.
Just coincidence, no big
deniability.
deal. Hey, and if you don't believe me, if you Google it, it pops up in 1980, 81, whatever, newspapers of like, Hinckley family says they did know Bushes. Reagan's like, that motherfucker tried to kill me. I mean, come on.
Someone
Then
tried to kill Reagan?
Yeah, he got shot 1981, 30 days after or 60 days after being
I didn't know
elected.
that. I wasn't
He was
alive
talking
yet.
about aliens. He wanted to expose everything, and the deep state wanted to make sure that he was put back into place.
Yeah,
So
because
they
Bush
weren't
was the
supposed to
what?
let him
Former
kill
head
him,
of
he shut him
what?
the fuck up.
I mean, Bush was
That's
former head
crazy.
of what?
How did the
Yes,
Secret
that's
Service
the
not
whole
protect
thing.
him?
I thought he was a do-nothing vice president. Holy shit, he was
No.
controlling everything behind the scenes.
And then Biden this year still wouldn't declassify 60 years later the Kennedy stuff because of national
Because it
security
mentions
and
Poppy
old.
Bush.
There you go. Well, we can't make George W. feel bad because his daddy was a piece of shit.
All right, I'll
Because
go
his granddaddy was a Nazi.
Yeah, his granddaddy funded Hitler with Henry Ford. Imagine that.
But the public has a right to know.
He
Dang
built
it.
the railways to the concentration camp.
Right. They built the fucking railroads that sent people to the concentration camps. They built the
It
fucking
was their
assembly
fucking
line.
idea.
They
And you
built the
still trust
assembly
us
line
calling
that made
fucking
the
bones?
tanks and the Messerschmitts and the Fokkers and the fucking missiles and shit. I mean,
And then you
America.
got the rocks, funding both sides. Holy fucking shit! I mean,
Which,
Waterloo was coup de grace. I mean, that
Which
was
really
a
big
fucking
clothing
hit.
line is it that made the uniforms?
It was somebody really popular, like not Prada, but something.
No, I'm thinking like
along
Dolce and Gabbana or like a really bigger one.
Well, think
Oh,
German.
that's what they're gonna do for the pregnant.
Well, they weren't
pilots,
actually German
right?
though.
No,
It's the same like BMW. Well, I guess BMW was German.
yeah, Bavarian Motor Works. Yeah.
They were making the engines, weren't they?
Yep.
That's what the
Mercedes.
that's what the idea of the front of BMW symbol is. It's a white white propeller going through a blue sky.
There you go, Porsche. All that good shit. Hey, they made great cars. I'll give them that.
I like
Glad I'm
German
pouring my
products, to be
pop
honest
right
with
now.
you. My last name is Bacchus, so I've got a certain affinity to the Germans.
Hey, my last name is Schmidt, so
Brazil, which is predominantly German. So yes,
So
if
I'm
you got a
full of it.
problem against Germans, yeah, well,
Hey,
talk.
Schmidt's probably German.
a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the word Smith in Germany. So,
Das ist richtig, mein Freund.
see. Das ist guten.
Ja, Schmidt ist normal. Alles gut.
Scheiße Hund.
Ja, das Hund ist nicht gut.
Du hast.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, Rammstein is good. They're fucking awesome in concert. They are.
Yeah, I like Rammstein.
Yeah, actually, all those names are derived, and usually the origin of the names, because in originally you just had like John and
Bill.
Bill or whatever, but then all of a sudden in the town you start to have a 2 or 3 Bills, and you're going, well,
Right.
which fucking Bill are you?
That's Billy
Well, I'm
Bob.
Bill Jacob's son. Well, I'm Bill from the hill, and
Right.
I'm the Bill that's over there. You know,
Well, it's
and
weird.
Smith.
Like even like the word "will" is like translated when you get more into European language. It's usually pronounced with a V, or even spelled with a V. Like the lead singer of the band, him that I like.
Yeah, they're good.
His name is actually Will in English, but it's Vilvalo in Finnish.
I will follow you.
Pesci, are you packing over there? He's packing heat.
No, he don't have no gun.
No.
I don't. No, I've never been a gun guy.
I'm
You know
the one
I've
with guns, not him.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not going to show him. 'Cause
He's just getting the shades out. Okay.
He's on Twitch, so I can't show him. So I won't.
First, yeah, don't. Yeah, they fucking.
Yeah, probably don't do that tonight.
Twitch has
All
got a
right,
weird.
Fisher, you're on. You got the glasses. It's your show. Take it away, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, so here's my couple theories, real quick.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Now, craziest theory I believe in. Now, I don't know what you would call this. Maybe you guys, after I explain what it is, you'll be able to put a name to it or whatever. But I'm a firm believer that, okay, I've been to prison twice for marijuana.
Boo.
Yeah. I'm a firm believer from being in there.
Which is why I'm
and
in Brazil. My wife keeps telling my kids, why don't we live in the States? Because your dad would be in jail. She's right. She's absolutely right.
Well, my problem was what's crazy about my charges is I'm in Cleveland. If I would have been in Cleveland, I would have been fine. I lived in a suburbia city where it's like you get in any kind of trouble with drugs.
Where all the
It's
white women
extended to a big degree. Like
Which
your
suburban
kids-
city? Because I lived in Cleveland. I actually lived in the boat, and I lived close to the Heights 2 times. I lived on a boat, and I shared an apartment. So where were you at? Because they're all fucking different.
I did 2 different places. Of course, you go to Lorraine to get when you get your number and you get classed. Being classed is this. We're all on a bus. We're all prisoners. You're a murderer. This guy's this guy's A, this guy's B. Some prisoners, obviously, they separate right away. But you go to Lorraine, and then they take your case, and they take your behavior and all this, and they put you into prison where they think you'll have the least trouble, or that kind of fits the other inmates. Like, you're not necessarily going to put a guy that's got 30 years with a guy that's got 2 years. That's why they make these other prisons with these short, usually they call it short timers. That's what I was called because I only had a year. You know what I mean? But I served county time. So by the time you ride down and everything, it's about halfway in between. But here's my theory. When I'm talking to guys that are in there, of all different races, and you hear what they're giving 5 years for or 4 years automatically, you almost think that they have that set up to where they look at this group of people and they're like, look, these guys get this charge a lot. Let's make sure we hammer it because they get the free labor off of the inmates. Now, my prison wasn't one that necessarily would be considered the big money maker for prisons, but one of the prisons we rode by, Marion, which is up here, has factories. This would be for guys that have at least probably 3 years and up, like dog programs.
Yeah,
and
just like the Nazis did. It's concentration camps.
so they look at, for instance, minorities who back in the day, they made all these unfair unfair laws, this,
Kamala
that.
made her career off of that.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, they got to make those cheap coach purses,
Hold on, I spilled
and
something.
license plates.
That must be a sign.
Lumber,
They didn't want me talking about this shit.
building materials, whatever.
God damn it.
Something happened to Pesci. He dropped.
No, I fucking spilled
spilled
the
on-
pop on it. And asked Chris Schmidt the other day, the fucking monitor just fell.
That's true. The
Not fell off
monitor.
the thing, it just
Hey,
went down.
if there's
I watched
haunting,
you,
in
uh,
your house,
hit-
it's
hit
house
the
haunting.
you're paying that much attention.
I'll tell you this. Hold on. I got a couple theories. What the fuck? I just got this money soaked. You guys got
Do you see the hellhound?
Talk about dogs flipping for a
Is
minute.
Pablo's eyes turning red? Pesci?
Oh my goodness.
Then we'll have to be worried.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Damien is not there, Pesci. Oh God. But yeah,
There it is.
the craziness. Pesci, I
No,
like
the
the sweater.
craziest thing is Bob Hazelwood. His comments are off the fucking leash, man. I've been following that on the chat. He is fucking on it, man. Holy
Well, believe it
fucking
or not,
shit.
there's a lot of people not here tonight. I think it's because of how late it is. There's a lot
Yeah,
of people I
Bob
don't see.
Hazelwood
Normally we
knows.
got like 25 people in there.
My name is Schmidt, aka Smith. So somebody in my family many moons ago was a blacksmith. If your name was Taylor, you made clothes and trimmed them out and hooked people up. You were a tailor or a
I'll tell you,
Usually
I got a
you
couple
came
theories
to
you
the
guys are going to
US,
like.
That was the case. Usually, when you came to the U.S., they changed their name based on that,
right.
what they were associated with.
Which is why I love De La Peña, because that means from the summit. So we came from on high. So I've always been on the mountain.
He started from the top and now he's here.
Pesci
See,
was
I
talking
see
about
it. I see
piracy on the high
perspective, and I
seas,
try
I
and show
believe.
others so that they can get to the top. as
Piracy
well.
on the high seas.
Yeah.
I
That's
thought it,
that's
I'm let-
what it was, and that's what it is.
I
That
would've-
is exactly what that war was. Piracy. Piracy on the high seas. Taking prisoners while they were at it.
Yar, matey.
they're always after me booty.
Well, you know what? The pirates were actually good people, though, because all they were was former British Navy subjects who hated the fucking government.
Yeah, but
They weren't all British subjects.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
They
Navy
weren't all
guys.
good neither.
Most of them were
Fine.
Navy guys that. If
I
they-
liked the pirates that were attacking the British soldiers. Don't get
Oh
me
yeah,
wrong.
yeah.
They were good pirates. I
But
liked
they
them.
they would attack, a ship with some goods, and they would give the crew the offer: join us. Are you being treated? They would first they would give them in the Caribbean anyway. They would give them the questionnaire: how has your captain been treating you? And because that's how, if the captain was, oh fuck him, yeah, he was terrible, they would fuck him up. But if the captain treated us well, no big deal. All right,
That's still standard practice.
right, you have the option to join us, or we're going to take your shit and you don't join us, and you're going to leave without your shit. The pirates aren't. Oh, you got to walk the plank. No, that never happened. Like that
It
wasn't
makes
the
good for
thing.
Good movies.
Makes for good movies, and Treasure Island, the book, is the whole reason we have the R and the plank and parrots and the peg legs and shit. But
So,
cool story.
fucking bullshit that was. A lot of
But-
shit just got ruined
It's all
because of
about
that
the
coke.
rum.
You spilt the Coke. Or not
Okay,
the
so
good
when I
kind.
was on the prison thing, so take this for instance. I'm sitting at a bunk. I'm talking to these guys. They got caught selling a bag of dope that's the equivalent of $75.
So a quarterback.
Because of the gun, in any kind of circumstance, you get the boom, boom. And then even though you're going to get the drug trafficking over a 70 bag of dope, which they hit you for drug trafficking.
So a
They're
quarter
going to hit
bag
you for
and a
the
gun.
gun, and the gun they're going to give you a mandatory time. So I think there's over the years, like even before the 80s, when they were seeing that the average criminal was getting caught with 100 bag of dope and a gun and this and that, they said, well, let's make sure we give every one of those guys this amount of years, making sure almost to where if they do get out early or get out later, you might not be able to go back to a normal life. I was not able to. I'm not saying that to be funny.
You are limited. You are marginalized. You are no longer a
I
free
have one
citizen
question
part
here.
of society.
Go ahead,
You will
Terry.
be ostracized
Yeah.
because that comes onto your
Michael
resume
Pena,
whenever
I
they
have
ask you
the
to put in.
floor here. Will you shut up?
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Sorry.
God. Okay, my question. Damn, I can't even think of my question anymore.
Go ahead, Terry. Swing it around.
God damn it.
I'm kidding.
My question is this. Fuck!
I was talking about prisons and shit.
Yeah.
Prisons.
Yeah.
The money make, because listen, when you go down there, you're told, you'll hear the guards make money. They go, every inmate that comes to that door, they were saying like $75,000 an inmate. I don't understand how that money's divvied up. But in prison, you work, and you work for 20 cents. I think in their minds, they got it set up to where they could get A, B, and C of labor done, and we'll always have the people to do it as long as we hammer them. Go on, Terry.
I know what. I just remembered. Okay, so if you're comfortable in sharing, are you now a convicted felon?
Yeah, I'm the 5-time, not champion, Kenny. That's what I always say to bowling. I'm the 5-time felon. The nickname's stealing.
Yeah. Okay. So the point that I wanted to make is now you can't vote. Is that correct?
I never would have voted anyway, but I'm saying I can't. But I never had the idea to vote, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But it's just, and there's actually a logical reason.
And that's fair, but that's part of the whole game is you wrap up as many guys into a felony, so now they can't vote, so now they don't have a say, so now they can't
put them into
bring
situations where their life's going to be.
The strongest form of bringing a redress of grievances to your government and telling them to fuck off is by voting.
But they don't have the right to vote because the state voted against them.
Right.
I don't think there's things to vote on that would help inmates and
vote in a
probation
democratic
violations.
society. The only way that you actually have a voice is by a vote. So if you eliminate their voice, you incarcerate them from minutia, which means that they no longer have a voice, which means that government will no longer represent them. And so they become a larger and larger minority.
And I think the government wanted guys like me.
Marginalized by society.
Right.
They wanted guys like me to know, like, for instance, some guys go in and the world of being normal when they get out, they might not have a chance to go back to that because they don't talk to their parents no more or their families disowned them. So 9 times out of 10, if you're not already on parole, which I wasn't because my case was so minuscule, you'll probably end up back. Like I went back again for weed. Then my lawyer's like, if you catch me,
end up back. What benefit do you have to not go back? I mean, the style of life that you have is what, and so there's no impetus or motivation to be something different. There's only penalties. And once
so now you're in that spinning wheel,
you're fucked. You can no longer get back into the normal scheme of things, and you're forced to live your marginalized life. Terry, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. You're on that spinning wheel. So once they got you in there,
so for instance, up here they would do what guys that the main felony drug besides weed they would sell up here back, like 50 years ago is cocaine. Right. So obviously coke is crack. What they would hit you on up here is guys, if they had one crack rock and a gun, the judges around here are going to make sure guys get 3 to 5 years. And the average crack dealer has a gun and crack. So they were new to really hammer on that law because a lot of these guys that are drug dealers, they're not all rich guys. That's why I said the average bag of dope when a crack dealer and all that, if you don't give them what they want, obviously they're hoping for a snitch. But if you don't give them what
Low-income-
you want, they're
Well,
going to make
also,
sure.
one of the things, Pesci, you got to look at,
Pesci,
there's a difference between cocaine use and crack use. Because cocaine use, a cocaine user isn't going to get as large of a jail time, and a crack user is going to get the book thrown at him.
But
Now,
the
And
cops
they
will
don't
scare
have their
them.
own
and who
attorneys.
consumes crack, and there you know who.
Okay,
they're
so
trying
let me
to-
unpack what Pena just said, because I think
The average
that's
guy doesn't have an attorney, though. The
that's
small
a
end crack
conspiracy
dealers.
theory. No. That's a conspiracy theory all in itself. Some people say that crack is a cheaper drug, and cocaine is a more expensive drug, and that's why they get charged different by the law. That's not the case, and usually people actually associate them with race. I'm not going to do that because I don't like to associate that with race. But there's equivalent drugs when you think of something like meth. Meth is usually, which I'm happy to say, because I'm comfortable saying, not happy to say, but meth is usually associated with white people, and there's certain drugs that are associated with other races of people. But they try to say that these things aren't tried the same way in court and they don't have the same fines. Yes, cheaper drugs usually have less fines to them. It just comes down to amount and intent to deal or distribute. Like when in the eyes of the law, I don't really care. Like if you have a gun with you, yeah, like you were saying, that's something they're going to try to tack on. They might even drop the drug charge depending on how small the drug charge is if the drug fine's worth more in the eyes of the court.
Yeah, no, and I've been locked up with a lot of guys, but I just always thought, wow, they did a little graph of like the money they save from putting guys in prison, like how much some of these jobs would actually cost if it wasn't being done by the prisons. And you hear the money that the judges make because a lot of the judges own these prisons or have the shit in there. I just believe that they've always made sure they're like, okay, this group of people, they do a lot of this. Let's make sure that when they do get caught, A and B, we hammer them. They're either going to snitch or we're going to get, you know what I mean? And with weed, for me, it was like they could have did other things but put me in prison. Like they really treated me like a goddamn criminal. And there was probably other ways they could have did. Because when I got out of prison.
Why I'm in Brazil, man.
Yeah. And because when I got out of prison, everything was like stranger to me. Meaning like I didn't talk, I didn't call people when I was in there. So everybody felt like a stranger when you got out. And I wasn't one of those guys that was going to call my mom like, Mom, I just got out of prison. Couch open? No. So I was like, I was past that. That's why I was never one of those guys that go back home. Not because I was unwanted, but because I was embarrassed considering my parents were, you know, legit. My dad owned a computer consulting firm, and that's not how I was raised. But I ended up on like a completely different path. So when I got out of prison, it was like, I'm not going to McDonald's. And if I was, I'm definitely bringing the drugs with the way they were paying motherfuckers in there. You know what I mean? Because when you live a life like I did, never had to ask for shit and money to buy, it's hard to get out and try to live normal unless somebody gives you a setup. Like the first guys that offered me a job getting out of jail were drug dealers. I didn't see Jimmy, my buddy that worked at the local radio.
One question for you, Pesci. Having that you're 5-time and you're marginalized to the motherfucker.
3 felonies and 2 on another.
Because you can't get fuck all for a real job because they won't, pass that specific question.
Unless I know somebody. Now I'm part owner in a car lot. That's only because the 2 guys I work with.
There we go. That's what I was going to ask.
Grew up with.
You have to have a focus. All right, is considering the marginalization of your situation, what can you work with? What can you go towards? What are the options in that dimensional multiverse tree that are still available to you? And which one of those can you choose and strive towards? When you have a goal, you can work towards it and improve your own reality.
Yeah, because how I look at it is when I got out, I also believe, for instance, when I was in there, and I always say things happen for a reason, I was put with certain bunkies or certain guys that made my time go easier to where I didn't have problems that maybe some other guys would. Or I got, you know what I mean? It was just like.
Time off for good behavior.
You would see the average guy like me have trouble in there, but I wasn't having that average trouble. It wasn't because I was a tough guy or paying somebody. I always say I either got really lucky or people were just cool with me. You know what I mean? It was kind of fucked up. When I got out of prison the second time, I remember I'm like, well, I mean, what else is there to do? Because it's like, for instance, I didn't do this podcasting thing. All the people that I knew that were involved with businesses, they did work that really I couldn't be a part of, like, driving cranes or shit like that. I'm not a heavy lifter, or I didn't have money to invest. My two buddies who I knew before they owned a car lot, they were thinking about getting a license. They applied for the license. They said, hey, if we get the license, we'll make you part of it. Because I showed them the building. They found a building that was cheap enough for them to get in to where it'd be worth it for us to do, not a buy here, pay here. I sell my cars cash. I'm on a dealer that drives with a dealer tax. So when we got to dealership, they put me on the paperwork. But the story is that's because they knew me. They knew I'm not going to be showing a car and get the money and go buy dope, or I could do the paperwork. If there's a stamp, now I say stamp, that's the notarized shit.
Yeah.
I'm not going to steal it. Like, we've had people steal things and tools. The two guys I work with, they do other businesses, but they don't even trust their own mother and father because they've been robbed by their mom and dad. I was a rare entity in their life, being trusted. They can tell you that themselves. Yeah, my buddy had his mom rob him when she watched the house for him. She's a nice woman, but they were problems with the opiates. Wow. I never got into that shit. When I got out of prison the first time, I said, I'm not going to be a coke dealer because they're just going to look to throw me in prison. And I'm definitely not telling on motherfuckers. I've never been known to do that.
Back on the wheel. Yep.
I'm going to stick to the weed.
Right on.
Because I knew the weed at the most would only give me B in prison.
There's got to be another objective. See, that's the whole thing. Get off the wheel.
CG in the chat, I was going to say, the last thing you want to do is keep it at your house because it'll get taken as property.
Get off me, man.
Well, no. I'm saying CG in the chat said they keep stacks at their house for bail. I said that's not usually the case because it will get taken as part of it, especially dealers.
Well,
because it'll be
their house gets
taken as part of the process. Yeah.
Yeah, he's seeing.
If they're getting you for dealing, there's a good chance that they can obtain a warrant, depending on if they're taking you down for big things.
This is true.
I mean, my marijuana charge got dropped because paraphernalia was more of a charge that was more profitable to the court system.
For some reason you're
in
clicking
Illinois,
out a little
paraphernalia charge is 800 plus.
Your microphone's
What's
clicking a little bit. Make sure you're plugged in. I don't know if you keep clicking a little bit. I don't know if that's the thing. But no, I know what you're saying about that. And the other thing. But now let me finish the last theory real quick, and then I'll let you go. Let me pop myself back in. Yeah. So that was the theory I believe in, that the government is making sure that these prisons always have people in them. I know nowadays they're not putting people in prison for weed as much, which sucks. What's funny is if I would talk about my crime today with like the law, it would be laughable because now I have a card by my doctor that allows me to carry the amount of marijuana that they put me in prison for. I didn't get caught red-handed. A guy was wearing a wire, and that's an automatic felony right there, the trafficking. So it's like, boom. Even if you weren't a drug dealer, the reason why they like crack and coke, this is why they like coke and crack. Because if you're selling a 20 bag of coke, they smack you like it's a $500 bag because of how the felonies are labeled. So they're probably like seeing these ghettos, the average guy's got $100 of dope. If he's selling it, the fiend's probably got dope or he's getting it for somebody or A, B, and C. They hope to catch those smaller guys to bring them to A. And if A doesn't help, they're still going to make sure A gets a little bit. He's not going to walk scot-free, depending on how good the info is. But they're going to make sure he's in a system to where he does one thing, he gets 3 years. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I always said, with me, they didn't win on shit. What they won at was fucking my life up because I wasn't about to tell on them. And I only had a couple grand. It's not like they busted me and it was like, Live at 5, Michael Lurie's got caught with marijuana, blah, blah. No, I got caught selling a bag of weed. And in a suburbia town like my mother's, any kind of, the word drug dealer, that's extensive. You know what I mean? They're like, oh my God. Like the people in my mom's neighborhood, if they heard I went to prison, they would probably look at me different without knowing me. Just like my partners, they don't question what I'm doing when they're not there because they know what I do and don't do. And they know if I say, hey, I'm not going to bring drugs around the business, which I don't, because they're not drug guys. They've always been workers. They're realtors. They've always bought their shit, but we've been friends for years. And they just happen to make it bigger. And they always said you'd be good at the car thing, which I excelled at. I've been doing it for 10 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I used to talk to dealers when I didn't even know what I was talking about because I didn't know about cars in the beginning. I just knew I had money to buy them with the guys that were buying them. And they knew that they could go with their wife for a week if she's having a baby and they don't have to worry about what I'm doing. I'm not selling a car and money's being smoked up because we get cash. We don't do checks or the credit card because we're not a buy here, pay here. I said I didn't want to do that because we were listening to a story of a guy talking about when he had to go get cars, he had to wear a vest and people were shooting random shit, crazy stories,
Hey,
people
Pesci.
going nuts.
Pesci,
Even though they had the right to take the car. You're not taking my car, motherfucker. Get the
Right,
shit like
right.
that. You're like, whoa.
But they're
Pesci.
still making payments, and you own the title to it.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Little
We
piece of
decided to do
paper
cash
is worth
only.
more than the vehicle itself. Yeah.
Yeah, so the car thing was crazy is I knew zero. And over the years, now I'm to the point where you could throw me keys. I'm talking cheaper models. I'm not brand new cars. I'm telling the average car that's, 5 years and 2015 and back are the models I'm getting. 2000, about 2015.
The Ford Pinto, right? Yeah.
And it's not one of those auctions where they got 34, 35, 45, 45, 45.
Yeah.
We're going to one, it's a dealer's auction where you write your bid down. And obviously there's politics in that where the guy receiving the bids, you don't know what anybody else bidding.
Right.
So there's probably
Silent
times where
auction
dude's
then.
looking at the sheets and he's calling and they're doing their politicking or we got to make sure this guy gets a car.
So you got to
Because
pay
right
him.
now we're not getting as many as we normally would.
Well,
but
that
we're
means you need to
bidding
pay him off more to get the good cars.
Jacob, are you back?
Apparently.
When Jacob comes back, we'll have him do his theories. And I also believe in like the
used
sign.
car slick as well.
So, Pesci, I
So
do
let me
have
tell you
one
a sign
question.
I saw with Schmidt, one in specific, and I've never told this one except to Schmidt. And I'll tell you why I never told it.
Yeah.
Because it sounds unbelievable. Every other sign that me and Schmidt showed on the bowling alley could be proven. Like I took a picture or it was on, like I said it on film and then a couple shows later, like we would see things and not know what it would lead to. But then something would happen and you would look at the things that led up to that and you're like, oh, okay, so that's boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? There's a episode I did with Schmidt where I actually physically read off all the signs. But Bolin, who's on the show, just either wasn't, even though I tried to share them all with him, he was like laughing about it. Me and Schmidt were actually being serious because we're like, dude, some of these things should be brought up. That kind of just things I was either like smidge right about or I met this guy and it happened to lead to this.
The synchronicity. Yeah.
Like, for instance, my high school team is the Menor Cardinals. Schmitz lives in Louisville Cardinals.
Nice. Yeah.
Shit like that.
As far as
Like
synchronicity goes,
Bolin brought up Mortal Kombat and he said he liked the soundtrack.
Yeah.
The reason why that's funny is before I ever met Bolin for years, whenever we would talk about the first Mortal Kombat, I used to always say, dude, best soundtrack. And that's what made that movie great. That's what a lot of other movies lack. And Bolin didn't even bring up the movie. He brought up the soundtrack.
Have you ever heard of pareidolia?
I never heard of Paragolia, but you're up. You're up.
Pareidolia is it's a
Good night, Bob.
condition noticed in the brain when people picture images in the clouds that aren't really there. That's
So
also
you think I look at a cloud and I'm like, I see a turkey.
yeah.
Right.
If you're making out a shape that your mind is putting there, that is a form of pareidolia. And I was using that in the comparisons of some of the things we were talking about. I shared it in the private chat earlier, but I think sometimes we can make correlations that aren't necessarily there.
Yeah.
And But it does make you question reality and wonder why you're seeing the things that you're seeing, why your brain's making you respond that way, and find those correlations. I mean, there's always more reasons you can dig into it. But
Yeah.
back to the question though. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's go craziest theory you've heard and craziest one you believe in.
Craziest one I've heard and craziest one I believe. Craziest one I've heard, I'll give you 2. I can give you 3. All right. First one that 5G is put out to control your mind.
That's a good one.
It's used for mind control.
Not
Good.
by
Don't be mad, Bob. I already told the name of the show tonight's Deep Diving with Jacob Waters. We did episode 1. When I have you on the show, Jacob, the name of the show is going to be called Deep Diving.
All right.
Mandela effect is true because I remember Mandela dying a lot longer ago than he supposedly died.
There's so many. Bearstein Bears, Bardstein Bears, however you want to pronounce it. There's a few Mandela effects that are pretty notable.
Berenstein Bears actually caught me because I always thought they were the
Caught me too.
Stein, and it's AIN, and I'm
Stein
like,
too.
EIN.
That's what somebody brought up.
Yeah.
It's what? Hold up. The Berenstein Bears are what?
The Berenstein Bears.
You got to watch this video.
Or Berenstein or Berenstain. I just call them the Bad News Bears.
That's a whole different one.
I thought it was IEN, right? I thought it was IEN, right?
And now go ahead. So go. What's your first one you're telling first?
That's exactly.
Yeah, I'll keep going. I got 2 more that I really don't believe in. All right, the other one is that
that's what you're doing right now. The one you don't believe, or
I'm going to give you 2 more that I just did. One that I don't believe in. That was the 5G being part of mind control, and that it's ran by China, and it's a really deep one. The other one is that face masks, the metal in them is used for an antenna for mind control. Usually has to actually to do with the 5G that I just referred to.
Never been a mask wearer myself. No,
I mean,
to people
to each their own. To each their own. It's not. I'm no doctor. I can't tell you what to do.
I'm on vax too, not because I'm scared of it, but because it doesn't like. If I was making millions of dollars and they put a price on it, sure. But other than that,
I'm on vax for the simple reason that I haven't caught it, and I feel like I have immunity to it. When I went to, I donate my plasma at BioLife in my area, and they've told me that I have the immunity to the European variant, and they told me if I was to get to the vaccine, I wouldn't have that same. There's a chance that I couldn't have that same immunity that I had prior. That was a natural immunity. And yes, you can develop new immunities from vaccines, and they do things. But
they think I just had COVID. I was sick for a couple of weeks before I met you.
Yeah, and I would say you probably developed immunities to whatever it was that you had. If you
didn't go to the doctor,
and you're still here and you no longer have it, you've built up natural immunities. That's just how viruses work.
That's Louis Pasteur's theory. That's how vaccines.
It's not a theory. That's just proven. If you get over a disease, you eventually develop immunities to it.
Yeah, Louis Pasteur figured that out like 200 years ago.
What about these boosters? I don't get why there needs to be why is there a booster? It went from a shot to boosters to loose. It's all this weird shit.
Work and they want more of you to take it. Sorry.
That's Jonathan, the guy you were talking about. He just messaged.
Jonathan, listen, for you guys that don't know, shout out to Jonathan who's in hospital. Got a fucking the second. I hope it wasn't the second shot, John, because then you should be really pissed. And he got a shot, and basically his shit went venom.
Yeah,
you know, an infection in his arm
is better than most other things, and you got to ask yourself why they're trying to cover that up. Now, the fact that the Pfizer president was arrested for fraud also makes you raise some other questions as well.
Which leads me to my final one that I do not believe in, which I think will tie this all together, that vaccines have nanobots in them. I think that's complete and entire bullshit.
Come on. Go.
Yeah, so Chris Gonzalez doesn't think I had it. I just said I could smoke weed like I normally could. I wasn't eating and I was laying down and I was doing 0 shows. It was the second shot. Damn, Jonathan, what made you get a second shot? If you were... See, that's another thing I don't get, Pena. Why get the second shot if you already had the first shot? Nothing bad has happened.
Hold on. You asked me about that? I don't come anywhere near that shit. And I've gotten us taken down just for my fucking opinions. So no.
No, I know
on my
you don't go
channel.
nowhere near it. That's why I brought it up to you, because I could see you're like that. You're like me. Why get the second shot if the first one feels like it's working? And
Well,
my
because
point
it
was,
goes
by the
and
time the
goes-
That's
vaccine,
just not. I mean, regardless, you can choose between the one shot and the two shot. Well, you can choose between the one shot and the two shot. It depends on the vaccine that you're getting. Some of them require 2 shots to be effective. Some of them require 1 shot to be effective. Why wouldn't you just get the 1 shot if you were going to just plan on wanting 1 shot? I mean,
I don't think they were putting something in our body to like control us. But my thought was, look, I deal with people because of weed.
I don't do opiates as well.
By the time the vax came, I was already dealing with a lot of people because of cars and weed. So my theory was, if I haven't already caught it now by the time the vax came out, considering I was touching money, which is dirty, I wasn't wearing a mask. I always said, well, somebody will blame me if they're coming to get a bag off me or I'm selling a car. And I didn't get anybody sick. I didn't get sick until now. But when the vax came, I was like, well, why would I go get the vax now? And I already saw a bunch of people survive. It wasn't like I saw everyone die. I watched basketball players, guys with money, survive the shit, kick it like it was nothing. Coaches, documented. It was like a million people had it. But I noticed that all the rich motherfuckers did not go to a tombstone unless they were old. I mean, I bet you could pull a story out. But it was the basketball players, they all survived that had COVID. The coach, it wasn't like Bill Cosby got COVID and then he died.
well, for the most part, anybody healthy was usually doing okay with COVID. But yeah, no, I agree with you, Jonathan. That's what I was talking about. Is they had the 2 shots and then they also had the single shot, and he had to take it because he was almost mandated to by his work. Which, I mean, they're putting people's livelihoods on the line.
Constitutional. They don't have the right to do that.
Hey, Jonathan, I don't know if you know about the current lawsuit that's going on, but the Daily Wire just started a lawsuit. They're looking for support for everybody. They'd probably be interested in your case. And it's the fact that they're mandating people, which is unconstitutional when it comes to making people do this or not be able to work.
And worse, whenever something actually does happen, they're not liable. You can't sue them, and you can't get compensation. That's not even
the biggest thing. So say you don't want to.
They're having an investigation because I told him he should call a lawyer.
Say you don't want to get vaccinated. He's already been to that point, but say you don't want to get vaccinated, then the OSHA has already required it now that they do not have to pay for the tests. You have to pay for yourself to get tested weekly, unless you can find a free place that does it. You will then have to pay for a weekly test until you decide to get the vaccine, until you're willing to pay for it. So I don't know if test prices will go up or how it's going to work, but.
And the big problem is not everyone can afford an attorney.
Hey, Jacob, let Schmidt know what your theory was, because
so they'll take the fucking shot because they can't afford the test.
All right, Schmidt. The three theories that I totally don't believe are that 5G is controlling the mind and ran by China.
Basically, this is the craziest one you heard.
These are the 3 that I think that are connected that I just don't believe in. The other one is that the metal inside the face masks are used for like an antenna to control the 5G and all that bullshit.
No.
The other one, and the last one is that there's nanobots inside the vaccines.
No.
Those are the 3 that I'm like, nah, I can't get on board with these.
And you know what? My thing with the vaccine is, it's like you hear so many different things a day. It's like, man, I'm kind of cool on the whole vax thing.
I don't think
I
don't think the vaccine's as sophisticated or.
If I was now dying and the doctor's like, "This, you don't take this vaccine, you're dead," maybe I'd be like, okay, doc, hurry up.
Well, that's not how vaccines
Does
work.
anyone ever watch Amazing Polly?
But at the same time, I mean,
shout out to the.
I do know how vaccines work, and I do know what we're getting with RNAs is different than what we usually classify as a vaccine.
Usually the smallpox vaccine was they took a needle and stuck a smallpox victim and then stuck.
Well, yeah. What they usually do is
No,
they
it wasn't
actually they
smallpox,
give
it
you
was
they expose you
It
to a
was
small
live
amount.
variant.
They expose you to a small amount of that virus, and then you're supposed to develop natural immunities to it.
This one's not live virus.
Yes, this is not live virus. And
live
that's
virus
it's
is
a different
okay.
it's a different thing.
Spencer, if he
They're
wants to
trying to
come on.
reprogram your body to actually react to the virus by
to
putting
create
something
the
similar to the
so that
virus.
Your body will react to that one.
They're making something that's supposed to be similar to the virus by the spiked molecule or the spiked protein
Your
or whatever
body
it's
is
called.
creating that 24 hours a day.
To what? Stimulate an
With the
immune
Godfather
response.
voice.
And creating the variants.
Glad you're gonna be a friendship. It could have
Let
been.
me tell you a
a contender.
conspiracy. My name's Michael Pena.
Hey, you know what I mean? Michael Pena. It could have been a contender. Could have been somebody.
Now we got to listen to the conspiracy theory that he does believe in.
Yeah.
The ones that I do
Hell
believe
yeah.
in.
And then I got a question for Terry.
And I believe in a lot of
Packs
conspiracy
of
theories.
small dogs are overtaking small urban cities.
This was
I think
way better
cats are
than
gonna
watching
eventually-
Jay fight trolls.
All right. Let me give you the one conspiracy. Okay, I know a perfect one. This isn't a popular one that anybody would think about.
One
It's
you
more
believe in.
it's more probably a phobia. I'm convinced that the next dominant species on this planet is going to be spiders, and if they get to the size of cats, they will take over the planet.
All right. I can see that.
I think
People
this
are scared
would
of
be.
spiders.
I think this will happen by us global warming, and our atmosphere will come lower to the ground, and so lower species will be able to grow larger. And it's the only species on this planet that hasn't been dominant yet.
So you're saying we're going to have a Starship Troopers scenario? We have giant bugs.
Oh, so much worse.
You know.
So much worse. I mean, could you imagine a jumping
do we
spider
contain
that
the
was the
weapons
size
to
of a
fight
cat?
these?
Or a 20-foot iguana?
Oh my god! Well, just think about it. The most poisonous spider is a daddy long leg, and the reason it's
Yeah,
not
and they can't
effective
bite you.
is because it can't bite through your skin.
Right.
Could you
Right.
imagine if it doesn't have to be the size of a cat? I said the
I
cat.
don't kill
If you got
spiders,
all
I
spiders
kill
to the size of a
nothing
cat, that would be the bare minimum you needed to take over the whole
A
planet.
3-foot daddy long legs will fuck you up.
Oh yeah, finger-sized daddy long leg would probably fuck you up. If we were just talking body size, not leg length.
Yeah. So just one of those like those camel spiders in the desert that's yay big would be a daddy long legs that will fucking kill you.
God. Yeah. That would be
What do they
horrible.
call somebody that, for instance, the guy that we were doing an interview with? Let's just say one of those things he said he was lying about. What do they call a guy that lies about conspiracy theorists? Like, hey man, Bigfoot touched my, and then he's lying.
CIA operatives, disinformants, maybe
Disinformation.
trying to
Head of
diminish the whole
NWO.
system itself.
COINTELPRO.
Enemy of the people.
That too.
Pretty much.
Counterintelligence.
Yeah.
There you go.
Anything distracting from the actual whistleblower.
Threat neutralizer.
Oh, you're saying the Bigfoot's a distraction?
Well, no, I'm saying anybody that comes out as a lie like that. I feel like they.
So you guys probably thought the lights
it's a
were gonna
knowing.
shut off.
What's that?
Y2J, did you think the lights were going to shut off, or Y2K, whatever? I know there was a wrestler I said, but
Did
Well,
I
yeah.
think they were going to
Yes,
show up?
I
No,
did.
I knew John Teeter had it under control.
I couldn't care less. Fuck it. If it went bad or not, I'm still good.
I had lots of
I-
guns, ammo, and food and water, so I wasn't really worried.
I was fully preparing for Y2K in
Yeah.
the best form that I could. Just simply packing away extra food, taking care of myself, making sure I had some supplies, just being able to take care of myself. The reason being is because I actually had a Y2K bug on my computer at the time. I had this program that would allow me to take care of clients and would have a calendar program on it to where I could set appointments. And whenever I clicked through to go to the year 2000, went back to 1900. So I thought, hey, if I'm having a Y2K problem on my own computer here at home, I can only imagine all of the other computers that are going on and controlling everything else.
Who's that?
I
Take
don't
it.
know what's going to happen. Maybe the stoplights go down at the very least. Maybe
Can you guys hear me?
the power goes
Yes,
out.
yes.
Who knows? Who really knows? But there was a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of energy spent in order to fix this, and just so happenstance, the company that made that program that I had actually came up with a fix for it and put it out and worked just fine. So
Yeah, they made
and
the pat.
apparently
They made
nothing
the pat.
really happened, I guess, on 2K.
Not really.
Now,
No.
Jerry, aliens or Bigfoot? Which one do you believe in more, or do you look at it both the same?
Hold on, I got a middle ground. Hold on, I got a middle
Oh,
ground.
go ahead, Jake.
All right, who was
He
was
asked me,
preparing
why are
for-
you interrupting me? Do I have to
Because
smack
this is for
down
you. This is
too?
for you as well, Terry.
You're
I know you'll be able to
crying
answer
out
this
loud.
one. Do you
I
think?
can't get a word in edgewise here, for crying out loud.
I got a question for you though.
Okay.
Because you just answered the Y2K one, and I think it rolls off of that one. Did you believe in the 2012 one?
Damn it.
Yes.
The end of the world 2012 one, because I think it correlates more with the end of time predictions of humans. Like,
Yeah.
I like to know what people think of those.
Well, 2012 was the culmination of a countdown that I was seeing, which is another conspiracy theory of mine. Is I see number sequences like 1111, 222, 333, 444. That to me is the synchronicity. I started seeing that back in around 2006 or 7 when I started seeing the number sequence 444. Then the next year I saw 333. Year after that, I saw 222. Year after that, now we're into 2010. I'm starting to see 1111. 2011, I'm
11.
seeing all of the sequences like 1111, 222, 333, 444. I'm like, oh my goodness, I know exactly where this is leading to. This is leading to December 21st of 2012, of which nothing happened other than up to this day. I still see 1111, 222,
The Project
333.
Looking Glass couldn't see past the 2020.
Yeah,
2020.
Jake, you believe in Bigfoot?
Thomas couldn't see past
Me?
that.
Yeah.
If Terry can let me talk.
Oh, I'm
I've
sorry,
seen-
Terry. I didn't know. I thought you were finished. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jake, real quick. You believe in
I have seen Bigfoots and I have seen ghosts.
Okay. Well, we were on
You
a
know-
show the other day with a guy who claimed the same thing. But the thing that threw me off with that
You know-
guy is he didn't finish the story. It's like, all right, dude, if you're going to let people who've never heard this shit before, you're going to say you've seen Bigfoot, magical staffs, let's elaborate. He was bouncing all around. He goes, let me read you this
Pesci.
poem. When he was,
Pesci, I let me explain my Bigfoot story.
Okay,
All
go
right.
ahead, Jake.
Go ahead.
I live in like wooded areas and stuff. Half my town is wooded. If you live
Yep.
in Mississippi, you're living in woods.
Yeah.
You live in the
Well,
swamp.
Yeah. So, the thing is, but I've also seen Black Panthers.
What do you mean you've seen a Black Panther, the animal? Because that's a real thing.
Yeah, the jaguar or the American.
No, I've seen.
We have bobcats and cougars around here.
You talking about
Yeah.
the group?
Cougar is the same
No,
thing. A
no,
panther
no.
is just a black cougar, basically.
Yeah.
and they're-
No,
Yeah,
I've
they-
seen
Like a
they
bobcat.
said,
No,
here's
bigger.
the thing. Have you ever heard of a rougarou?
Mountain lion,
Yeah.
but black.
A rougarou.
Heard
You
of it.
guys have you ever heard of that? It's a
I've heard the
Cajun
name.
It's a Cajun Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about Bigfoots, let's talk about the rougarou.
I thought that was the stink ape.
That's Florida. Florida is the stink ape.
Stink ape. Rougarou is Louisiana.
Yeah.
So they're all over the place.
Yeah.
So they are multidimensional.
Kentucky, they used to call them, they weren't Sasquatch, they weren't Bigfoot, they call them Big Hairy Man, the Hairy Man, or, something like that.
By the way, when I say
Because it's Kentucky,
Cajun,
they don't know no better.
Hold on. Let me give him Jake, let me tell him what this show is real quick.
this is not the bowling alley. This is the Percy Power Hour.
That's right.
Thank you.
Station
Um,
identification. You're a total pro, Pesci.
Skunk Ape. Skunk Ape was the Florida one. They called it.
Well,
Go back on your Bigfoots, Jake.
one of the, I've seen them. I thought I saw one, but I've also been watching these shows like Finding Bigfoot on Animal Planet. I've been seeing those shows a lot.
Going squatching in the woods, Jake.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Also, I've one of the things that people think when you think of animal sightings and stuff, you gotta say, is that a albino raccoon?
A lot of it's misidentification, especially if you have bears and
Albino
cougars,
raccoons.
tigers, oh my, or whatever. But yeah,
By the way, did you know in the Florida
Trust me,
River
if-
system?
if you hear a fox scream in the middle of the night, you'll think it's a baby screaming for death.
Terry,
can I
you
say
think-
You go,
something?
"Ah!" You think it's a fucking baby. I swear. I've been camping enough at night. A fox screaming, you're like, oh my god, there's a kid screaming a mile away, and it's a fox.
I just want to say that
Yeah.
crickets.
What?
The video that I just did, the live stream I did with Ariel, is doing good.
Well, good. Glad you got some numbers, Jake. Now back to
The
your
only
big
thing I didn't like about that interview, Jake, is that I told her not to bring up one name if she's going to come to the community.
Jake,
And sure enough, on Jake's show, she brought the name up
Jake.
6 times.
Jake, where did you see Bigfoot? Where were you when you saw Bigfoot?
Actually, you ever
At your
heard of
house?
the DeSoto National Forest?
Actually, I have.
I actually live. My town is right in DeSoto
Oh,
National
yeah,
Forest.
for the new people on the show, if you hear this noise, you got comment of the night.
And you get
Hold
some
on.
money.
Usually I hand out money. Tonight I'm not handing it out.
Hey,
Did
Ferris
you hear that?
Bueller will comment on your.
If you hear that, you got sound of the night.
Hey, Pesh, dance
Yeah.
break!
Dance break! Hey! Rocking all night on the Bessie Power Hour. We're kicking ass and smoking crack. Shout out to the
Wait, no,
unbacked.
I'm not smoking crack. You might be, but I'm not.
Smoking
I
crack.
don't do that.
Crack? What?
No, grass. He said grass.
Oh, Jake, are you
Jake.
smoking crack again? I told you.
I've been
so.
crack-
Hey,
Since
Terry,
93.
by the way, did you do
Yeah.
a podcast called Wrestle Talk?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did
he
you
can.
watch that? You
No,
actually.
but Pesci sent me a photo about it.
Yeah.
Sent a photo about it.
Yeah, I was bragging
yeah.
about having you on.
You know what I did on that podcast?
You
Is
talked to, you hosted it?
yeah. Did you watch it?
Did you tell everybody to fuck?
I
Did you
didn't,
pull it,
I didn't
Jake?
get to see it. The only thing I saw was the photo. The photo that Pesci
Yeah.
sent me about
Yeah,
it.
yeah. That was actually one of the very first podcasts that I was ever on, ever asked to be on, and yeah, it's a.
Just so
the
you guys know, the
Wrestle Talk
coffin
podcast.
is what we call the camera Jake's in. Because I had a guest one day, we thought he was in a coffin because he was always laying down. So
Yeah.
Jake's
Jake-
all the
Jake-
I'm laying down. Here's the thing.
He's
when
in his
a lot of
coffin.
people, let me say this: when I am 270 pounds, 5'11", 270 pounds, and when my legs start getting like aggravated when I'm sitting in that chair so long, or walking, so I'm having to lay down sometimes. So if I do offend you for being in this what we call the coffin cam, and you can put the coffin cam.
We'll show him that one, Jake, real quick.
Don't worry, Jake.
I don't hate. Fuck off, Brad.
Amen.
Hey, what do you think about?
Yes,
we
Jake.
heard. By the way, we heard about the person who made Doctor Who, passed
Hold
away
on.
today. You heard?
Hold on,
You heard that?
hold on. Before we talk about Doctor Who, Terry, please unpack the interview that Jake just referenced.
Shout out to Mango
Jungle
Jack.
Boogie. Na-na-na.
Which conversation? The one that we just had? The question about
The interview that Pesci shared with Jake that you were just referring to, your first podcast?
I don't have a wrench peshy, by
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah.
Why
Did
not?
something really neat on that podcast, and I highly
find out right
recommend
now.
you go in and watch it.
haven't
Where
found the episode
I
because-
sat down with some personalities from the professional wrestling world, and I had to get my license to actually go and referee in the state of Missouri.
I don't see
In
your
the
names,
state of
man.
Missouri, professional wrestling is actually regulated as
Like
a
Kentucky,
real,
like Kentucky.
legitimate sport. Yeah,
Same way
yeah,
here.
exactly. Like Kentucky. So during that podcast, of which you can actually watch the video on this, I go through the entire application right there, live on camera,
You hear me,
and
Smith?
fill out the application and sign it and everything. And
Oh,
it's
so like-
really historic. No one's ever done that on camera. That going
That's
through
weird.
the whole process of actually
So-
becoming licensed in a regulated
I have
state.
done that. I have actually filled out an app while I was on live before. I have done that.
Nice.
Did you
So-
qualify?
Yeah.
Did you get accepted?
No, it was for like it was for like a stream team. It was for Phoenix Cartel stream team, with
Yeah.
the Team B42 stream team that I'm on right now.
Yeah.
I just had to let the owner. I have to ask the owner, can I be part of the stream team? He said sure, and he sent me a link. I support two stream teams, and that's Team B42 and the Phoenix Cartel. They both are streamer oriented. They're the two owners, Benda 42 and
Not a
Pox,
fake, Poochie.
are good people, and Pox also has a company that I don't have a code yet for, but I want to get one. Is Nova Energy. Nova Energy's 5 calories. No, it's a keto friendly, vegan friendly, and I can drink it with my disability.
All right.
Jay, quick question. Sasquatch or aliens? Which one's real? Which one's fake?
No comment.
Aliens are real,
Both-
man.
Oh, he just said Sasquatch is real, so wait. Yeah, my bad.
So
Sasquatch.
Terry, I was going to
No-
ask
no
you
comment
before we got off
because I said
Sasquatch.
that before.
Yeah.
Do you-
Sasquatch or aliens? So,
Well, no, I also wanted after you said that. Do you want to unpack it, or do I want to unpack Andrew's story? And because I think it ties into how we met each
Go ahead.
other, and
yeah,
Andrew's time travel story is he doesn't have the regular Sasquatch story.
yeah. Okay. So Sasquatch to me is something from Agartha or Hollow Earth. Have I ever seen Sasquatch Bigfoot? I don't think so. Do I know some professional wrestlers that could pass as a Bigfoot and Sasquatch? Absolutely. Or aliens. Obviously, we're not talking about the aliens crossing the border here. You're referring to either alien greys or Pleiadians or Arcturians
Reptilians.
or
What Hannah said, the
interdimensional
Dradians or whatever?
Yeah. Not exactly sure where they come from. I doubt even that the Earth is round. There, I said that. That's part of my conspiracy that I'm just not buying. I don't think it's. I can't exactly prove it. I'm not saying it's flat. Is it some kind of interdimensional reality like a Matrix? Possibly. But yeah, aliens. Yeah.
Would you lean more
I've met
towards?
them.
Would you lean
I got some
more
moon
towards the
questions,
Matrix
too.
idea, though, Terry? Or would
What's
you
that?
lean more toward? Would you lean more towards the Matrix idea, or do you think it's more of like the Pillar idea, where it's raised on high, like a biblical sense?
There are levels to go through, like Dante's Inferno writes about. Yeah, like heavens and hells to go through. I also subscribe to the hero's journey. That's most definitely worth learning about. Just because it puts you as
Charles
you
Robertson.
yourself into the character of your own
Poochie.
life, and thus and such, you have people that you meet along the way that are either going to help or hurt, and it's up to you to discern what their role is and the role that they're going to play in your own life, and in addition to the role that you play. So does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Alien Greys, Pleiadians, Arcturians. Yeah, I buy it. I definitely buy it.
Hey, Terry, we talked about this before on other shows, but, one of the referees that, we have to talk about, you said referees. What do you think about Aubrey Edwards?
Jake, I know you said referees. What a segue
Yeah,
in.
yeah. I haven't
Motherfucker is an
interacted
expert,
with
though.
Aubrey Edwards, but I have a great deal of respect for her. I do believe that she's doing a very fine job of being.
She's the only female referee in AEW
main
right now.
event.
I have to
main
also
event
add,
referee
Jake,
here, and she does a
Jake,
very
the three
fine
times
job
that you
too.
talked to Terry, you brought up Aubrey.
By the way, Terry, you look like Charles Robinson, Little Nate, according to Poochie.
Yeah.
He would have to make
thank
the
you.
hair blonde.
Yeah.
Little darker hair.
Dye
You
your
know-
hair blonde.
Yeah.
When I looked you up on YouTube, it's
Mhm.
taking me to other people like actors and stuff.
Well, yeah, he's
Yeah,
famous,
probably
Jake.
because
Come
of
on.
Dennis Hopper. Yeah.
Just like Joe Pesci.
Right. Yeah.
One of the things, what do you,
And I'm just a referee. Who pays attention to a referee anyway?
Jake
Wrestling
really
fans.
pays attention to referees.
I pay attention because here's the thing: referees are the stars of the shows. They're the ones that keep the law and order in that ring. When the bleeding happened, when one of the
And tell him
2010
when to end the show.
Yeah.
Here's the
Take
thing:
it all.
the referees are the ones that are out there every day. Here's the thing: people don't. I want to get to know the referees more. The reason
appreciate
why I
that.
have my show, and I wanted to have you on the show soon because we got to do this because of we speak the truth on the shows. Here's the thing: I know I'm not gonna get a big referee to come on the show. When I say big, I mean
You're getting
WWE.
Terry Hopper. He's the biggest legend referee that you could ever possibly.
And I just put my
Jake-
foot in my mouth.
Jake, the other thing I wanted to say is I've talked to Terry about this a lot. What I like more about the indie referees is you can look to them to get part of the show. If they're as involved in it as the wrestlers are, you can actually look to them to be part of the show because they're more committed. You can see it in the big shows. They actually try to be background noise. They're not always supposed to be unless there's a guest
Animated.
referee like Mike Tyson or
You
they're supposed to be background noise. That's why they'll send 4 more referees out in the same outfit in order to stop some chaos. Like it's just a gimmick when it gets to that large level. But I feel like when it's on a smaller scale level, it can actually be part of the show. And I don't see that on the large scale as much anymore.
Yeah.
Besides that, maybe distracting the referee, like in a tag team match, it'll distract him.
Yeah. That happens
Sorry,
a
guys,
lot.
I was fucking.
Hey, I want to say that I just put my foot in my mouth again.
Now, just so everybody knows, Jake is the king of chaos, represents the House of Hudson.
He does. He is a chaos motherfucker.
Don't be fooled by Jake. I'm not saying that to be funny.
Yeah.
Good gangster.
You know what? So you know what? I hear an echo, Pesh. It's on
What?
your end.
Is that an echo? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Jake, just keep going. Don't worry about it. Your name used to be Jake Echo. Let me
That's
show
right.
everybody what I'm
You
talking.
you are the Echo, Jake.
Here's Jake's original nickname.
You are an awesome person. Can you hear me? Hold on. You see that? Where's the echo cancellation? I've never had an issue with this. Damn it. Can you hear me now? Damn it. I'm screwing up. Sorry. I can fix it. I can fix it right now. I hear it when I'm talking.
That's a clip from Jake's.
Harry's been a dude. Harry's been here. Here's the thing. A lot of people are asking, "Do you know Rob Steele, Terry?"
Rob
Canada. That's Canada.
Who?
Bro, he's never mind. He's a nobody.
Okay.
Jake, don't call people. I'm a nobody. I'm a fucking 5-time felon.
Everyone is a somebody. Yeah.
Fucking Terry
I mean,
Hopkins
what if
a
somebody
fucking
called you
cat.
a nobody? I know you're a somebody, Jake.
I am a somebody, but the thing is, it's like I'm the one that I have like most subscribers, but Terry's got more fame because he's worked.
Jake's
for a big
problem is
company.
that he'll brag if he's over you instead of being a team. Like I always say, Jake team. We helped each other.
You know that's what people do to me anytime that I worked with people.
Did Pena fall asleep?
Probably.
I'm here.
Pena, you still?
Oh,
I'm
okay.
listening.
He's still here.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Wouldn't it be? I thought he was
He
making.
doesn't
What
have.
time is it?
I know he's not as
Tell me
big
to
into
shut
the
the fuck up
wrestling
before I
as
shut the
the
fuck up. I mean,
conspiracy.
that's just I obey, man. The ref tells
Michael,
you
what
to shut
time
the
is it
fuck up,
there?
you do that.
I just.
Michael, what time is
Who
it there
has the
in
floor?
Brazil?
It is 10 till 3 in the morning down here.
Goodness.
Damn, son, where'd you find
They're
that?
an hour ahead of us.
Thanks again, Pena, for coming on. Shout out to Mike Pena with the Pena
Absolutely.
perspective.
Thanks much.
People will be
folks.
watching this video tomorrow. They'll make
Shout
sure
out to
shoot
Tony
those guys a
Pena,
follow.
great catcher, national base in the National League.
He's actually an
A guy
actor
like me
too.
would never call somebody a nobody. I say I'm a nobody.
Now,
I'm a
personally,
nobody.
my book is about specifically that you have to love yourself. Then you influence others around you.
What do you mean your book's about you have to love
anybody, but
yourself?
you've gotta
It's literally
yourself
for 100
first. If you don't love
pages.
yourself, nobody else is going to love you. So that's job number one.
That's true.
Chapter 2. Love yourself a little bit more.
Chapter 2.
Love
Fuck
others
everyone
because
else.
that's what Jesus told us to do. That's all.
I agree. Just like, for instance, when that guy was talking about staffs and dragons, I wasn't like, fuck you.
Yeah, Jake.
You
I
did
was
it in a
pretending it
different
was
way, right?
normal.
By the
Yeah,
way,
well, see,
I just said if I
I
could tell that
actually do
dude a little
believe
bit
that
of
there's
advice.
graphene, and it's going to migrate to the brain, and 5G is going to make the zombie apocalypse a reality. And there are nanoparticles in the fucking masks
great.
that can be
Harry.
breathed
Harry.
into the nasal
Yes.
passages,
Yes, sir.
and the PCR tests are also shoving all kinds of graphene up in there close to your nasal brain cavity, that separator right there.
I believe in the flat Earth before I believe in that.
How much weed does this guy smoke?
Yeah, I'm not
enough
that
for
guy.
me
Like,
on
for
the
instance,
other
I'm a
side of
guest
the
on his. I'm gonna.
continent. That's how
The
much.
guy looked so serious when he said it. I'm gonna respect him and go, okay. But if I could have gave that guy a little advice, when you're telling a story, when the shit is not normally told, for instance, you're not gonna be in many places and hear about shape-shifting Sasquatches every day or maybe never. That was my first time.
You hang out in the
Yeah,
wrong
see-
crowd, Pesci. God.
Well, that's why I had fun on your channel. That one dude, he would be a hard guy to have on like this with a bunch of people because how he was telling me to be quiet and I wasn't even talking. I've never seen that shit before. I'm like, what do you hear? And then but anyway, but his theories, I think he needs to elaborate. Like, if I was him, as soon as I started talking about Sasquatches and shape-shifting Sasquatches, I would at least elaborate it. The way he told it, like it was a little too quick to where it could sound bullshitty. You know what I mean? I'm not
I
saying
don't know
it
if
was
you saw
lying
me.
or
I don't
not.
know if you saw me in the interview. I was trying to get him to slow down and be like, "Hey, before we jump to the next topic,
We
break
all
this down a little bit more. Let me pick your brain on this."
He goes, mute his mic, save the questions at the end, because a couple of my questions made some sense. And the craziest part about the night, Terry, was this. I literally had a legitimate question. I'm walking to get this book of a
Jake
game
with
I
knife,
played.
Scary. It's not a real
Hey,
knife, Boston.
hold
It's
on,
not
Jake,
a real
this
fucking
is
knife.
important.
Mute
This
Jake.
isn't like when Jake brought up Benoit on purpose. He always
You know
brings up
what?
death.
I'll talk to you guys later. I'll talk to you guys
Later,
after the show.
Jake. He does that all the time. That's normal. Just so you guys know, that's normal. But anyway, I get up to go
Is
grab
that
this
what you
book.
guys
'Cause I
call
wanted
on
to-
the spectrum?
What?
What?
Well, anyway, this dude was reading, kept calling them poems. And what's funny was when he was done reading the first one, I was like, that's a poem? Who wrote that? Because it didn't sound like a poem. And And he goes, well, it's not a poem. It's just something I wrote. They just starts reading a bunch of these. But I didn't understand any of the words he was saying. So then I go to I always say weird things happen to me. So I remembered where I put this book that had this staff question. I literally go to grab it. I've always wanted to ask somebody this question that knows about the shit. And he disappeared. Right when I had the book, I got right here. I had the book. I was like, whoa, he's gone? Yeah, he got mad when I was like, I wanted to stay on the staff. He's like, can you mute him? We want to finish this thought. Bro, you were just talking about Sasquatches in the kitchen, Trump being president, whole bunch of shit. Maybe you got to finish the first story. Like, I don't know. It was like, and it sounded like there was a bomb going off. And he's like, fuck, I got 3 minutes to get this shit out. And it was like in the middle. It wasn't even like we were like all screaming like tonight. It was just me and Jacob were just sitting there like.
No, I was 9.5 hours. I was 9.5 hours in. I had just finished a bottle of. At the same time, I was 9.5 hours in. I had just finished a bottle of whiskey, and I was like, "God damn, this is kind of hard to unpack if you're jumping around." I'm not gonna lie. Right. I do want to hear more about this, but I do need to get you to slow down and break it down because I was pausing him on certain parts because it was just a lot for me.
Terry, this is how it felt.
Yeah.
He was talking about when you say you saw Sasquatch in your chicken, that's enough. This guy threw the word shapeshifter. I know what that is because of a game I play in because of watching goddamn television.
Yeah.
So he's talking about that. I'm like, okay, I want to hear the story.
I've seen them in person.
Yeah.
I saw him in Star Trek.
You want to hear this story of the Sasquatch's kitchen. And then all of a sudden he's reading a poem about the guy named after the Telsa or this guy. And it's like, dude, why don't you finish the Sasquatch part? What were you eating? Blah, blah, blah. Then he starts talking about magical staffs. The guy was jumping around like we were playing make-believe. But it's like, dude, hold on. Not everybody knows. I'm asking him a legitimate staff question. Mm-hmm. And he goes, try to save all questions to the end. Save all questions to the end. Did you just hear everything you just said? We're not going to remember this question. Let's start off with staffs and Sasquatches, and then we'll roll into Trump.
Actually, I had to do this with some of my guests the other day. I had to start getting a pen and a pad because there's so many things that I want to ask in the beginning of it, but there's some guests that I have that are thinking on a different spectrum than me. And I really can't. I don't want to interrupt them to throw them off their path. I started doing,
and they usually fight with you when you interrupt them, so that's also.
But dude, he was talking about Sasquatches like we're like, okay, yeah, that happened to my grandma a couple months ago. Slow down, like Jacob said.
Well, hey, there's people down in like Carolina and Tennessee and the Smoky Mountains, you know. And
he can make money off those stories.
That say they've.
Oh yeah, he's been on some of that guy you're talking about that you think's crazy, Pesci. He's been on some of the biggest channels on YouTube.
I don't think he's crazy. I think he needs to learn how to talk to people and tell a story a little bit more when you're going to be talking about Sasquatch.
If you go up to Oregon, Pacific Northwest, they have a cottage industry on Sasquatch and Bigfoot. People take excursions out there just to
go see Bigfoot while somebody else
makes on Bigfoot merchandise. Someone just like going to Roswell for aliens. You know, same thing.
Yeah, you're right. It's a profit.
And I think he could be an interesting guy, but he should start one story at a time. Like, okay, hi, my name is.
If he was personable, he wouldn't be interesting.
Let's go, Brandon.
I mean,
and then he goes to me. I'm the type of guy that could get along with that guy because I'm the type of dude that even if somebody's smart aleck or they're rude, I can handle that. I'm not gonna be like, yo, hey, we don't play that around here. No, I was listening. Like he made the one comment where he goes,
Lock Pesci up. Lock Pesci up.
No, he wasn't saying that, but the dude, what did I say, Jacob, where I came in and he goes, oh, if you do that on a lot of call-ins, they're going to boot you. And I'm like.
He was talking about your reverb on the background. He's like, yeah, if you call into any show.
I thought he was afraid of my questions. Because I was wait a minute, okay, quickly on the staff.
He was just talking about, that was before you put your headphones on. Like I said, I thought it went away. I thought it was a little bit more when after you put your headphones on, he was still hearing it, but I wasn't hearing it on my end. That's when
what's his name again?
We're about to play a game, Pesci.
Do you want to play a game?
Hello. Hello.
Pesci
hello,
has the voice for the.
I'm doing a sound check. Now, what was his name? Ryan. So I don't even know the guy I was with. The guy we were. What do they call him?
John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt.
I will call him
Oh,
Ryan.
that's a
my
great
name
name.
too.
I will call him Ryan.
So Terry,
Because
this is what
I think that's fair. If he's not going to be here to be able to unpack how he felt about it. If we're
Not
just
right
going
now,
to be sitting here
Jacob, give
talking
me a
one
minute.
ended on
Not
it.
that, Jacob.
Okay.
Jake Hudson, give me a second.
Go
Jake-
ahead, unpack it.
Jake Hudson's trolling me at the moment.
Hey,
But look,
Jay
at the
Hudson.
end of the interview, Hopper,
Yeah.
before I went and got the book,
Yeah.
I was like this. I pulled one of these.
I was like, hey, buddy, we do want that goddamn staff. And then he was looking at me funny. I was like, we want the staff. I talked to a few guys about the staff.
That's fucked up.
Maybe he thought you were a demon or something. Fuck, who knows?
He's a
Give us the staff. It was just like randomly like that.
Joe Pesci as Freddy Krueger, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Now, was
Look
was
it.
my voice mod working, guys? Because I can't
Yeah.
hear it.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
Joe
Yeah.
Pesci as Ronnie
You
James
sound,
Dio.
you sound exactly like Joe Pesci would if he was playing Freddy Krueger.
Right. Or Joe Pesci playing Ronnie James Dio. You had
I
it
know
down.
none of those.
You don't know Dio, the musician, rock star, Rainbow, Dio,
Oh,
Black
the
Sabbath?
diver!
Dio. Oh yeah, Dio. Yeah,
Rainbow in the Dock.
Dio.
So if they were able to hide JFK's murder,
Dio.
then it had to be like authorities that helped then, right?
Do what?
Do what?
I'm saying, you know how you guys said, what's his name, Oswald, the theory of Oswald
I
killing
think he
JFK?
was shot. I think he was shot in the car. You didn't ask me my theory about it. I think he was shot in the
he
car
was
by
sitting
somebody in the car.
when he was shot. Obviously,
Yeah.
everybody saw that.
Yeah.
No, I think he was shot by
That's
one of the
rude as
people
fuck.
in the passenger or front seat. Is what I'm talking about.
I'm just a patsy.
Governor shot him.
Jake,
I don't
that's
think it
rude.
was from
You
anywhere
called me
else.
and I just wait a couple minutes. Let's
Come
hear
down.
why you called me and interrupted me, Mr.
Jake,
Hudson.
you
This guy
faggot.
is
You know, by the way, Schmidt was the one that told me to come back on.
I did.
I don't got a problem with you coming back on. I just said give me a minute before I brought you in. These guys are talking about serious shit, Jake.
I'm sorry.
We're not talking
Damn
about-
it.
Alexa
You're
Bliss and
fine,
man.
Jake. You're fine. Jake, do what I do. Just do this. Hit stop cam and you can
I
back
can see in
out.
Jake's eyes he's tired.
Back it up.
He doesn't do the best podcast when he's tired. He knows that.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
But guess what? What if a wrestler gets tired? They have to still work.
That's right. Jake, you are the business. What can we say?
When are you gonna tell him you don't like wrestling, Jake?
Jake hates
No.
wrestling.
Jake likes the stories of wrestling, similar to
Right.
me now with the storylines all taken out.
I hate
But he
I,
hates main
I hate the
roster.
main roster of wrestling. I like NXT, AEW, Impact.
Jake likes the promos.
Well, what I
not
was
the
saying
actual
about JFK before Jake came in talking
Yeah.
about Guns N' Roses, I think the law had something to do in his killing.
Daisy's
Whether
Live.
it's Secret Service or FBI, CIA. I just don't think it was,
Pesh.
Yeah.
Daisy's Live.
That's good.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Jake.
And Guns N'
Thank you.
Roses had a
Jake.
song about Kennedy being killed called Civil War, where he says, "What's so civil about war?"
That was more of a Lennon quote, but that's also good.
Yeah, well, you know. It was Guns N' Roses. It was 1990 or whatever.
No, I'm saying, yeah, dude, that was one of my favorite fucking
Be
songs.
back in 1 minute.
I tried to
Okay.
get laid to that
1
song.
minute.
It didn't work out too well for me.
Yeah. Well, you know, you can't have what we got here is failure to communicate, which is the way he wants. Well, he gets.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great Jake
We
Echo.
have, what was it?
Failure,
There is a failure to communicate.
which is the way he wants.
Sounds like they're working.
And what he wants is
Have
what
a
he
great
gets.
show.
I don't like it more than any man.
Sorry.
Now, those are some deep fucking lines if you actually go down those.
Cool Hand Luke
rabbit
is a
holes.
fucking great
shit.
movie. Yeah.
Talked about overall programming. Holy fuck.
What about cold hand? Cold hand. I think it was cold hands or hot lead. Hot leg, cold feet or something like that. I forget the name of it. It's a Western with Don Knotts.
What do you mean?
No, it's hot lead, cold feet.
Fuck
'Cause
that,
that's
H,
usually
what
the
is
recipe
that?
for
Yeah.
death.
Yeah, hot leg, cold feet. Yeah.
You know what
Because you shoot
movie
your
I'm talking?
gun, you're gonna be dead.
That and They Live was another great movie about
Oh, They
predictive
Live, man.
programming.
Holy shit!
My dad was actually he loved his westerns. We would
Westerns
always
are great.
he
I love 'em.
there was a
Who
show.
doesn't love a western?
There's a show out in Alabama called Cowboy Way, Alabama that my dad liked before he died, and it's on INSP, the Christian channel.
Yeah, it's like a they play a bunch of old westerns, Bonanza and John Wayne shit. Yeah. I know what you're talking about, Jake.
Branded.
Branded. Yep.
Other
Let's
shows.
go.
The Rifleman, all that good shit. But
the Virginian.
I watched Clint Eastwood, The Unforgiven, the other day.
There it
I love
is,
that
I found
movie. It's great.
Unforgiven.
Also-
great movie.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood's the fucking man.
What do you guys
Jake.
think about?
For our guest tonight, I'm going to play this little 10-second clip. I want you to explain the clip at the end.
Jake.
All
It's
right.
nothing bad.
I'm
Okay.
gonna sing a song about Jesus.
Are you?
Now, Jake, when you said that, how come you didn't go along with the song?
I was drunk or tired when I said that,
wait a minute.
and
He
here's
was
the
drunk.
thing.
He was drunk or tired.
Or
Let him
tired.
talk, Schmidt.
I'm usually both.
Here's the thing. That
We're all
was
three.
a out of context clip where that was an out of context clip. And here's the thing,
Wait,
because
what? How was it out of context?
Right. Hey, this guy's great, Terry. He'll get.
You lying son of
He's
a
a case.
bitch.
It's a zebra
All right,
you're
ready?
arguing with. You can't argue with the zebra.
All right, well, how about this one, Jake? Then explain this one. Here's another 10-second Jake clip. Jake, we want to know what you were thinking when you were singing this song.
Bowling is a piece of shit.
I was thinking
No,
bowling.
change it to Mountain Timer.
I still think that bowling's a piece of shit.
What about Mountain Timer?
Jake hates this guy for no reason. He just always.
No, I hate Ian Rotten for no reason.
Jake hates everyone for no reason. What are you talking about?
By the way,
Hate
people think.
is such a strong
By
word.
the
Jake.
way,
You need
people
to
think
get
that you
out.
worked at IWA.
Did you work
People
at?
think
Did
we're
you work?
people, Jake.
Yeah, Terry. Did you ever work at IWA Mid South with Ian Rotten?
No,
Okay.
no, yeah.
Well, now you know, Jake.
Poot Ninja was telling me that you worked
No,
there.
no, he thought he wasn't for sure. He thought you may have.
What it came down to was this, and I really had to think about this and go through, what are the memories here, because I've worked for so many feds and companies. What it came down to, and what I remember was, I worked on a show that they used the IWA Mid-South ring for an afternoon matinee, but it wasn't an IWA Mid-South Ian Rotten show. It was another promotion just using their ring, and then later that night, they had an IWA Mid-South show. So, have I worked for Ian Rotten and gotten a payday from him or been on
No,
an
you
IWA
didn't.
Mid-South show? No. Especially on during the ultra violent hardcore stuff, definitely not. No.
Yeah, the shit that made national news like
Right,
what,
yeah.
3 or 4 years ago.
No,
It's like
I didn't
you need to
have
get a
anything to do
hepatitis
with
test
that.
if you went to the show in the front row. What?
Yeah. No, not interested in that.
No, fuck that. That's bullshit.
Personal preference is all.
I'm sorry for asking
there are plenty
that.
of other referees that will.
No, you're not, but it was a good question, Jake. We appreciate it.
Yeah, good
But
question.
here's
That
also
was
the
a planned
thing.
question. If we could go back and rewind that question about Jake, that's nothing to be sorry about. That was a planned question.
It's a good question, Jake.
All
Good
right,
one.
hey, play the clip that I know you have one clip.
I'm going to show you guys real quick if Jake at his best real quick.
All
If he
right.
gets to know you well
I want
enough.
to sing a song about Jesus.
Here's Jake's thoughts on the business.
Timer's the
shit.
biggest piece of shit in the business.
He's not in the business.
Yeah.
Who?
He
That was
thinks
Mountain
everyone.
Timer.
He thinks everyone is the biggest piece of shit in the business.
Ready?
You know,
Yeah,
here when I say the business, I don't mean the wrestling business. I mean in what we do in the podcast business.
Just in life, basically.
But here's the thing: what people don't know is people. And yes, I am
Jake loves
breaking
this
the.
next one.
I
Jake,
am
send me a
breaking.
pizza.
I am breaking the fourth wall right now.
So Jake
That's
was on a
fourth
show
wall,
one
you
night
say?
with me.
Wow.
Wait, there's
Jake
another
was
wall?
on a show with me one night, Jacob, and he was sending
What wall are we
links to
talking
enemy.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he was
And he
sending
said
links
we're
to a
accepting
dumb
the
fuck.
links coming on my show. And Jake would disappear and then come in and do something like this.
Who said that? Fuck
was
you,
Jake.
JJ. Fuck you, JJ. You piece of shit. Brian Alfred is better than you.
And that's his enemy. This guy that was really fucking with him, he just told that guy that he was supposedly friends with, that his enemy who's fucking with him is better than you.
Fuck you. Hold on, let me do it properly. Hold on here. Let's see. Fuck you.
I loved it.
By the way, I like that when you put that on. You had that logo on
All
the
right.
bullet
So
show.
this next one, this is the guy that Jake
The
sends
two
the link. Jake acted like he was friends with the guy. He sends the link to him. I keep him on the show. I'm being nice to him. Then Jake just starts fucking with him. There we go, part one.
Oh, there's a good logo right there.
Fuck you. No one likes you here.
I'm sorry, you a jackass? Are you being a jackass? What?
No, Schmidt just told
What?
me to cut a promo on you.
And you're watching Daisy. And you're watching. By the way, I'm watching Daisy right now.
All right, well, I'm gonna put her on this TV.
What?
Then, Jake.
All right,
Don't worry.
cool,
I'll
man.
watch my girl.
What's a promo?
Promo
What is this
means.
language that you're speaking? What?
Wrestling.
Oh, must be some kind of carny language or something.
I guess.
Jake's not here. Here's the thing. You want to talk about respect?
Uh-oh, here we go.
We got Michael Pena. By the way, Michael Pena, I sent you a friend request on Facebook.
Don't accept it, Michael. I dare you.
I was actually going to do that right now, but anyway.
All right, we got
Jake's fine.
Pesci.
He
We
won't
got
bother you.
legalized freedom. By the way, hey Pesci, can you Claymore legalized freedom, please?
I'm gonna show you guys what Claymore is. So I'm not gonna do it to Schmidt, but if Jake, when I first started doing shows with Jake, I used to tell him, Jake, you're gonna come on the show. Oh, let me get Jake up in here. I go, Jake, if you come on the show, you can't bring the sad stuff, because normally he'll tell you a sad story, but his thing is, then he'll repeat it 35 times after. I already heard him 15 times. So I said, if you come on my show,
Take your camera off, Pesci. Turn your camera off.
I'll show him in a second,
Tell
Jake.
him
Let me
what
show
to
him what a
do.
Claymore is. So if you say something stupid on the show, you get Claymored and kicked off, a little timeout, but I'll do this.
Oh! Claymore! Claymore! From out of nowhere!
And then when we come back, somebody will be out. It
Yeah.
started with Jake, but then eventually I started doing it to other people.
Jacob Waters has a wall of fame that he screens all of his viewers and
He's pretty
guests
much a
that he's
pro
going
at
to
that
bring
shit
on.
now.
Yeah. So
And
yeah, he vets them. Yeah.
Jake
Yeah,
brings
no.
him on his own show, but that's a different
Hey,
story.
I'm lucky I actually get on this show every Thursday.
That's true.
You get a
Yeah,
whole hour to yourself, Michael Pena. Come on.
I started
Yeah, like when
this shit with him.
we were,
man.
because see, now that you know us a little bit more, when
You
we
can
were
take,
coming
like,
in and
Monday
telling you
through
those
Thursday
people
or
were.
whatever the fuck. Take Tuesday, whatever. Make Tuesday.
Listen, I
10
had
hours.
on my
That's
show.
possible, I'm sure he's
Hey,
up to it.
Michael.
Claymore
Mike,
Jake.
oh,
I'm just
Michael
kidding.
Pena.
What?
Michael, I had the real Allison on my show today.
Real Allison.
He doesn't know who that is, Jake.
Jake, don't say it like that to him. He doesn't know that. He doesn't
He doesn't
understand.
know.
that.
He has no idea.
So Joe
oh.
Pesci, Joe Pesci. Yeah.
Okay.
Terry
well,
Hopper, you're a very special guest here tonight. What's your
Uh,
next question for me?
There we go.
All right, my next question for you is, you remember when I was talking about when on that show that me and Jacob did,
Yeah.
and the guy was he went to the presidential thing, but he went the bounce around.
Yeah.
My question would be, when somebody's doing that kind of stuff, don't you think that they should just kind of, when you're telling a story of something that doesn't happen on a daily basis, like getting a cup of coffee, don't you think you should elaborate on the one story to where if you're just going from boom, boom to boom, it could sound a little story-ish?
Sure.
Like, I could have did a better job saying Bigfoot was in my kitchen, which he never was, than he did, and Bigfoot was in his kitchen.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Yeah, you got to wonder if that was just this. A person can have so many experiences, and at the time when he was explaining his story, how many different tangents and third rails can one go on? And at the same time,
Third rails are always good.
Yeah.
Like when Michael
not those rails, Pena.
When Pena went into his detail with his shit he was talking about earlier, you could hear him talking from the mind, and then he finished his point. And it's like, boom, boom, boom. And when you listen to him talking, dude's talking about Sasquatches, and he's just like, 2 words, boom. This, boom. Hey, man, maybe you should dive into that series thing.
Yeah.
See, Mike's talking from a theory perspective. This guy said he physically. I just wouldn't say on show number 1. I believe, I saw Santa, my mom, and all this shit day 1. I would go, you know what? Let's start off with Sasquatches shape-shifting my kitchen. Let's go.
Santa is real, motherfucker, okay?
I would ask him a normal question. He would say, can we mute his mic to the end? I'm like, bro, I asked you a legitimate question about a Sasquatch.
Yeah.
Why are we like Jacob said, need to slow down. It felt like there was a bomb set, and this guy only had a few minutes. Fuck, man, I got 3 minutes. All right, listen, I got 4 poems for you guys. And they just started reading. It was like he was reading off a barrack or something. It was kind of wild. Go watch it.
So
you want to watch an interesting show? Watch that segment we did with that guy. I would definitely do that again.
Nice.
If Bigfoot is real, I want him to be like Harry and the Henry.
Yeah, hey, bro, let's slow down. What were you in, like another world yourself?
How would your life change if Bigfoot were or were not real?
Not at all.
Therefore, like my physics professor said, if it doesn't affect you, then it doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
He goes, I might have time traveled.
If you live in Bumfuck, Oregon, it might matter, I guess.
Okay.
That'd be like, I just saw a dragon.
Dude, but if he's Harry and the Henderson, he's hiding out of my house. I'm
how,
telling you.
How does one explain time travel?
But no, this guy was saying he experienced, but don't just go, oh, fuck, I think I did. Okay, we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Like, I thought I had COVID. That's one thing. You think you time traveled. Let's hear why.
Okay.
Pesci, you need to watch, like, well, maybe the movie.
Where I tested the guy, if you go watch the interview, I started talking like I was one of him. So I was like, okay.
Yeah.
So then when I started talking like one of him, it was like, you'll see in his eyes. He was like, if you were the staff holder, you wouldn't be able to answer this question. Why are we, this is a good damn question, buddy.
Okay.
And then why when I say I've had runs in with, I'm just giving examples.
Said it's a good question. What's the question?
The question is, explain time travel, and if you have actually experienced,
he couldn't explain it, but I get that, dude.
You went away from it like you almost forgot what he said.
Of which I would be happy to do if everyone else shut up. I just so happen to be the time traveler here. You're asking the question, but yet you're all talking over me, so I'm just going to
not.
Here.
I'm not.
Come on, Edgar Casey.
No, Terry, go ahead. I wasn't even talking over you. That was probably Jake or... Sorry. It's hard to have 5 people.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
I know, Jake. I was kidding, bro.
Here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing. It's every fucking time with you blaming me for shit.
We're not blaming you, goofball.
Jake, it's a joke, and they know we were kidding, dude.
Edgar Casey.
No, let's hear what you wanted to say, Terry.
Edgar Casey took a smoke break.
Okay. Time travel.
I'm sorry.
Really got me.
You're fine, Jake.
He's laughing. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Terry. He did that on purpose.
Okay. Time travel. Is he still here? Is he gone?
No, he's here. He's right there.
Okay.
I'm just saying. He makes it.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I'll mute my mic.
To make sure that he wasn't kicked off or anything. So okay.
So he
Explain
screams
time
again.
travel. This is what got me fascinated by Andrew Bashago, who claims to be a time traveler on the Truth Quest with Aaron Moriarty. Now, let's take the Truth Quest with Aaron Moriarty. Let's break that synchronicity down here. So I was actually on an actual radio show several years ago, back in the year of, by the way, 2012, of which came up earlier. And this radio show, which was broadcasted out of Pennsylvania, was called The Quest, and it was hosted by Terry Hopper. Not me, but another gentleman who, by coincidence, his name is Terry Hopper, and he works as a radio DJ. I myself am a radio DJ. And how I found him was just running a Google search on just my name, and he popped up. And so I called him up, and we had an on-air interview, and that was great. Several years later, I am now watching Andrew Bashago, of whom I am interested in because he has a very interesting story, similar to a dream that I had back when I was around 8 years old. I had this very vivid dream of actually going out onto a Revolutionary War battlefield, or what was soon to be a battlefield, and meeting with George Washington. And when I met with George Washington, I reached up, handed him a package, and that was supposed to help him lead whatever he had to lead in the revolution and win the war, apparently. I woke up from that dream. Again, I had that dream when I was 8 years old, woke up. It was very vivid, almost like a nightmare, I guess. It's just how I was feeling. I've remembered that dream ever since, until I heard about Andrew Bashago, who traveled back in time and met with Abraham Lincoln. Well, that's kind of similar. He went back and met a former president. Sounds so similar to the dream that I had, until recently I discovered he had the same experience with George Washington in being a time traveler, traveling back, meeting George Washington, handing him a hologram so that George would know that he was from the future or an angel, something of the sort, to let him know that, hey, we're here on a special mission here from the future. If you do this, you're going to win and you're going to go down in history, what have you. But from there,
and Terry, I did want to say what Jake wanted me to say is Jake did introduce me to all you guys, so shout out to Jake Hudson for doing that. We appreciate it, Jake. Thank you for bringing us to the big dance.
Absolutely.
Thank you for introducing me to Pena, Jacob, and Terry. I just wanted to say that so Jake ain't fucking kicking cans around.
Absolutely.
Oh, I
go on.
him as a friend on Facebook as well, just to make sure. So yeah, he's on there. I've got plenty of stuff for him to look up as well.
As
I didn't know Paul Pena was there first.
The Andrew Bashago claimed to have done it through, what was it, Project Looking Glass and Project Pegasus, where he
did Pegasus Looking Glasses Q.
Yeah. And they literally sent him back into time. Now, for me, it was just a vivid dream as an 8-year-old. So
that's why I had those crazy dreams about war like that.
Aura.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I had those crazy dreams about war like that forever.
Sorry, someone just texted me and asked me if I wanted to maybe meet Vince Russo.
Yes, you say yes. I would go to Neptune just to meet Vince Russo one more time.
If it's a show that I can do invites, I'll bring you on there, Terry.
Sweet. sweet. I appreciate that.
If I'm in charge, I doubt I will be, but if
Yeah.
I find myself in a situation like that, I promise I will message you.
Thank you.
And you can come on.
Thank you. Absolutely. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I'm a man of my word too. I wouldn't just say no fucking nonsense.
I know that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Really. Thank you.
He's like the mafia over here.
No, not like the mafia, but
is
that who they think though killed JFK?
I make
No.
you an offer you can't refuse.
The mafia got blamed for it. I'm sure they knew about it, but it wasn't that. Military-industrial complex.
Always. They're more
I
powerful. than
only
the
met
mafia.
Vince Russo once in TNA, and it was just casually hanging out in the gorilla position down in Nashville for TNA. And yeah, it was too short of a meeting, but I'm grateful for even just that time.
Yeah.
But did he say bro 400 times?
I think that's
No.
more of a thing he does now on air.
Bro.
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 This guy was over here,
Bro.
bro, and this guy he was like, bro. You
No,
know what I
bro,
mean? It's
that
like,
can't
bro,
work,
come
bro.
on.
Bro. He was
Oh,
doing
Jacob
bro
Waters' internet
before
fuck, he said?
Yeah,
Matt Riddle was doing
it was in the
bro.
private chat. He said his internet's fucked or acting goofy.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
says,
what was
"Remember,
that?
Pena,
There's something else I wanted to bring up, too.
I can break you." That's what he said. That's what he said. Jacob Waters
Oh,
said.
so here's the other thing I believe in.
Yeah.
You know
Dude's full
how
of shit.
I hate to use the word gods or whatever, but I used to always say like a black cloud follows me around because of stuff I did when I was younger. I feel that way. Like
If you believe it.
one time me and Schmidt were doing a show with Bull, and I don't even have this channel. He was getting ready to let me do a part of the show by myself, first time ever, after the show. So, and this would have been the first time Bull wasn't on the show, I was on the show, and I could probably be a little bit more loose and say shit. Because remember, this is a Democrat, heavy leftist. So even if I did have an opinion that was right, if it wasn't his opinion, he's going to tell me I was wrong. I understand those kind of guys.
Yeah.
I don't say I agree with them, but, you know, because I think you always got to listen to both sides. You can't just get an
Both
opinion.
sides.
I hate when people, like, I'm talking about a movie, for instance. Somebody will talk about a movie they never seen, or they'll go into, like, detail, and it's like, dude, you really don't know shit about this. Or, like, my one buddy was talking about somebody that's on the show, and it's like, you've never met this person. You don't even know. You don't even know if this person's joking, working, or whatever you're seeing. Meet the person yourself. Like, I learned in prison, I could never afford to be racist because I could afford to be a judge of character, meaning meeting somebody and seeing if this is a guy I can do business with and trust, no matter what shape or size they are.
Right.
I think you got to be weary of everybody. I think the weariness levels are going to vary because some people may have not seen this person or dealt with a guy like this or never been in a neighborhood. Like I live in a neighborhood where I'm the only white dude on the street. And that's only because it's a mixed neighborhood. It's the west side. Like, for instance, the east side down here would be predominantly black, to where the west side is black, Mexican, and white. So there's all types of people. You know what I mean? Integrated. So I moved down here when I got out of prison because I knew I wasn't going to be a saint anymore. And I knew if I moved in a neighborhood like I do, which isn't a terrible neighborhood, it's just a lot different than ones my mom grew up in. It's kind of like New York, to where they're doing the shit now where they cleaned up. Remember when Giuliani cleaned up downtown New York?
Yep.
You know what the thing is? They're doing that around downtown right now here on the west side.
Called
Compared to
gentrification.
Yeah. So when I knew, I came down here because all the people that are all selling drugs and all that shit sell more serious drugs that I don't play with. And with weed becoming so 1 hour from where I'm sitting, it's recreational in Michigan. It's medical up here to where I got a card. Obviously, when I went to prison, that was before 2010.
Yeah, it's
I haven't been in
recreational where
trouble.
I'm at.
I moved down here. I haven't been in trouble in 12 years. But that's because I'm not Sure. but I'm not the big bad wolf down here.
That
There's
actually
wolves
brings
and
up,
shit.
that actually brings up a curious question for me. I mean, with what you
Go
have
ahead, ask
as
it.
far as yeah. Well, yeah, I'm just trying to understand with weed becoming just, let's call it, it's legalized. With it becoming fully legalized, will those charges of that you have dealing with weed in whatever way it was?
That's a good question. I'm going to tell you.
Is that going to be expunged,
Yeah.
or is that still going to be on your
When
record?
I-
How exactly is that going to read out in the Fusion Center when someone types you up?
See,
They're
this
gonna
is
get-
how lazy I am.
They'll get rid of that shit when it becomes legal recreational. Ohio.
This is how lazy I
Will
am.
they?
By
I mean,
far,
you're
yeah.
talking about government bureaucracy here.
Well, every other
Who
state
knows
is,
what those
but you got to
fuckers
pay to do it.
So this is what I was saying. When I got out of, when I'm saying when I started selling weed and shit,
Yeah.
like I said, I was in broadcasting school originally.
Yeah.
But I started making so much money selling weed where I really did get blinded by money, where I wasn't making cash like that ever. And I threw a party at my parents' house and I wasn't living there. And what's funny is when I graduated broadcasting school, it was either I go this path or this path. Before you know it, I wanted to be in radio, but I wasn't putting the time in to go job search. Even though I did really well at the school, I was putting the time in and on drugs. And before you know it, not because I had a usage problem, but when you're in the life of dealing and other types of hustles, you could get blinded, and before you know it, you're in trouble, to where all I did was sell a half pound to a kid, but he had a wire on, which means 1 felony. Then they felony you for the weed. Then sometimes they'll throw a little phone felony on there if they're creative.
Yeah.
What killed me was I didn't know throwing weed off a balcony my second time. Throwing weed, see, this is what sank me. Throwing weed off the balcony was worse than the amount of weed I had.
Yep.
Imagine how silly that sounds when you say it out loud.
It's called obstruction of justice.
It's called tampering with evidence, Schmidt. But
Obstruction of justice, same thing.
I never knew what tampering evidence was. My thoughts of what tampering evidence was not throwing weed off a balcony. Tampering with evidence, I thought, was like, for instance, they would give it to people that would swallow their coke.
Well,
Matt, you know what I mean?
The argument being is if you throw it off a balcony, then who's going to find it from there?
Anybody can pick it up, and you're actually giving it to you.
And I was partying when I was younger. I was drinking a lot more.
Public endangerment.
Cocaine. I was doing ecstasy.
Yeah,
What's up,
because
BC?
when my buddy got busted for weed, he went and
Let
flushed
me
it.
talk to this guy real quick. BC, we got guys in, special guest tonight. Mike Penna with the Penna Perspective. Terry Hopper, who is a wrestler. We were talking conspiracy theorists earlier. My man Jacob was on. We were going with theory that you believe in, craziest, and craziest one you ever heard. But now go on. I just want to let him because he's a new fan.
But yeah, my buddy, he got busted and he went and flushed just a bag. It wasn't a lot. And like joints and shit, whatever.
The law is too hard on certain drug dealers to a level.
And the cops came, they're like, well, we know you have it because our informant said you have weed here. This has been 20 years ago.
Terry, you could go sell a 10 bag of coke.
True story.
You could be labeled a drug
True
dealer.
story. And he goes, man, I flushed it. They handcuffed that motherfucker. He was only down at the station like an hour or two. Don't get me wrong. He never went to jail. He called a lawyer, whatever. This is 20 years ago. Yeah. And they got him for obstruction of justice, tampering with evidence, because he admitted that he flushed the weed. Like Pesci threw it, you flush it, or you swallow it. Obstruction, tampering, and interfering with the police investigation. All, like Pesci said, they'll give you fucking 20 charges and make 3 of them stick to give you time.
Yeah, it wasn't even like, for instance, when they were labeling me a drug dealer and I went to prison, I wasn't on like the way they make it sound when they put it in the paper. I was nowhere near the way they make it sound like when the judge is like, all right, Michael, blah, blah, blah. You're looking at case 105, which is a traffic. And you're reading these charges off. You're like, holy shit, how does he not lock you up at your hearing them read like that?
Right.
Because there's he don't say weed. He might say trafficking marijuana. He doesn't just say, okay, you got caught with a bag of dope. They try to make it sound bad because they're putting the guys in these prisons and they're making the money on them.
Right, because grandma and grandpa are the only ones actually reading the newspaper, so you have to give them the news and always make it bad news because if it
Make them feel
bleeds, it
safe.
leads.
Like, we're locking up them dope smokers.
Like, I know people that told, and they weren't even looking at time like that. Like, the guy who told on me, if he wasn't such a scared little punk, he would have found out that the amount of weed and what they got you doing, bro, before you pissed your pants, you would have got some probation or know the law. This guy sets me up. Now I'm dealing with a million felonies in a world that I never got out of.
Yeah.
And once you got those felonies, like I said, only people looking to bring you in on jobs are guys that know you, or unless you're a skilled craftsman, which I wasn't. I wasn't a welder.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm not like a heavy lifter.
It was also part of the shakedown in the suburbs, because the suburbs, that's where people have money. And
so they build suburbs. They build another prison for the suburbs. Guys like me, short timers. Let's get all these short timers in a prison. They won't kill each. They really do focus on guys not getting killed nowadays.
Free slave labor.
There you
like
go.
back in the day, you know, they show movies. You see guys dying in prisons.
But
Some
they charge
prisons
the
had
taxpayer.
that trouble, but nowadays they don't want no one dying because that warden, he wants to keep that job.
Well, of course.
Once guys start dropping dead,
every
they're done.
inmate is a check, baby.
It's a cash cow, man. You can't get rid of the cash cow.
Right.
Yeah,
Now
and when
they want you alive.
And they have certain jobs that they know as long as this prison is going, we're going to get that amount of money saved. That's why when they say if you have one rock and a gun, it might be different nowadays. But if you had one crack rock and let's just say a gun or something like that, for a little 10 bag of dope,
Big boy prison time.
They'll put you in big boy prison for 5 years and make sure the restrictions after probably get you to reoffend because it's like, you go to fucking prison for 5 years,
That's
dude. It's hard to get out and be normal again unless you were like a guy that cut down trees and shit or somebody that does a trait that nobody else would do. But you're not going to be able to just get out like me and go fill out an application at a radio station. They're going to pop my record up and
again,
reading
what
my
is it that
record.
you want to do? You have to create your own objectives and your own goals and go after those.
But I wanted to sell weed when I got out of prison. My mind was
Yeah,
set
but
to
see,
continue.
that's what got you into prison. So the objective would be to focus on something a little bit different.
Well, now that it's halfway legal.
The weed didn't really get me in prison as much as the girl that told on me. And then
the person that puts you in prison is the one that puts you in prison. And he's a piece of shit and he deserves to be there himself. However, being that, like Terry said, the hamster wheel, don't get back on the fucking wheel. That's the whole
there was
thing.
nowhere else for me when I got out, though. I didn't have a lot of
Because you can't
family.
visualize something else for yourself. If you can
True,
visualize
that-
it, you can make it happen. So start visualizing something different. What are possibilities? The cars are a possibility. The connections are definitely. Why? Because
Joe Pesci
living on
impersonator.
in
This is my
margins
first
means
year with
that
a
you depend
computer.
on people.
I never owned computers, none of that. I gambled and I always dealt with green. And when I say I gambled, I'm talking I gambled. Where it was almost like a daily thing. Like I got football bets on my door, but I don't do it like I used to. I
There's
finally
a lot of
found
felons out there that
podcasting.
can't even use a computer because of order.
You could be a Joe Pesci impersonator.
So that's definitely something to be very grateful for. That's and you're obviously great at it.
I'm not a
Look at
year
your
in either.
setup.
I'm
It's
only a few months in.
astonishing.
Yeah. No, I got you've seen it. Yeah, I took the
Oh,
picture. I
yeah.
got the three. Yeah. I always said if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna go hard in it. And what I told Bowen was the first day we met, before I went on his show, tell me this ain't a sign, Penna. I put in his fucking DM. This is a true story, proven. It's on film everywhere. I said, "Hey, buddy." The guy didn't know who I was at all. Yeah, I remember no shows, nowhere to look. I wasn't really on Facebook. I said, "Hey, tomorrow I'm going to be a guest on his show because I said I'd make a donation to have me on." I go, "Don't worry," because he always worried about trollers. "Everything's going to be fine. I guarantee you have me more on in the future." So when he texted me back with, "Son, in my business, guys that predict their own shots, especially in a man's DM, fall flat on their face. I don't see you lasting no more than 30 minutes. Like I've showed Schmidt a bunch of times the clip of saying that.
Go ahead,
And then when
experience. He knew what he was talking about.
So during the show, though, he said, "You're the best guest I've ever had," and that's including the celebrity ones. This was a comment made.
Congratulations, Pesci.
Beautiful feeling, isn't it?
Well, it was interesting because I always knew. I said, if you get me in there one time, I'll be able to just keep going. You're not going to never see me again. And I already had Twitch on my mind, which was the game streaming, because I do a little
that's
game
you're
streaming.
right at the end of the tunnel.
It might be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
and some
look at what you have now. Yeah. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's why I always said I'm not, and when I got into this, I'm more like happy to do it. I'm not trying to make money from it. I'm just glad that I learned how to use these computers, learned how to edit videos. These were things I didn't know how to do. Like Pena said, I didn't have a vision when I got out of prison because the first people I saw weren't people that could say, hey man, let me get you a job. It was drug dealers. And when you get out of prison, your time's already ticking because it's not like I had a family to go home to. And that was my choice. I didn't want to be the guy calling for prison, come up here, visit me. I told the girl I was dating, go meet somebody else. She happened to be there when I get out. But that was just luck. You know what I mean? I felt like when I went.
She loved you. That's why she was there.
And I used to always make this comment when people would talk about presidents of the United States. Even though this isn't how I felt, I used to say this. I just never voted because I just don't know anything about it. I don't know what I would be voting for.
Yeah, no,
I never watched.
I understand, yeah.
The illusion of choice.
Yeah, so I used to always say,
if you believe that.
I don't vote on a president.
Until you
I
get
vote on
involved.
myself. So that was the slogan I'd say. I always say I vote on myself.
It's only like in pro wrestling. It's only an illusion until one gets involved and sees exactly how real it is.
Right. So I think what's funny is the thing. I think that's going to happen next. And
also like wrestling that they pretend to hate each other while they all go to the same country clubs, schools, restaurants.
Let me tell you how weird signs work.
It's like two wolves and a sheep deciding what's going to be for dinner.
Yeah,
oh, Shady J with the rain again, back to back. Get the hell out of here. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't even know you were live, Jay, or I'd have came and watched you.
The Shady
I
J.
had time travel guys that have theory, conspiracy theorists on the show tonight.
Now, was that...
Shout out to the Shady. This is a big-time guy right here. He's has a page called Game Chasers and Shady J Show. He's kind of a pioneer.
Is that Marty the Butterflies people?
No, this is way different, buddy. This is bigger than Marty. This guy was like innovator, and these guys used to hunt for games and sell them before everybody knew what A, B, and C was worth. You could get this, or everybody's doing the Pawn Stars things. These guys were on the road in Texas getting games. You look at how they're living, it's like, man, it looks like they're having the time of their life. The conversations that you could get into, But shout out to everybody who came in. Look at all these people we had come in. Berserker Games, OGT. I'm sorry, Jay, I missed the show. Retro Broski in the building. Well, we've seen him before. Fraser Harris in the building. Jake, you're missing the raid.
Jake!
We're looking out.
You're missing
Well, like I said, if you're just joining us tonight, we were talking about Bigfoot. I was a part of a show the other day. It's on my page where in the same half hour,
you got
the
20
guy
people
said,
watching on YouTube now.
Imagine if you were on a show, Jay, where the dude said, I saw Bigfoot in my kitchen.
Hold on. Shady J says, what's up, man?
I know, I see. I'm telling the story. What's up, man? So I'm on a show where the guy in a half hour goes, I saw Bigfoot. I believe in Bigfoot. He's a shapeshifter. Within 10 minutes, he was talking about magical staffs and then ended it with Trump as president. Let me read a couple poems. They weren't even poems. At the end of the first one, he goes, I got a poem for you. This is all I said, right? Straight face, right? I go, buddy, real quick. I go, that was a poem? Like this sounded like it was like a message from somewhere. I go, who wrote that shit? He made it sound like he was about to read us a book of somebody or something, right? Like, you know, I can't even think of a poet's name, but you thought he was going to read something like that. This guy was like, on the seventh day, there's going to be 19 steps. I'm like, dude, am I really not understanding this shit? What am I hearing? Oh, shit. The Raging Gamer Alpha just subscribed. Shout out. We are live on Twitch.
I got
Shady
one for you.
J Show.
Here.
Go show him some love.
I got one for you here. You mentioned Edgar Casey earlier, a poet, Edgar Allan Poe. So, Edgar Allan Poe versus Edgar Casey. Who would win?
Edgar Casey.
I don't know who those people are except for Edgar Allan Poe. I know wrote poems.
Yep.
I bet you I know the poems of the guy you're talking about, though.
Telltale Heart.
I just said if I did see Sasquatch and I'm on somebody's show and I'm meeting him for the first time, we're going to slow down and stick with Sasquatch first. And then lead into like magical stats and shit. I'm asking him questions. He goes, hey, buddy, I hear some kind of noise. I called him out. I go, because what's his name kept muting me. I'm like, bro, nothing's wrong with my mic. There's nobody here. Everyone's being quiet. He started putting on like hats and shit. You guys would have laughed at this question. I go, hey, buddy, you just said you experienced time travel. Is time travel like Fight Club where, you know, we don't talk about time travel? The first rule of time travel is we don't talk about time travel because you don't. Well, go on.
Well, who would believe you? I mean, I'm sitting here saying, I'm a time traveler. Do you believe me?
Or the crazy people try to kill you or something for it. You're a time traveler. You killed Daddy.
Is Jacob's internet still fucked up? Jacob Waters was with us earlier. Yeah. I just was interested in these stories, and I wasn't about to be like, hey, bro, fuck you. Bigfoot isn't real. Hey, buddy, let's hear the story. Like, dude, how I would help that guy out is I'd say, yo, bro, you're sitting on some gold. These stories. And the way you tell them, that look that's in your eye, it's not the guy. I'm not saying he's telling the truth or whatever, but when these guys have that look in their eye, you want to bring them back. The only thing I would say to him is, hey, man, you can't jump around the way you were. You were just floating around. You're like, yeah, last week, me and my buddies, we think we traveled in time. Trump's president. Hold on, let me read you a poem real quick.
Hold on.
And then he started reading. This is the best part. You guys got to watch it. He goes, all right, I got another, he started, eventually not calling them poems. He's just reading these off, and these poems were nowhere more interesting than when you just said Bigfoot was in your kitchen. That's why I was questioning him. And then when I started saying this shit about staff, I went and grabbed this book because I play a game called Magic. Okay. I was like, fucking
Magic
around.
the Gathering,
Yeah, Magic the Gathering. I was fucking with the dude. Like, what's the first rule of time travel? You can't talk about time travel. But you got to be able to answer those questions. Not everybody hears that shit, bro. Why don't you throw a left at him? Like, okay, let's talk a little bit about that. What do you mean you think you travel time? Actually, I thought I was going to be an actor.
The first rule of time travel is do not date your grandmother.
Hey, Chuck, this is your cousin Marvin Berry. You know that new sound you're looking for?
Those people that date their grandmother are time travelers, grandmother daters. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we got a very special guest.
Oh, no,
not Jake Hudson, baby. From Chicago, the Windy City, Jacob Running Waters.
There you go, Jake.
Who's this guy?
The guy that could destroy me because, after all, he did make me.
Jacob, you
No, wait. Before I was signing off, I heard you go on this rant about how small my channel was. So I was like, hey, wait a minute. I will destroy you. I made you, senor. Jake wouldn't have a channel if I wasn't doing his Thursday.
I wouldn't say shit about your channel.
No. About me and Jake started doing Thursdays together, and that's how we started. That's what I was talking about. It was clearly a joke.
Shady, we love you.
All right. You know I got no fucking sense of humor.
Someone wants to know, is that a basement or a chamber, Jacob?
All of the above depends on purpose, I guess.
We got a lot of new faces in here. Berserk Games. These were the guys I was telling. People. I'm trying to get into the gaming community because some of my podcasts are similar to yours. We were just talking about random shit, sitting around doing nothing. I'm trying to do something that's kind of either a topic show like we did tonight, which was awesome, or do the gaming because it's like with the gaming, you meet more people.
Yeah.
There's more. Like somebody just subscribed to my channel. That was a paid sub.
I sent a few people over. I was trying to live stream
the Shady J Show.
The Shady J Show.
Yep, that was the name. It's a
Shady
podcast
J.
I watch. A guy who plays retro games.
Sherry J.
Sherry, tell me why you don't have the new video game background up now.
Eventually, I will. You're talking green screen.
I'm talking about Terry Hopper, and he's about to be on a video game, and he doesn't have the video game background up that he told me he was going to have up.
Terry?
Yeah, his audio avatar. He told me it was going to be
live. Let me show my dude a little love real quick for coming in here. Unless he's off now.
Terry.
Yeah, so that's a good question.
Dude, because about the Joe Pesci. Oh, go on, Terry. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sometimes I can't hear you guys.
Here's the thing. I tried to. I'm not logged in. That's why. I just.
Here's the thing.
Yeah. So what Jacob is talking about?
Oh, I guess his
camera
shit was
here,
over.
and there's no picture here, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So earlier, I was on the Jacob Waters show right here on YouTube, and we were getting ready for tonight. So I had an old picture on that I wanted to take down, put up my new promo photo so I could, get in gear here because we're going live here tonight with Joe Pesci. So I
got a funny story about the Joe Pesci thing because the guy who rated my channel, I used to always say, "Hey, come check my channel out. I really do sound like Joe Pesci."
Yeah.
And then people are shocked. So it's like when they see the name, then they're like,
Yeah.
Mango.
So here we are now tonight. I just simply clicked on the direct link that Joe Pesci sent me through.
He's talking about me on his show too.
And
to me, that's a big deal.
I didn't have to log in. Apparently, I'm not logged in. I could log out and then log in and then put my camera on, and then you'll see my promo photo.
Oh, that was awesome.
It takes 2 minutes. It's not even 2 minutes. It's less than 1 minute. Just reconnect and do it through your YouTube.
Okay. I'm gonna leave. Here we go. I'll be back.
No, he's got a great shot that's coming in on the video game he just got signed for, and I feel like he should be showing it off. If you're gonna be in a video game, I mean that's iconic to me at least. I mean, if I could be in a video game, I definitely would.
Absolutely. However,
hold on, thanking
you guys
you
heard
for
the
coming on
birds
the show.
singing. They usually do that.
He's playing Mike Tyson's Punch Out from the 80s right now.
It's 10 till 4 now, so I'm going to take advantage and bid my adieu. It has been fun. Thank you very much for the invite, Pesci. Jake, much appreciated, and I am aware that you could destroy me at any moment.
That's not the case.
Chris, not the first time I've seen you, and always piques my interest every time I've communicated with you, so look me up. Find me on Pesci's, his friend now as well.
All right.
Find me on Facebook. We'll set something up. We got some good conversations.
Otherwise, we're every Thursday on the Jacob Waters channel. You'll always see the Pen of Perspective on Thursdays.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Mike. I love you. Thanks for coming on. We're gonna have you again. What happened to Terry?
Thanks.
He's coming. He's reconnecting to get his picture back.
But he's got his video game thing. But anyway, thanks much, folks. Appreciate it. Good night.
Good night.
You guys might hear Jay in the background, but that's only because I'm talking to him too. Dude, Pena, thanks for coming on, Brody.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Pena,
Jacob, you could stay on with us as long as you want.
Where are you
Pena's-
at, Jake Hudson? thought Hudson was coming back in.
So what? You said we could talk about anything tonight?
Well,
Yep.
what we're gonna definitely do is I'm gonna figure out days, like I'll run them by you, like on certain days, have you guys come on for like an hour, hour and a half, and we'll make that a segment to where it's like, you know, like I called it the Diving Deep with Jacob Waters.
Digging
And then
deep with Joseph.
once a week we do that, and what happens is eventually we'll have a little portfolio. Maybe you could bring some other guys on. We could have the Sasquatch guy on, do different things. You know, I'll figure out something.
I'm not gonna lie. It'd be hard to get the Sasquatch guy on if you refer to him as that.
No, yeah, you're right. Well, I know what you mean.
Interdimensional
personal, man.
jumper.
Yeah, I just know he takes them a lot more serious than you do. Don't get me wrong. I see the disconnect. He didn't unpack it right for you. For a first person like figuring it out for the first time and trying to understand it, I get it how he didn't unpack it right for you. But at the same time, I could also see the disconnect where he's like, "Oh, this guy was just trying to fucking troll me or make me upset." There it is. That's the stuff.
Pesci, Retro,
Yeah.
Broski,
And Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Retro Broski. You see how it says retro?
And
They play old games. Like right now, Jay is playing Tyson.
Pesci, give him a Merry Christmas.
Oh, shout out to Mango. What's up, Mango Jennifer? Mango, I actually have a sound effect for you. Let me find a sound effect.
Money, money, money.
We have this is when Mango Jennifer says hello or she comes on the show. We play that.
Oh, I thought we were gonna
Shout
play
out
the
to
Jungle
Mango
Boogie.
Retro Broski, thanks again for coming in. Shout out to the Shady J Show. That made my day. That ain't like a Jake Hudson raid.
Hey, I brought you to the big dance, you ungrateful motherfucker.
Now, I always do give him credit for that, but what he doesn't ever mention, people, is I paid for that.
Fuck off.
Think about
Pesci.
giving somebody money every day for 6 months. I paid for that, Jake.
Hold on. Speaking of hold on.
That's why people would say, why do you give him money every day? And I'd be like, well, dude, he usually brings me in new communities that I end up meeting people from, good people, like
Someone
Retro,
special wants a
the
link.
Rev Sauce Network, fucking set up my whole channel, the Streamlabs part of it. So if I get like a dono, it'll pop up. My buddy Frank Kirsch, who the stream sponsored by, he pretty much taught me computers.
I gotta interrupt for a minute. Terry, did you get to see this? Did you get to see this thumbnail?
Which one? I'm not
Which
even
one?
The one that Pesci made. That shit is fucking hilarious.
What up,
Oh,
Shady's
the,
back? Another one? Holy smokes.
The Excellent Adventures.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really good.
Love
Did
you
you
all.
think that, Pesci?
I mean, I assume Pesci made it.
Hold on, let's play this for them. Wait, let me give them a special thanks. Hold on.
Yeah, yeah.
I would like to give a special thanks to the Shady J Show and the rest of the retro gamers for coming and seeing Mr. Pesci, aka the future.
It's Freddy Krueger.
Did it work?
Yeah, it did.
That's not my Joe Pesci thing. You know what? They say good karma's a religion. Sometimes it'll come back to you. So,
But hey, Pesci, can you pull up a screenshot of that thumbnail that you made?
Excellent adventures that you made for us tonight.
Yeah, the Bill and Ted's
We're in the
Excellent
photo.
Adventure one.
the Bill and Ted one? I don't know if
Yeah.
let me see if I can pull it up. Give me a second.
Here, I got you.
I shared it with
Really
Terry.
good work.
I got
you
it
wanna
in
do
the
it quicker,
background.
let me
If you
know.
share my screen, I'll show it if you don't have it.
Hold on. I think I just found it.
This shit had me laughing.
Yeah, it was great. Beautiful work.
Oh, I'll just pull yours up. I don't know why mine's not on downloads. So, oh shit, you can't see it, but it says your name on it.
I can scroll up and down on it.
Yeah. Show them where it says Jacobs. And so I'm Rufus, obviously, and you two are the time traveling guys.
That's great.
And it says Joseph Pesci, Jacob Waters, and Terry Hopper. Now I have a guy make those, so that's why I said if we start doing this, once a week, you guys come on for an hour or whatever you can do.
Is that so great?
That's so talented. That's
so.
Really
I was ref.
Cool.
I was like.
I love it. Excellent work. Thank you. Really.
Totally awesome.
Yeah.
I got one of these too. Here's my Twitter. Holy smokes, we're live on the Pesci Power Hour. There's 30 people in here.
Yeah.
Wow.
We're talking about lions, tigers, and bears tonight. Tonight, the talk was time travel, Bigfoot. Shout out to the 30 people that are in here.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Shady J. But anyway, tonight in the building, we were talking about stuff that you might not normally hear. The stuff from the other side.
Crazy
the unbelievable stuff. The theories, I don't know, what would you call them, Terry?
Joe Pesci, you are giving an excellent promo there. You're truly a professional broadcaster.
Well, according to Bolin, I don't know how to do anything.
This is an old school radio show. If you may have heard of Art Bell Coast to Coast, because that is what I am certainly reminded of with this radio show, this podcast here tonight, because we're talking Bigfoot, the paranormal, ghosts, time travel, aliens, UFOs. Did I mention time travel? If I did, I'll mention time travel
in the chat.
And 420. Here we go. It's that
west of the Rockies.
Joe Pesci, please.
Cheers.
For you noobs in the chat, it's not space travel every night. Sometimes it might be freelancing. I might be playing games. I got that shit set up.
Yeah.
Marty the Moth, wrestler from Lucha Underground. We might start doing a Mario Kart tournament kind of thing, or something with Switch where you could get multiple people playing on, like all of us could be playing the game and bullshitting in Discord. I'm a big fan of Dr. Disrespect. That's what's in my background. Shout out to the Doc Champions Club. That's what really got me wanting to do this stuff. But shout out to the 30 in the building. Berserker Games, Squiggles. Holy shit, he really does sound like Joe. I told you, I go in other chat rooms. I go, hey, what if I were to tell you I really do sound like this guy? They say I do. I didn't know I do. I hear it all the time. I've never called myself that. My nickname was always what's on the screen right now. Future. Future was my nick. I stole it. That's why I always say I'm the 5-time felon, the nickname stealing, the multi-shot calling, which I did in Bolin's chat, the Joe Pesci sounding, the future himself, the man that called
newcomers. He's a funny guy. What can I say?
So you got
I've got boogers
BC in
on
the
the grill
building.
here too.
Crazy Fish in the building. We're making clips for the remainder of the evening. As Terry Hopper is in the build, we got Schmidt from Louisville, Bolin County, Jacob Waters, we're the house that Jordan built. We're kicking ass and smoking grass all night, taking questions. Why is that? Hold on. It's supposed to be louder. I hate when my shit's like.
He is the third wet bandit for sure. He'd be the one they would blame it on.
Now, here's what's crazy. Holy shit, Squiggles just subscribed. See, they don't pop up on the screen. Eventually they will. But if I was in OBS, their name comes across the screen. Thank you for subbing.
Yeah,
that man that just subbed, shout out to you.
You can pay him to do verses for birthdays, yes.
Much love. You don't have to pay me. I'll do it for my fans for free. We got 36 in the build. Where are they coming from? The Pesci Power Hour just got real. Jacob, is there anything you want to add to the night?
So what if I was to come over there and kick the ever-living shit out of you?
I would come to your birthday for free.
Children of all ages. DJ
You can pay me to do a lot of things. I'll tell you
Tag
that
team
much
champions
right
of the
now.
world.
You got the money, honey. I got the time. Yeah. What do you want?
What do you want? If
You want to pay me
I
to
would
do
go
what
to
for
your birthday
birthdays?
party for free. For free, I would go because I bet you would meet people there. Network, you never know.
And I tell you what, if you like Joe Pesci, Hank Hill will come to your birthday party as well.
He said you
Bobby.
could get a cameo.
What do you mean, Dad? If it ain't about that
I've never
baseball,
had this many people raid me, so just so everybody knows, this
Pesci's
is
in-
history tonight.
Hold on, Pesci.
I've had small raids. I got raided and went to prison once. For
Schmidt,
weed.
I'll do voices with you all day.
Pesci is from Cleveland,
Harry, I'm
Ohio.
coming.
The other two guys are from
Shady J
Illinois.
Power.
We got two Illinois guys. We got Pesci, who's from Cleveland, Ohio, and myself from Louisville, Kentucky. That's the tri-state area-ish.
And I have the first ever rated X channel. Meaning you could say whatever, but just know that sometimes they'll take it out with the red triangle. See, I usually test the copyrights to see what I can do. Learn what songs do what. See, I'm not monetized yet. So if they really did I remember the worst they did to me was they blocked a video because I played a Macho Man clip. Soon as that was removed, yeah, you lose a couple. Whoa! Whoa! We got a sub from Jay! Holy smokes, what a night! Luckily, I stayed on late, thanks to the time travelers. We did a late show. Hold on, let me make sure this shit's turned.
All that music makes me want to do is like do lots of designer drugs and go back to the club 20 years ago.
If you out there got any questions to the guest about time travel, Sasquatch, feel free to ask them, even if they're crazy.
Stockton, California in the house. All right.
Because nothing was more crazier than the show I was on with Jacob the other night.
Mashley thinks I'm a serial killer in my basement.
Cool. Be a lot cooler if you were.
I always tell people I was stuck in Jumanji for years. Bolin rolled the dice. He rolled the dice on the number that gets me out of Jumanji.
You need
That's
1,000 subscribers before you can monetize.
Plus 500 view hours.
Yeah, we know that.
I think 2,000. What is it? 2,000. God, I can't watch time, or is it?
Be a lot cooler if you did. That's all.
Well, for me, I'd rather meet the people. So let's just say I met a bunch of people, even if I didn't make shit in the end, just to have the
the gaming
DJ
alpha.
Visualize, just sub. Sorry your name doesn't pop up. That's on the other thing.
The gaming alpha, we have Illinois, Cleveland, Ohio is Pesci, and myself, Louisville, Kentucky.
And this is the first time they've been on my channel. I've done stuff with Jacob, but we just met.
Yeah, we're new. Jake Hudson and Herman pulled me in.
We got the Midwest, the Mid-South, and all around, baby.
And I would have Herman on the show, Herman the Great, more, but he's kind of busy. California time sometimes fucking interacts with us different.
Yes, we call it Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Skunk Ape, Amua, or whatever the fuck they call them down in Louisiana.
Get the kid, Harry.
What was the other name they called Bigfoot? It was
I always try
Sasquatch,
to get Pesci to say the Sticky Bandits.
The wet bandits.
Steph from Canada has a question. Can you answer her question for? You guys are the Bigfoot guys. I only seen Harry and
so they have Bigfoot where everyone is, probably a different name.
I think that's pretty accurate.
Sasquatch, yeah.
If you go to if you go to like Minnesota, it's like a Native American name they call it. Not Sasquatch, not Bigfoot. It's got a
and any northern name they usually call it a
Abominable.
Yeah, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. You're right, DJ Visualize. That's what it's called. Exactly. That is a holiday movie. It'll be coming up soon.
Squigs?
Christmas viewing pleasures.
Squiggles in the build.
Retro Broski says much love from Texas. Hook 'em Horns, Texas.
I almost can't believe this
about
is happening.
Bigfoot the monster truck, are we?
Oh, yeah. Now, Gravedigger was a hell of a monster truck, too, though. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Gravedigger Bigfoot at the Kentucky State Fairgrounds. Saturday. Be there. Insert name of generic state town that you...
Sunday.
At the Ohio State Fairgrounds, Bigfoot and Gravedigger. Also, Bo and Luke Duke from the Dukes of Hazzard.
Interesting about this question. I got a tooth pulled.
Oh, you
and
did?
I've been recently looking, do I get a silver one or a gold one?
You should. You will become the real Joe Pesci in Home Alone. Hey, Mom!
You know what I mean? And like I said, if you're just joining us, I was on a show the other night where, like I said, there was a guy talking about Sasquatches that he physically saw and that they're shapeshifters and a whole bunch of other shit, magical staffs.
Yep.
If you're a fan of, some would say make-believe, some would say theories. I don't know what this guy would have called it.
Are we talking about religion?
No, we're talking about what that guy was talking about the other day when he said he
Well, you said
had
make
magical
believe and
staffs
theory,
and
so I thought religion.
wizards and souls flying around.
Bob Lazar's story. Yeah, I believe Bob Lazar. Had no reason to doubt him.
Yes. Matter of fact, Jacob Waters even and I pretty much agree on this. There's two people in the that tell stories of time travel and all of this that have just been so consistent throughout literally the decades, and that's Andrew Bashago, the time traveler that I mentioned earlier, and Bob Lazar, who allegedly, or let's just say it, he worked at Area 51. He worked on the UFOs, the dimensional UFO, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. And he knows his stuff, and he's been consistent.
And if you remember, the Bob Lazar said he discovered this new element on the periodic table they had no design for.
Yep.
And then years later, that element became
But here's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
I was so infatuated with that other night. Oh yeah, did you give me the one other video too? I would pay for that one. The one when Servap was in the chat, that one's more for me.
I'm pretty sure I deleted that whole video because of the porn bombers.
Hey, Pesci, send Boston.
That would have not got you in zero trouble, man. I'm telling you. Hold on, we got.
I would beg to differ.
Pesci, send Boston a
Well,
link.
you might have had it on some child. This channel, ladies and gentlemen, is the rated R.
Yeah.
But all of my videos, all of my videos can be viewed by any age people.
Steph, you're in Canada, eh?
Paige.
What's
Pesci,
that about?
Paige, Pesci, whatever the fuck your name is. Send Boston a link. Your link that
Like I said,
not working.
this is the Pesci Power Hour. Around here,
That that does look like good pizza oven, Terry. Put a stone on top of that motherfucker. We have some pizza.
He's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
Pesci, send Boston a link. The link you sent me, I forwarded, is not working for some reason.
Right now, we got a raid going on, Schmidt. I'm trying to focus on the chat.
Well,
I don't hear you reading it.
Well, we can.
Jay,
I'll
you're
handle
the
the chat
man.
while you send.
I actually
two
have
in the
burgers
build.
on the grill here.
Get them
Yeah.
flipped.
I have hamburgers on the grill here. Yep.
Steph in Canada. What
Terry
part
is
of-
cooking hamburgers.
What part of Canada are you
It's
from?
for the boys.
Steph from Canada. What part of Canada
Well,
are you
hey,
from?
go back
in
to
the
SCP. What was that question? I saw SCP.
Does SCP 2003 count for time traveling?
That
I'd have to look up what
time traveler. That he can't control it.
Let's get the weed going.
Like, yeah. I know the case that you're talking about. SCP Foundation, secure, contain, and protect.
Yep.
Allegedly, there's this organization that works, I guess, kind of like the MIB, and they take care of paranormal and
You mean the Men in Black?
travelers, aliens, all the way up to things that could just destroy not only our world but the whole solar system.
Are you talking about the real Men in Black, right?
No, this is a foundation. It's a long story. You'd have to look into it if you don't know what the SCP is, though.
No, I was talking about. He said the MIB. I was like, the real Men in Black.
No, he said the
Depends on how
SCP.
you want to take it.
Now, here's something I do guarantee, and I'm not saying this to be a smartass. The show we were on where the dude was talking about shapeshifters and blah, blah, blah. What's funny is this. I'm so good at telling stories, I don't even know what he was talking about. But if you just said that stuff, I would be able to tell a fake story better than he could tell the real one if it was real. That's how you got to be like when you're, like you said, slow down a little bit. You know what I mean? Sometimes I wasn't understanding the words in that poem. Not everybody speaks that, buddy. Might want to elaborate.
Share this, Joe, if you got a chance.
Oh, without a doubt. Coming right in. What's the SCP Foundation?
Yeah. Secure, contain, and
2003. Exactly. And it's a forum where people note certain I don't know, entities and buildings. I mean, there's a lot of classifications that fall into SCPs, but it's usually just the containment process of them. And the one that was referred to is the 2003 SCP. And yes, like Terry said, is a time traveling one.
Is Santa Claus
but
a theory?
it has limited abilities.
Is Santa Claus a theory?
Santa Claus is
Are we
real,
done with
bro.
oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. Yes, Virginia, there is.
I'm asking
a
you guys,
Claus.
is Santa a
If you
theory?
see
I
it
don't know
in
what
the sun,
Santa
Santa was a real person. The spirit of Santa is real. Is Santa real now? No. But he was real way back yonder.
See, I didn't know if that's just like
No, Santa
like
was a
who
real person.
comes up with Santa?
He was a
Ooh,
real person.
I wanted to bring this up for you guys before, and everybody was busy talking. So let me see. I'll pull it up for you right now. But because everybody talked about me like I was crazy when I brought up the mushroom.
I don't think you're crazy. I just sometimes don't understand the words.
No, it's all good. That's why I like to give people a little more context.
Like when Mike Penn earlier was calling the people that are fighting over our Earth, supposedly, what did he call them? The Meridians? Remember, I was like, what's the craziest theory you believe in? He's like, Meridians and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, whoa. Explain the Meridians.
I thought they had another name they called them, the Guardians.
I'm getting the name wrong, obviously. That's what I do best.
Yeah,
but
the Guardians or the Angels or what, the ones up above fighting. There's a name like
I love you guys all that are in here. To the 30 of you in here, I appreciate it. Thanks for coming over for the raid, asking a few questions.
Absolutely.
We'll never
Thank you.
forget the Shady
the
J.
real Santa put gold in poor people's
I did tell Schmidt this would happen.
shit
Schmidt,
back
what did I
in
say?
Turkey.
One day.
You got this. Can you pull this up, Pesci? This is what I was talking about with
about the horror movies. You want to answer this one, and now I'm pulling it up right now.
Krampus.
Oh, yeah, the Santa one is what I was talking about.
Mine's always Scream. Scream's my favorite horror movie. Archangels. We talking X-Men? Okay, what are you showing us, Jacob? Is this a
All right,
recipe?
so this is the Ania mascara Christmas, which is the mushroom that I was referring to, that is red with white dots that makes people hallucinate, that I was talking about. Reindeer eat it, and then people drink the reindeer piss. The Ania mascara is found in the northern hemisphere under conifer and birch trees, just like presents found under the Christmas tree by excited and happy children. This explains the tradition of Christmas trees and the gifts wrapped in red and white placed under the tree, just like magic mushrooms. This is what I was referring to earlier when I said mushrooms are similar to the presents under the tree.
Yep. That's where they got the red with the white, or the red dots with white. Or
and I said New Zealand, and I was way off when I said New Zealand. Yes, New Zealand, because somebody in the chat said New Zealand. I've never seen mushrooms in New Zealand. They do have mushrooms in New Zealand, but not the Amanita mascara.
Not the fun kind, anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's like Germany, Turkey, Europe, Eastern Europe. That's where
Just having trouble going through.
there was two different versions of Saint Nicholas, but the one that became Santa Claus was
I'm trying to get these sound
giving out
effects.
gold in what is modern day Turkey, I guess.
Oh,
Automated.
yeah, and that has a lot to do with paganism ideas too, and what was pushed.
But the tree was way before Christianity.
Well,
The
and that's
tree-
the thing, but Christianity was used to tie in with paganism. I mean, everybody knows. Like, if you look at a big,
Right.
biblical
You
statement,
just copy
Jesus
the
was-
existing holiday and make it yours.
Yeah, the birth of Jesus didn't actually happen in the winter.
No,
Like,
it happened like
we know it
June.
Yeah,
Right. Technically, Christmas would be like June 24th, basically.
yeah.
I know nothing about.
Bunch of ideas tied into one.
Hey, let me tell you though. Just imagine
How did
if
we
we
go
switch
from horror
Christmas.
movies to whatchamacallit?
Hold on, let's
Okay.
just switch Christmas to June or July. Dude,
Boy,
can you imagine the party that you would have for fucking Christmas? It was like, all right, we're going to combine our 4th of July and Christmas party.
Oh, we got a
New
two
Year's.
chops going on. Two chops. There is no rule.
We can go
What you
swimming.
do is, Terry, is you eat what you're cooking, and then you give it a rating 1 through 5.
You got it.
You're the chef in this case. You don't have to
Yep.
say who cooked it.
Because
I do
July,
a little-
let's just say July 24th, you can swim in at least 40 of the lower states, right? At least. Depending on your
If
tolerance.
Santa is
of
real,
cold.
I just thought of that. LOL. Shit can
I'd
be
say-
ruined early for them nowadays.
I'd say
Well, now
as
you
well as the
Google
upper
is
state
real.
in July. at
Right.
least.
People in Michigan swim in 50-degree water.
Scream
Oh,
was
that's
the
warm,
shit.
eh?
Scream 1 was the shit. I remember going to see this at the theater, cheering, smoking weed.
Scream
There was some
1 is
girls involved.
your all-time
Jonathan
favorite
in
horror
the
movie?
building, who's in the hospital. Shout out to Jonathan.
Pesci, Scream is your favorite horror movie?
Yeah, they consider it horror. And for 90s. 90s, definitely.
Oh,
I
90s
wasn't
horror.
scared.
I didn't know what the question was. I missed it.
No horror movie made me scared except for
Steph
The
in
Ring. And that
Canada,
was only because I
Santa
watched
is
it in the
real. He'll
basement.
always be real, so don't you dare say that.
Oh, GT Writer says the Jake Hudson. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes. Yes.
There we go.
Santa is real, motherfucker.
Shout
I
out
don't
to
care
Steph
what anybody
from
says.
Canada.
The spirit that counts.
Canada?
We are kicking ass all night.
Maybe Canadian Santa doesn't.
420. Cheers, everybody.
Hold on, I'm about to light up at 1. I gotta.
Have
Wish
you
I didn't
seen
see that
Paranormal Activity? I have not seen any of those.
Paranormal Activity did scare me a little bit because it was real.
I thought
And
it
I'm
was
like,
like
oh,
the Blair Witch
it's pretty
Project
good.
shit.
I don't know if it's
Blair
real,
Witch
but
was
that's
good,
what
too.
they said.
Dude, look.
Love
Here
you, Jonathan.
in Illinois, you said it's 420, but in real time, on my time, it's 2:22.
420. I said 420, and I said
Well,
Yeah,
guess what?
well,
that's how long the
it's
stream's been
420
going.
because it's up on the
Yeah, that's how long the
time
stream's
code.
been going. That's the longer the stream's
But
been
yeah.
going.
tomorrow night we get an extra hour. Well, we go back an hour.
True.
tomorrow night.
Oh, that's nice of you, Steph, to say that. Shout out from Steph to Canada. Yeah, that makes sense as the gaming alpha with the Canada too. I don't know how to read that.
We'll take a hit for Squiggles while you're at work. You're welcome, Squiggles.
Squiggles in the building, not the one that Jake fucks with. So is pot illegal where you guys are? It's
In Illinois, yeah.
I got a marijuana card, but my name's always smoking.
Not where I'm
always
at, but I
smoking.
don't
I'm
give
not
a
cigarette
fuck.
We can happily enjoy it.
It'd
Like
be
if
a
you're
lot
new to
more-
the
Go to the
channel,
store down the street.
if you're new to the channel, I'm the 5-time, not champion, Kenny. The 5-time felon. The
I'm the
nickname
only outlaw
stealer.
here with the weed.
The
in it.
Joe Pesci sounding. The future himself, the man they call Pesci.
Oh
And always smoking.
They're all in legal states. I'm the outlaw here in the illegal state. Oh yeah.
Schmidt's from Bolin County. It's a county that is known for having
Jim Beam,
some graphic talkers.
Maker's Mark,
And meth labs.
possibly. Elijah Craig, Bullet Bourbon.
That's
I
Roses.
can't
that's
believe that
public
there's this
name.
many people in here
Public
at
name.
Man,
4 in the morning.
Wiggles, wish
Shout
comes
out to
true.
those of
This
you.
one's for you, right here.
And the heart of the Ku Klux Klan as well.
I'll tell you how much weed is important to me. I've been waiting to get these guys on the show. As soon as I found out I didn't have cones, that became a priority.
That's right. We filled in the show while he drove to go get said cone.
And that's why I got mainly a lot of mods. They're not, in at this
Which
hour.
brings me back to my last. Well, and you said you're like, I've never got attacked like that before in the chat. And I was like, oh, Welcome to having me on your channel, because everybody follows me around like a goddamn parasite when it comes to
No, I was
trolls.
talking about that guy that put that bad comment.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, that was fucked up. Now, I haven't got one of those yet.
You said it right before, and you were like, "Oh man, I've never had that before." And I'm like, "Oh, I get those on a regular basis."
The reason why I'm about to hand out some wrenches real quick so I know. Because look, we have a guy that'll literally come in here and he'll make a fake of me on another channel.
Yep.
And sometimes people are like, Pesci, is that you?
Nope.
So when I was warning you the other day, it's because we physically knew those accounts were fake because I got them in my ban list. So I always give a troll a chance.
We got one amongst us, though, too.
I always said, welcome to Troll County.
Pesci, what are you enjoying tonight?
I always give a troll. Hold on. Whoops. Let me wrench up some. Let me give them out here.
Because I'm asking you next, Terry.
You didn't like school, and you know you're nobody's fool.
Handing out wrenches. We got Squiggle. We got the Gaming Alpha.
What was the question?
I was asking what everybody's enjoying tonight when it comes to these greenery delights.
Oh,
I often like to hear what people have in the old pipe.
All right, I'll go first here. We're enjoying the Rove brand, California Wowie Sativa. Usually I'm an indica guy, but this is a sativa, a little different change of pace.
And what's crazy is, here's the craziest thing about my story. I do a podcast about shit that I don't normally talk about. So, like, the games obviously is going to be the focus. But in the beginning, it was setting it up. I didn't have my own channel. I was on a channel with a guy that did topicless shows, but not like how we do them. It's his way or the highway.
Want some epic stories from the serial killer on the bottom left, Jacob. That's you.
What kind of?
And I didn't know how to use computers and shit like that.
Hey, let's just say he doesn't ask them to put the lotion on the skin, okay? He doesn't require the lotion. He's a considerate.
Yeah, you don't even need to put the lotion on your skin.
Right.
They already do what they're told.
That's right.
Let me give Angarora's hell.
Was she a big fat person?
Shout out to those of you in the building. And we've been doing shows with Jake for months, so if it looks like I bust Jake's
the devil's
balls,
lettuce, baby.
So
trust me when I give that guy thousands of dollars.
Here in the state of Illinois, where I'm at, it is legal, recreational, and I am enjoying the Holy Grail Kush.
They want to know if you're frying Bologna.
All right, that sounds good. Actually, fried bologna.
It is a 100% beef hamburger patty. Two of them.
Are you cooking?
I am. I'm lit. Haven't you been paying attention?
Not to your background. No.
Let me tell you something about Sven. He
of this
means well,
show,
but he's
and
real
you
slow.
haven't been paying attention to the background here? Are you kidding me? Listen, the very first time that I came in on your show, I noticed what was going on in the background. I even called you out for it. I said, that's a famous photo of Muhammad Ali, and here we are. I'm cooking here. You're just now paying attention.
This is actually an interesting topic.
Now seeing this 100% hamburger beef here. Are you kidding me?
Wait a minute. That looks like
oh my
possum
goodness!
or
I'm
raccoon.
surprised you couldn't smell it from here.
It looks like a raccoon. Is that possum or raccoon? Hold on.
I want to know where this slogan came from. It says partaking in the devil's lettuce. I know what he's talking about. When did they start calling it devil's lettuce? See, that was the story I meant.
That's probably Reefer Madness times.
Yeah, Reefer Madness.
No, they used to call it hippie lettuce or devil's lettuce back in like the 60s.
Well, I think there was an N-word attached to it before that.
Yeah, your women will get raped by black men if you smoke weed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Angora says, oh no, he said something else. Hold on. This one was good. I'm
Girl
smoking
Scout
Atomic Apple by Alien 40% straight. Just so y'all motherfuckers know out in the chat, since I don't really hide much stuff, your boy Future here has been we'll just say a pot guy for about 21 years. If there's one guy that has flourished in the state with grass, it would be me. I always say marijuana is my guardian angel. When I got out of prison my first time, I don't know what I would have did without the weed. I know, you could go back to prison, but I wasn't going to work at no fucking Mickey D's after the ride I was just on. And now weed's legal. Like the shit I went to prison for, I feel silly. But if I I mean, probably could show up, but I could show you guys some shit here on TV, some bags of shit.
Yeah, when you push that kid into the lion's pit or whatever. Or was it the
I'm not
monkey
a
pit?
professional podcaster. I was supposed to be an actor, but I went to broadcasting
Wait a
school.
minute. Hey,
Did
Terry,
well,
are you
but
cooking
chose
one of
drama.
Jacob's victims? That's what the chat wants to know. They think
Yes.
you're cooking one of All right.
Yes.
No, they're if you're smart enough, they're only saying that because they think it's the basement he's in.
Yeah.
I would have said Rocky before I said killer to the people out
Hey,
there.
yo,
I
you know
would've
what I
went
mean? It was
Rocky.
like, hey, yo.
I probably would ask Jacob if he was in Fight Club before I would ask him if Terry's is fucking.
Hey, yo, Adrian.
You know,
what
Fight
I mean?
Club. You know, I wouldn't answer that.
Steph, what's wrong with cooking on the fireplace? We don't all live in Beverly Hills, probably like you do.
Hey, dude, let me tell
Love
you,
you.
cast iron on a fire is delicious for camping.
It is a good question.
Listen, Kate,
Is
can
the
I point
burger
something
better
out here?
on that kind of stove?
No electricity is being used in any of this. None. Matter of fact, the hang on. Oh, go it. The this fan here.
This is awesome. I can't believe this.
Yeah, the fan is amazing.
Yeah, this is one of those conduction fans that
He's cooking
runs
the other
on
guy's victim.
the heat
The
of the
heat.
stove itself.
Yeah,
So,
as long as the stove has fire in it, that fan will blow fucking air because it's
Right.
like the
Yeah.
heat. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
And the only
The wood burning
electricity that I
stove, or-
use is just a side fan if it gets like really cold and I need to blow it in, and there we go. But yeah, no electricity, and it works as a stovetop.
Now, are you in the basement?
No.
Okay. Are you like
No,
first
this
floor?
this is a barn that is on my family's farm.
Oh,
And,
okay.
yeah, and I'm
Let
in
me
the
ask you a
process of
question.
renovating it right now, and this has been one of my projects recently. So, yeah.
So you
And
don't
it's
freeze
working
in the
out very
middle of
well.
bumfuck Illinois during the winter. I got you.
Yeah.
Now, does it taste better than it would on an oven when you cook it straight from the fire?
Oh
Fuck
my
yeah.
goodness, does it? Yeah.
It's like a brick oven pizza. It's so
Yeah.
much better.
Yeah, exactly. It's slow
Pesci,
cooked over here.
I made my
I
fried
don't even
chicken
cook,
yesterday
so at
in
least
cast
he's
iron.
cooking. I don't even cook. I got fucking mice running around and
Hey.
shit. I don't even know where they came from.
I cooked my fried chicken
Pablo's
in cast
sleeping,
iron
my dog.
yesterday.
Yeah.
It's always
Pablo's
right
the
on
Doberman pincher I have.
Smells a lot better too. It's
It's horse cock burger, says Berserk Games. Like I said, a lot of new people in here, Terry. You got to get strong. Like Jacob said, you got to feed off the comments.
You can be like
Wax, flour, shatter, preferred, agreed.
Flour.
I got some shatter, my man. I
can
just doing the lighting on camera and shit. People think you're smoking dope or some funny shit. Not everybody has that California brain or that West Coast.
Now,
Yeah.
hey, can I tie something together in what we were talking about earlier? It's a
Hell yeah.
Okay, the Mandela effect, which essentially is well, like the example that we had earlier of the Berenstain Bears or the Berenstain Bears. How is it spelled? Well, here's the question for you: what does indica do, or is it pronounced indica? And what does sativa do?
Indica puts you in
Difference
the couch.
between the two. And how are they pronounced?
I'm gonna tell you
Indica
this. I
puts you
smoke
in
so
the
much
couch.
motherfucking weed, I couldn't tell you if it's an indica or a sativa.
Oh well, Pesci's just high
You
all the
hand
time.
it to me, I'll let you know if it's good enough to get this amount of money from these people. That's
Well,
what
not
I'm
so
good
much
at.
he doesn't.
I agree with Pesci,
I'm
and
not
I
a
also
percentage
agree with
guy.
Schmidt on this. I agree with Pesci, and I also agree with Schmidt.
Sativa is wake
there's a
you up.
quality.
weed.
There's a quality when it comes to sales, but when it comes to your dominant indicas or your dominant sativas, it comes down to the fact of one is more of a stimulant and one is more of a lazy. You're a lazy drug. I wouldn't call it a depressant, but
No.
indica is usually
Pain, you want-
associated with indicouch.
Right.
Yeah,
If you need
you're right.
pain relief or sleep, indica. If you want to be awake and alert and do shit, sativa.
Well, hey, it's
If you
a
want to
sign.
mix, hybrid.
It's a sign. Hold on.
Yeah.
If you want to
I
hallucinate,
really
edible.
appreciate what they did in actually rebooting that. I think it's just wonderful storytelling, especially starting out with the Karate Kid character kind of being an asshole. And, over on the Cobra Kai, it's sympathy for the devil.
Sweep the leg, Johnny.
Yeah. And, to see how they grew up and where they are. Oh, yeah.
There is no mercy in this dojo, Pesci.
Yeah.
Hey, straight first, motherfuckers.
You better bring out a body bag, Pesci.
Yeah.
Pain does not exist on this podcast, does it? No, Pesci. Instead of no, Sensei. Fear does not exist on this dojo, does it? No, Pesci.
There's no mercy in this dojo.
Is there a problem, Mr. Lawrence? Remember what he calls him out? John fucking Kreese. What a villain he is. That's the only guy that could pull off being a cool karate instructor. Tell me how hard that role's got to be in today's world. Not many people can pull off and not have no moves like him. It'd be one thing in this guy was flipping.
Yeah, he's not a karate guy. He's just an actor.
CGing all around the spot. Shout out to the 27 of you out there. But like I said, this guy pulls it off. That's like wrestling. It's all about the stories. I was a bigger wrestling fan. I follow it now because, a little bit. But the 90s is where it was. Hogan, Austin, all them.
That sizzle?
Well, let's get a rating on that damn burger. I do a thing called
all right, we need a piece of cheese on that with some onion and pickle, ketchup, whatever. Fuck.
Piece of cheese right here.
Oh shit! He's going with American cheese here. Here we go.
Now the people in the chat.
You're American. Thank you.
Shady J's raid was the third raid I've ever got.
He's American.
Damn, I must be behind on the comments. They're flying in. We are kicking ass and smoking grass.
Here's what they look like right now.
Thank you, Jake Hudson.
Just about grilled up.
Hey, go ahead and read that one.
One guy is cooking human burgers. The other is killing the dungeon. Another sounds like Pesci, and the last is using a baby blue headset. It's not baby blue.
Thank you.
It's actually green.
No mercy. Damn right. Strike first, strike hard, no mercy, sir. Hey, we'll give OGT Ryder
actually neon
comment of the night for that.
It's glow in the dark. If you want to be technical. Boston Spencer says big numbers.
Pepsi. Pour Pepsi out of there. There we go. Pablo, what are you looking at?
His name is Joe Pepsi, not Joe Pesci. It's Joe Pepsi. He's sponsored by
What are you smiling at? Now I can make my Doberman smile. Look at him. Oh, he just smiled for everyone. Look at that. Burn it up. Oh, my hamstring. Hamstring.
He smiles before he attacks it.
Did he ever catch that mouse?
Goddamn hamstring. Fucker, mother bitch.
DC says Pesci Billy will probably be streaming on the Game Chasers tomorrow. See you there.
It was a rat, Harry.
Bill Hudson.
It was a rat mouth. Oh, of course it's a rat. You're in Jersey over there. Yeah, right.
Goddamn hamstring.
Yeah, they got rats.
We have field mice over here. No big deal. They got rats the size of house cats. Yeah.
Dr. Stone, I need a backiotomy.
Or as Pesci said, it's a Cleveland mouse. It's a different kind of mouse. It's like a cat.
No, yeah, let me tell you what a Cleveland mouse does. The only reason why I had a mouse is because I got dogs, and I'll keep the dog food out for them. Every so often, this is why I hate Cleveland houses. They'll sneak in. I'm a clean guy. I'm getting it. And this wall looks fucked up. It's getting painted. And I can only bring certain people in here to paint. I don't need to go into graphic detail. If you get my drift, I am the 5-time, not Jeremy.
Oh, shit.
But anyway, now I just lost my train of thought. What was I saying before?
You could only bring certain people into paint if you get my
before
drift.
that, Schmidt. The original thought.
But Cleveland mouse.
Oh, Cleveland mouse. So if someone goes, why wouldn't you just put the food up when you go to bed and the dogs and shit? Let me tell you what this motherfucker does if you put the food up. These motherfucking Cleveland mice will start coming up to you. Yeah, they'll get scared of the dog, but you see them, they're wondering, yo.
All the
where's
time,
the
Gaming
food? They start running up to the dogs almost like, where you're scared. I'm not saying I'm scared, but I'm like one of those guys that goes, "Oh, Miles Daisy, get it." I'm not one of those guys that goes, "Give me a goddamn knife and some dynamite." That fucking mouse that says dead is dead.
I shoot the fucker.
Yeah, see, I don't have a gun, Schmidt. Not everyone goes
You
for
don't
that.
need you don't need a gun. You can get a
I
pellet.
don't even
pistol.
like putting a poison out. When I see a spider on the ground or in the house,
Hey,
I'll
pellet
pick it
rifle.
up and release it out.
Pellet
You see
rifle.
what Boston Spencer said, Terry? He said, "Cooking burgers and podcasting. Now that's badass. Don't get no better."
Hey, the other night I had the smoker going with the pork shoulder.
And
the
it's
fucking
almost
ribs.
4 a.m. and we had 30 in here. Thanks to those that were here. We got 21 now, but love everybody that came from the Shady J raid. That was unexpected. I didn't even know Shady J was live. And the fact that he came over and did that, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Well,
you should have been here for the
Are
ribs.
we ready here?
Hell yes, we are.
All right. Well, here we
Now,
go.
the rating is based off other burgers you cooked and why.
Okay.
Now, what kind of bun do we have here? Hold on.
The bun is a
Two chops.
Let me see here.
Hold on,
Just
I got
a
a
ba-
banner for 2 chops.
Just
It
a
is
basic
officially
hamburger bun.
This brand, LF Oven Fresh hamburger
Alright.
buns, just from the local grocery store. The hamburger itself is 100% beef, and it's
2
from the
chops, there is
local
no
locker.
rules.
So here we go. Bon appetit.
Thank you, David Portney.
All right. Out of five.
That looks so hot. That looks so hot when you bit
Like,
it.
this shit burn
God
my
damn it.
fucking mouth. Holy Jesus.
Daisy, get that motherfucking mouse. Sorry, you might hear that on my shoulder.
He's like, it's too hot to give it a rating yet.
4 a.m. is when they're running around, but they say if you see them in the morning, and I saw one in the morning and I had to put poison out. I hate to be the motherfucker, but mice start fucking, and then they just start.
Yeah, they
Hey,
produce
hey, hey.
a 5.
But I
It's
do
a
own
five,
my,
man.
I do own my own
yeah.
house, and I'd rather live here than my fucking mom's or anywhere else because I'd be in prison probably.
All right, so
Good cook, though.
what's
So-
on it? Just cheese?
Color.
Yeah, just a simple slice of American cheese,
Right.
and I'll tell you why. It's because the hamburger itself, it cooks in its juices here, where you have a natural grease going,
Yeah.
and I put another little pan on top of it,
Oh, keep
then
the steam
drain it
in.
out.
All right, all right.
So, and then on top of that, after you drain out that grease, it starts to get a nice grill on the outside, and I like that in a hamburger.
The best steaks at all the restaurants.
Now
if
you
you
can
go
do
to-
it needs to be
in-between
cooked,
numbers like
you know?
3.5.
I'm not one of those guys that eats it just raw. It has to be cooked
medium,
for a
medium,
reason.
medium well. Medium.
That's what she said.
Earlier.
Right? Yeah,
But if
and that's what we have here.
If you
And
go-
so the cheese is just only tertiary at most. You just simply don't need it. It only adds to the flavor. And here we go. And it's a 5 because it took me at least 5 seconds to get through the whole bite. It just because it's so I don't want to swallow it because it's so good. Huh, look at what I
Pesky's
just
in
said.
Boston,
Here we
right?
go. Another one.
bite number 2. But yeah, like when you're grilling out on a cast iron skillet in the house, the best restaurants in the world, the one I work for, Jeff Ruby's, Morton's, Elmo's, blah, 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 insert name of fancy restaurant in your town, their steaks are
Boston,
in a cast
did you-
iron skillet,
Schmidt, did you
seared.
sent Boston the wrong link?
My link doesn't work. I sent the one you gave me.
You sent the one from just send the one from this page. You go to the bottom and you hit invite, send him out. We'll ask him what his theories were so we get him on tape.
Speaking of Pesci, actually, I got to run pretty soon here.
Well, go ahead. You can bounce on whenever you want. I appreciate having you on. I'm gonna
Oh, yeah.
probably.
No, I just
I'm
wanted to
going
make sure everybody knew.
I'm probably going until 4 a.m. Jacob, I'm
Absolutely.
gonna figure
Thank
out
you.
more things for
Oh,
us to
it's
do in
there.
the future.
No.
Well,
Appreciate
send-
you.
send
Absolutely.
Boston
Oh, yeah, Pesci,
Pesci,
we can,
so you
we
pop
can
in
come
there.
on anytime, man.
Love you,
Yep.
Jacob. Take care.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, yeah. Everybody
Cheers.
in the chat, have a good night, and thanks for enjoying the content.
send it to Boston.
I'm glad everybody joined in tonight, too.
I'll have Boston come on and answer the 2 questions of the night, which
There
was,
you go.
what is the craziest theory you believe in? What is the craziest theory you ever heard? For you first dayers out there, welcome to the Chizzy. I hate calling it the chat. Sounds like something you just wouldn't say.
The discussion.
Boston here.
It's the discussion, Pesci, not the chat.
What do you type in for Boston Spence? What do you type in for him?
I think it's just Boston Spencer.
That's not his fucking real name.
Oh, just type in Spencer. He's your friend. You'll find him.
There he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not his real name's not Boston, brother.
No, I didn't want to say his last name though. Spencer Blue or whatever the fuck his name is.
You could just say it was his links out. We'll get Spencer. What was the rating? We didn't hear the rating, Terry. Because usually I'll cut this out of my video and I'll actually put it up. Throw a number on there like Portney does.
He said 5.
A 5.
Still a 5. Yeah, it's a 5 because it took me at least 5 bites. And yeah, I'll say it. It took me 5 bites because it's like I just don't want to swallow it because it's just that good. It stews in its own juices, and it has a nice grilled edge to it. It's just absolutely simply delicious.
1 second, Boston.
Yeah.
These fucking glasses make me see weird.
Ah.
Oh! We got a special guest representing the PWO security, a man of the people, Boston Spence from the great state of Texas. What up, Brody? What are you drinking on, Boston?
I'm
Good night,
drinking
Steph.
drinking me a Keystone Light.
Peace. Later, guys. The weirdest theory I heard today was JFK Jr. is coming back and people are gathering where JFK was shot to see this. We got a comment of the night. Hey, oh, hey. Terry Hopper's in the building for the first time. Boston Spence has been around the block. Theories and lyrics. Well, let's start with you, Boston. Craziest theory you believe in first.
Craziest theory. Let's see.
That you believe in first. Believe in. Start with believe.
Oh, believe
like
it.
If you believe in Santa or the Karate Kid or
Jake Hudson, whatever.
Oh, let's see. What I believe in is simple, I do believe there's a lot of secrets in the government, that they don't share. I do believe in that one. And I also believe in, I don't believe in the theory where they put chips in you and all that. But I do believe they spy on us, looking at our debit cards and all this, where we spend money at, and all that as well. And
They don't need a chip. They have this.
Exactly. They got cell phones. They got your debit card. Your debit card's also got a chip too, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Exactly. You look at that, and also you can think of it like, it's crazy, but I'm like, everybody talking about putting a chip in you.
Now, Boston Spencer, I believe the children are our future.
Is this the one you believe in, or is this the craziest one you heard? Let's go. First one, believe in. Theory you believe in. Shout out to the 25 in the live. That was a question for you, Boston.
Oh, okay. Theory I believe.
Theory you believe in. Yeah, we already did ours earlier. We were kicking ass, smoking grass on the Pesci Power Hour, 13 minutes away from a 5-hour podcast after I just did 12.
Woo!
7.5. Shout out to Shady J. See you tomorrow, Bill Hudson. Game Chasers for life. If we ain't chasing games, we're chasing lanes. Go ahead, Boston.
Well, there's more theories that you can look at as well. More like,
first let's go with the one you believe in.
Believe it.
Craziest,
Craziest theories. So that could be anything, right?
Whoa! OG Ryder, thanks for the sub, big brother. Go ahead. Gotta give him love.
Yeah, so you think that the conspiracy of why they give you a different amount of hot dogs from a different amount of fucking buns is different. This is the reason why. Or we didn't land on the moon, or the earth is flat, or whatever.
Yeah, the earth is flat, folks. It's true. Yeah, please.
Have you ever seen
Boston,
it?
what's the one you believe in? Start with the one you believe in first.
Okay.
We know there's a million of them.
Well, the thing that there's a couple that I believe in. I don't know if y'all will or not, but
Go ahead. It doesn't matter. I just told you I was on a show where the guy was talking about Sasquatches in his kitchen.
I do believe that somewhere in the universe there is aliens. You know, there's no proof that there's not really, because I mean you can't go that far into the galaxy to figure it out. You know, so I mean whether they are, whether they're not, I mean I do believe there's a possibility that there is life outside of the Earth.
Okay. No, I said mine was I believe that they keep people in prison to do a lot of their work, so they make sure this much money is saved.
Well, yeah, they've been doing that since the 1800s.
I do believe. I've been saying that for a while. I said that.
Now, what's the craziest one you heard that you don't necessarily believe in, or it doesn't have to be believe in, but you just whatever craziest one you ever heard?
That's what I'm talking about. You know, aliens. You know, in the other universes. I do believe there's a possibility there is other life in the universe. There's no proof, really. There's not. But I do think, though.
Good night, Steph.
How do you know that there is life or not? I do think
Good night,
there's life
Steph.
out there.
Thanks for coming in.
It's hard to believe that the Earth is the only living people in the world. You know, I do think there's other life forms outside of the Earth as well. I mean, if you look at it from, you know, universe, I mean, think about the galaxy and all is a huge place. So how would you know there's not other life forms?
Take care, Steph.
This is true. Well, that's what I got. Like,
I'm just checking out a quick sound. We're checking out sounds. We're playing with copyrights. We got theories. We're going probably about 25 more in the business. Shout out to Jake for making the dance possible.
this is Coast to Coast with Art Bell. What it sounds like with the music, it's like the Art Bell show with the crazy techno, besides the Midnight Express theme. Are we going to play the Jackal song, the Lumberjack now?
So, in follow up to the hamburgers, you asked scale of 1 to 5. This
5.
one, I'll be straight up honest with you. I was thinking at most I was going to give it a 4. Then I settled on around a 3, 2.5 after the second bite because simply it's just been sitting here because I took too long eating the first one.
Should have made a double.
And goddamn, it was 4 a.m. We had that many.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'll try that next time. Just make
I made the comment a while ago. I made the comment a while ago. There's nothing more badass than doing a podcast and grilling burgers at the same time.
Oh, I love to. I love to grill out late at night. Just wait. I got a new phone today, so I'll be able to stream again. Y'all gonna see me outside by the grill or smoker? Like, yeah, hold on.
Now, if we could have been gambling somehow on something, that would have made it even funner.
Maybe.
That's for me. I'm more of a gambler. I win some, lose some. More loss.
Pesci, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run.
But if you remember,
know when to fold them.
Earlier, Boston, we were talking about Bigfoot and shit. What is your thoughts on Bigfoot and time travel?
Oh, Bigfoot. Okay. There's a possibility that there are Bigfoot. No doubt about it.
Yeah, we've seen them.
Also, how do we know that there's no time travel? Because, I mean, you've seen strange videos back in the, early years.
You would have shit your pants.
Early 1900s, You've seen that before where someone walked around looking like this. I mean, who walked around looking like this in the 30s? Think about it. And the movies and stuff, it's like.
Hey.
And also a Mike Tyson video, like it looked like a camera phone in the crowd, you have to.
Preach it. Just.
I mean, it's just like.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you know there's no time travel? How do you know that there's no.
Keep going. You're good.
How do you know there's no secret time travel in the government that they're hiding from us? It's a possibility. You cannot deny it.
Like I said to the guy, I was on a show with a guy, it wasn't this show, but I have it on my YouTube, that claimed, he goes, I think I might have time traveled.
East of the Rockies, we have Terry.
What happened?
I said east of the Rockies, we have Terry.
Terry just said he was in Bungalow. Where would you say you were?
I'm gonna use the movie for a reference.
I'm in Illinois.
I'll use this for a reference. Back to the Future. Look how much they had predicted right. I mean, they got, but look how much they predicted right, though.
Oh yeah,
they got the Cubs winning the World Series off by a year, though.
And they also predicted the World Trade Center bombing.
Yeah.
How did they predict that? I don't remember that part.
It was at the mall, which is like World Trade something. Then they predicted like the World Trade Center bombing.
It was the Twin Pines Mall. You remember when they first sent the DeLorean just 1 minute into the future?
Thanks
that
again.
Parking lot that was at the Twin Pines Mall. Then Marty at the end of the movie came back, and it was just the Lone Pine Mall.
Marty, great.
The whole documentary on it, yeah, really interesting as far as predictive programming goes.
Ooh,
definitely.
Oh, get the round of applause from Chief. Oh, come on, Terry. He's giving you the disapproval, I guess.
Huh?
I'm playing that. This is gonna be my new one. If Jake says something bad, I'm gonna play this one.
Hey, hold on. Here's the thing. I brought you to the dance. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have Terry. Fuck you.
Well, shout out to the big dance.
Hey, Tessie, let's give a demonstration and take this up.
Let's show a little love for our guest. Terry Hopper in the building, cooking burgers on a real live fire. You don't get that anywhere else but the Pepsi Power Hour. We got 23 live in the live. Shout out to Spencer. Shout out to Schmidt.
I guess next weekend I'll have to go live grilling on my burger.
Oh yeah, that would be a great idea,
grill.
Smith.
Wait, what did you say, Schmidt?
Next weekend I'll go live on my grill outside cooking.
There you go.
Okay.
That would be badass, Smith.
Say,
Show us what
hello.
Because this guy already topped it already. Let's see if you can top this guy over here.
This is for all the retro gamers out there. They already left, but I know that's for the retro. Shout out to Retro Gaming.
Right.
Shout out to the Chases. Shout out to the Raiders. Holy shit, look who's in here.
Alvin.
Holy shit, he's back. Or is this from earlier? Shady J is back. Holy smokes.
Yeah. West of the Rockies, the Shady
Let's
J.
give my man some love. Give him a follow.
Because she never watched Coast to Coast.
Bill Hudson, or actually have a movie coming out.
Shady J, West of
Many
the
Art
Rockies.
Bell shows. Yeah.
What?
George Norrie, Ian, whoever the fuck they had, yeah.
Every time he talks.
The Shady J show, West of the Rockies.
That's the perfect sleep right there, nighttime.
Well, I think Shady was
started up.
Alvin Marin is in the building.
Welcome, Alvin.
Let's give Alvin some love. What's up, Alvin?
What's up, Alvin?
PWO. The PWO is the Pesci World Order for you first dayers. Not created by me, believe it or not. Created by my fans. I never went by Pesci. I always went by Future. Stole that nickname in prison from a chess player. True story. And it was before the rapper was famous. He might have been doing some underground.
Future the rapper.
The Gaming Alpha. Alvin Marin, DJ, Visualize saying what's up to Shady. Probably the last guy I thought would be in here at this hour.
The Gaming
Shout out
Alpha
to my
says
guy.
you're using a cooking pad, Terry.
Shout out to Retro Sound Effects for your sound effects tonight.
We need the music. Hey, we need the music from when Mac is training with what's his face and
we'll have
Punch
that,
Out.
actually.
It's like
I
you
know
can't
Sam's
win,
about
Mac. You can't win before you fight Tyson.
As for Schmidt's performance tonight, and real quick for the people in the chat, Brady Bunch. This is what you call Brady Bunch Cam. This is when you get a chance to really fire it. Because we are kicking ass. And we are smoking grass on the Pesci Power Hour.
Hey, I brought you to
our
the
stream.
Hey, I brought you
Only
to
thing
the
monetized.
I know I gotta take a shit.
They don't know who Jake is, so they're not going to get that reference. So for you, you get. God damn it, Boston.
Everyone knows who Jake is. What are you talking about?
Smoke him if you got him.
I fucking lost my mouse again. I am looking at 3 monitors. People want, what's this kid always looking at? Yeah, we got what's called the 3-screen variety.
3
stages.
49 inches. And
That's what she said.
What she said. That's what I said.
The
Damn
large,
song.
the large curved thing that you have in front of you as a video
Which
screen
is
is
right
just
there.
what the hell is that?
What the hell?
I can't show this right.
That's dude.
Jeremy.
You wanted to. You were asking about aliens
He
earlier,
likes some long
bro.
look. One monitor
And
there,
Bob
one
Lazard,
monitor
that is from.
I'm not even a professional. I'm just like a
That's
wannabe.
from an. That is from an alien spaceship. You know that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, pretty
No.
much.
Looks like
That
Jesus
wasn't
on
made
the
here on
spaceship.
planet Earth. It couldn't have been. That was from a spaceship out in the Aldebaran star system.
Alvin Marion is
How do
correct.
we know that Pesci's
Jake
out on a spaceship
is the
somewhere?
Oh, whoops, I was off on that one. Well, because if I had a spaceship somewhere, I definitely wouldn't be.
He'd be growing weed on it, people.
Here.
Come on.
He'd be growing Pesci on a spaceship growing weed.
Can you guys hear that?
Yes. Alvin Marion says Jake is the business.
Don't say about
Pesci.
Jake. He was the business.
Hey, he brought you. I brought you to the big day. Wait a minute. Let me do it properly. Hold on.
Here, let me give them a Jake video real quick. For
I
you guys
brought
that don't
you
know
to the
Jake,
big dance, you motherfucker.
ladies and gentlemen, this is Jake.
Where's my money? Fuck
Whoops, I hit the
you.
wrong button. Oh, no, here we go.
When you gonna send me my pocket?
Oh, no, that's not the good one. Hold on, that's not the good
I
one.
want to sing a song about Jesus.
Yeah, I'm playing that one. Hold on. Let me play that one first before I play the Diddy one.
Oh my God.
I spelled Jesus wrong, but here it is. Oh, let me do JJ's a piece of shit first. Ladies and gentlemen, the man that had introduced me to, not everybody here, but at least Terry.
The man I made a star and grew his ego even bigger.
Kind of made a star.
What?
No, Jake. I made Jake a bigger star where his ego got big.
Well, I'm hearing voices again.
I'm gonna sing a song about Jesus.
And he did not sing a song about Jesus. And we asked him tonight what he meant. He said he might have been drunk. But one more time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sing a song about Jesus.
He drinks Budweiser, bro. I told y'all he drinks Budweiser. He remember Spencer when he showed the can of his Budweiser?
Yep, I remember.
Oh no, it's the same one.
So and everybody else never shows it. He never talks about it.
This is a close friend of mine who's on the payroll as well.
Like, yeah, he's drinking Budweiser. You know his family's probably like, here, drink this so you'll shut the fuck up.
Okay, so here's another one. You guys, okay, this one I love. This is the one I put on. Jake's all over my channel too. This is called Welcome to the Ban List. Jake will ban anybody.
Welcome to the ban list, brother.
Welcome, Porky.
No, I'm welcoming him to the ban list because he's going to be banned.
So keep an eye on him, Jake. If he does it, you got the power to do it.
I got it. By the way, that was an awesome Cornette to do what he did.
It was. I didn't know he did that.
You ever know
I don't even know what Cornette did.
You know, I love Jake to death. I mean, like I said, even though that I'm on his shit list right now, but hey, I still love him to death. Keep going, man.
Yeah, he's funny.
I mean, I'll take it. I mean, nothing's personal with me. I just sit and laugh. You know, I sit back and laugh the whole time.
Here it is. Here's my favorite one.
Who said that? Fuck you, JJ.
Fuck
you, JJ. You piece of shit. Brian Alfred is better than you.
I love that he said Alfred. This dude was inviting enemies on the show to yell at each other.
Usually he doesn't talk shit about me or Pesci. We're like the only two he doesn't. But when he does,
He's
like,
on my payroll. That's why.
He'll be
I
like,
paid.
He was like, "Fuck you, Schmidt. I'm blocking you." And then Pesci's like, "Really? You're gonna block him? I'm sorry. I'm not."
Let's have back in, Dave.
Yeah, he's never blocked me or unfriended me or anything. Me or Pesci are probably the only two he hasn't blocked. Or
Here's one of Jake saying "fuck Schmidt" is in the corner. Schmidt's this guy over here. For y'all don't know.
Let me say this about you, bro. You
What?
always like to bring up pee. Do you have to go pee?
There was jar out before that we thought was pee, but it was pickle juice.
Fuck you.
Now what? Jay, no, but how many Little Debbie products do you have? Like Ho-Ho, Starcraft?
He said he was pissed. You're asking about Little Debbie's and shit. All that.
No,
Let me say this about you, bro. You always like to bring up pee. Do you have to go pee?
No.
What was he talking about that night? I don't ever hear you say you got to pee.
I don't remember either.
Oh,
Hey,
because
Pesci,
I know what it was. Somebody was comment Mountain Timer or somebody because you remember
guys
that
changed before.
remember that jar he had, that pickle jar or whatever. They were like, "Jake, is that what you pee in?" Fuck you.
I'm shocked you didn't save this. I'm shocked you didn't save this video, Pesci. You know where he called me a piece of shit that night when I played Brad Lee, and
I do got it. I just don't have the
Did you
clips
put
for
that
him yet.
clip together? Did you put those clips together?
Yes.
You did that, and you said that you've only had a computer for a year now.
Not even a year. I got it in March. And then I didn't even have this shit set up at time. Didn't even start fucking around with my own show until June. My question was never, can I do the talking part? It was, can I do the computer part? Because when I was in broadcasting school, that was my problem. I was so not humble. I was like, because I just thought I was going to be on air. So doing the lower stuff, like the computer shit, I wasn't trying to pick it up. I was always like, I'm the on-air talent. You know, because I'd always win the contest there. But I wish I would have learned some of the lower stuff, because a lot of the, you know, radio stations, that's where you could get the, you know, imaginary finds. Like, you don't think this, you bring this guy in just to run your board, he ends up being a talented guy.
Oh yeah, the FCC is no one to mess around with.
Yeah, he probably
Problem
does.
was I went to prison twice. I sold weed. When I got out, I didn't have people that were doing this.
Yeah.
And I never searched for it. And then eventually I did. I found Twitch first, and then I found bowling, and then it was just kind of like the rest is history. And then people started calling me Pesci. I didn't go on no show like, hey, I'm Joe Pesci. No, I had my real name, and then all that shit just kind of the dominoes fell.
Just the skills and just the know-how that you already put into putting those little clips
Thank
together.
you, Berserk Games.
Hey, let's just throw this into your show. That's, man, you're cooking. I was cooking earlier, but you're cooking this.
internet problem.
What, do they not have internet in Houston, Texas now?
They do, but my computer froze up, and that's what it's been on for a while. You know, 12 hours.
Is this the real Mango? I don't have my fucking shit pulled
doesn't
up.
have anything, do they?
I don't know.
Mango's looking for you, Pesci.
Oh, it's Mango. Hi, Mango. It is you. I had to make sure it was you. You know how there's people making fake Sweet Mango. Shout out to Sweet Mango, the TikTok legend.
AKA Jake.
Shout out to the Philippine women working hard.
Jake's future ex-wife.
Yep.
No, not Mango, but.
Excuse me, but that would be Pesci's future ex-wife.
I mean, Pesci's future. Yeah, that's Pesci's future ex-wife. I apologize.
She lives in. I live in the United States. She lives in the Philippines. I'm not married.
Moving there. You're moving there soon. You told me. You told me in message.
Yeah.
I ain't moving out no fucking foreign country. You fucking nuts.
Yep. We heard you got the plane ticket. You got the same one Bolin had.
I'm not moving to no goddamn Saudi Arabia. No offense, Mango. I love you.
Oh, fuck that. I wouldn't go there at all. Fuck
Oh, but you're moving
that.
to the Philippines. You're bringing her with you. That's what you
You
said.
think I'm going to Saudi after I've been screaming shout out to the unvaxxed
Hey,
on my
trust me, they would find this podcast in Saudi. They're like, hello, my friend. We saw when you were on the show, Mr. Terry Hopper. You said, fuck you, motherfucker.
Wait, hey, what? I did not.
Oh,
I
Mr.
deny it.
I see.
Just like
I deny
WWE
knowing any of these people.
WWE going over there, dude. That's fucking disgraceful.
Oh, Mr.
I
Pesci,
will
I
say
saw your
this.
video, and I'm going to have to place you under
I mean,
arrest. You said a lot
I
of
know
bad
that-
things about us
I
society.
know they got a lot of guaranteed money, but it's like your women still basically have to
We're
dress
gonna
like
end at
a
4:30.
beekeeper.
That's 4:30 my time. I'm
Yeah.
in Cleveland.
Your
We got
women
20
still
minutes.
have to dress like a beekeeper to wrestle.
Oh,
Fuck that. I'm just.
I can't believe it's only been 5 hours. I must have started late.
Well, you did. You didn't start till like 11.
That was because Terry was at a gig, I think.
Yeah. At a show.
Blame Terry.
Yeah.
Any doubt. Blame Terry.
Tell you what.
Mike Pucci. Put Mike Pucci in timeout.
What do you do?
Just read his last question
okay.
or statement.
I'm not gonna put him in timeout for that, but I will address it. Even ask her, it's not my girlfriend. It's just somebody I'm not gonna be mean to because somebody else was. Because that's not how we do it. Ask Terry. We give
Alvin
people
Merritt.
a chance around here.
Right. Yep.
Alvin Mirren, shout out to WWE.
Otherwise, he lays a smackdown.
Yeah, huge
Hit the
money in
banhammer.
Saudi.
Throw the wrench at him.
Claymore.
Claymore, Claymore, Claymore.
Finish him.
You know what I was gonna use on our clip show I do with Bolin though? I have a clip show of Bolin where I'll play clips from the right, and since he's a Democrat, he'll answer them, but I'll play all the ones he hates. I was gonna play a clip from the show I did the other night with Jacob on his channel when the dude just looked at us and goes, and by the way, Donald Trump's still the president of the United States. This guy said this on a show, and then all I said was, holy shit, this is getting good now. Because I was thinking about me showing the tape. And I was like, this is like a score for me.
Yeah.
And then when I went and got the staff book, he disappeared. Tell me that's not some weird shit. Right when I was like, all right, staff man.
He's a staff man.
That's interesting.
You gotta give. I think you were there, but you gotta. If you guys want to watch something interesting, it was my interview with the staff man, a man who said Bigfoot's a shapeshifter, was in my kitchen.
Hold on. Which was more awkward, that or Jake comes out of the coffin episode?
Oh, I can
Jake
imagine.
coming out of the coffin wasn't even close to this.
Really?
This bro, I just said the guy said he saw a Sasquatch in his kitchen, and then he also said Donald Trump's still the president. I wanted him to elaborate on that. Imagine if Ken, I'm going to play that on my clip show, though, for Kenny. Kenny would have shit himself if he would have heard this guy. Now, he didn't, the way he was elaborating, I didn't get. So that's why you guys got to go watch it. Like, this guy was using words that were bigger than my vocab. You know what I mean? And it was a really awkward interview because he kept telling the guy to mute my mic and I wasn't even talking. I mean, it was like, dude, I hear something over there. I'm like, here's something over there.
They're coming to take me away, haha.
And instead of saying you're a liar, I would ask him a question. Save your questions for the end. Bro, you just said a bunch of shit just now. You just said you saw flying souls and shit and you might have flew back in time. Can I sneak a question in before you start reading off poems? And the reason why I say poems is like, I got a poem to read. And it wasn't even close to a poem. It was like, that's a poem? And then he just goes, no, I wrote that. And then he started reading off. But best is when he like listened to me. He goes, I got more. He was going to say poems to read. And then he goes, no, I got more things to read. And then he kept saying he heard something in here. And he goes, mute his mic. Because I would come with like a kind of a interesting question. Like, okay, I'm not going to call you a bullshitter, but if we're going to talk staffs and shit, let me throw a couple hypotheticals. And he would never answer my hypothetical to where 90% of the people that would listen to this guy would think he's bullshit because of the way he tells the story and everything.
Or he's
you know
on
what I mean?
drugs or
If you're going to, like, I could have did a better job lying than him telling a story that's supposedly true.
So
That's
it
what
came
makes
off
me
as a
think it's a
rambling
lie.
lunatic.
Yeah, because, for instance, pretend you were talking about flying around sword fights. And then me being kind of a jokester, I was throwing out a hypothetical question, but he didn't know that. He didn't know I don't play around with staffs. If staffs are real, staff boy, how come when I started talking about staffs, you were looking at me like I was nuts and didn't ask the question? I was like, no, hold on. Hey, buddy, before you go to Donald Trump as president, can we go back to Sasquatches and kitchens and shit? Go watch this. This shit was wild.
Wow.
I'm like, asking this guy, I'm like, are you in a barrack or something? Just starts putting shit on his head, talking really fast. Like, he only had a few minutes. Like, I felt like I was in a movie for a minute. And I was so interested by this guy because the look in his eye when he was talking. But I just wish he would have did a better job with the stories. Slow down, friend. It's not like you only got 2 minutes here. Let's hear about the Sasquatch.
Well,
You know, wasn't
I
it
mentioned
theory?
earlier that the hero's journey, you know, there's a beginning, the middle, and the end of every story. So there is an art form to storytelling. So
Too hot. Coming winter time soon. This mango Jen.
wintertime over there, yeah.
Wintertime in Saudi Arabia?
All I hear is Boston Spencer's
Yeah,
background.
Boston, turn that down a little bit. We're getting the feedback in other speakers. It's like,
Oh,
I
sorry.
know it's a party over there, but all I hear is
Yeah, Boston, you got the mariachi party at your house in Texas.
Rock on.
Sorry about that. I didn't.
Now, at the same time, I'm not going to be mean to this guy. I'm going to be like, okay. You know what I mean? I'm not going to make him feel uncomfortable, but buddy, let's
Now,
answer
Pesci,
one of my questions. He's like, mute his mic. I hear something in the background.
Now,
You hear
Pesci,
something in the
where?
background? What the fuck are you talking about? He goes, is there like a TV or he goes, this guy would get kicked out of a lot of call-in shows. Hey, bro, I never been kicked out of any shows. In fact, I was on a show where Schmidt and Jake got kicked out of, and I didn't.
You had music, you had everything in your background and all, huh? You had sports and all in your background, huh?
Not when this dude was talking about Bigfoot and he saw it. I made sure I was like,
I saw it.
even I was quiet.
Drugs
Oh,
are bad. I'm good. Good.
But when I said, hey, man, I got to go grab some staff shit, all of a sudden he disappeared. I'm like, what the fuck? I waited all night to ask you that goddamn staff question that you said to ask at the end. Hey, buddy, can you keep your questions to the end?
I seen the big old
I don't know.
eat all my food, eat everything. I don't
You
have
just
no
told
food.
me you're on a surfboard with a couple skeletons and you met Skeletor and then you told me Donald Trump's still president. So a guy
Hey,
like me, I
fuck
don't know what
off.
that means.
Boston is the biggest piece of shit on this show.
Ooh. You called me a snitch before also.
Damn, Jake, that was kind of mean talking
Might as
about
well
Boston
show
that
that.
way.
And that's Schmidt's head on a dog, and that's Kenny.
Oh.
Bowling from the
He called
Bowling
me a-
Network.
That's Lapdog. That's Lapdog.
The funny part
Alright.
is also he
Here, I'll
called
play
me
a
a
Jake
snitch on the
clip.
last show
Hold
too. I laughed at it.
Let me tell you, Boston, fuck you. You're the worst piece of shit. JJ hates you.
He's confused about Boston. Hold on, I'm looking for a
Yeah.
quick Jakey. Here is a Jake.
Let's sing a song about Jesus.
This one just says Biz.
Timer's the biggest piece of shit in the business.
That is a business.
The fuck? He's the biggest.
And the only reason why Jake was saying that is because Jake always says the word business. And I think it's hilarious. So then he just started going through everybody.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, this is the last Yule log. of
Final
the night.
log.
Yeah,
Final log.
it's a log. Last
Here's
Yule log
Bowling.
of the night. Gonna throw this on here.
Bowling is
Cheers
the
to you
biggest
guys.
piece of shit in the business.
Jake, hold up now. Shut up, Jake.
Let me play that one again.
Bowling is the biggest piece of shit in the business.
Jake, hold up.
And he was just and he's smiling because he knew what he was doing there. Whoops.
I mean,
Terry's got the bedtime login.
I love Jacob for this. I mean, 1 minute
There we
he's your
go.
friend, the next minute he hates you, the next minute he's your friend, the next minute he hates you.
Gentlemen, that's gonna do it for me. Have a great night. Thank you so much.
Great night.
Joe Pesci.
We got 12 minutes left and then I'll be
Appreciate
stopping.
you.
Thanks, Terry. We're going to figure out another day to have you on.
Absolutely. Look forward
Good to
to
see
it
you, Terry.
very much.
Shout out to Terry
Thank you.
Hopper.
All right, see you,
Austin.
Terry.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night. Peace. Love.
Thank you to
Thank
the 20 of you in the chat. Love you.
We love you.
I like pickles, says
I
Christopher
like
Gonzalez.
pickles. Bitch.
It's just like Castor Troy. He likes.
Shout out to Jake Hudson from Evil Uno. That's me.
Has he called any of you in the middle of the morning yet?
Yes.
Yeah, all for months. You guys definitely, if
got
you
my
didn't
number.
see that,
He calls me
got
my
every
number.
day. What are you talking about?
You guys got to watch a couple minutes of that interview here and there when you can. The one I did on that guy's channel with the dude who said the shit about the president and all that. You got to watch that. I wish I could do that show every night. That was some
off,
shit.
Brad.
Fuck off, Brad. I gotta take a shit.
I like pickles.
Fuck off, Brad. I got to take a dump.
Brad, I gotta shit my pants if you don't shut the fuck up.
Austin's
Here's one.
Buy me one of those $2,500 ones.
Oh, well, I ain't gonna do that. I buy myself one, but not you.
Kid got me over 50 followers on Twitch, so now I can set that one account up, so that's good.
Well, there you
Yeah,
go.
and by the way,
YouTube's already up to 130.
I got a question for you, Percy. Will I make a check if I
Will I make
get
a
you
check?
subs?
Now that's funny. I got to put that DJ Air comment up.
He's like,
I just think
he's
we
like,
just go fuck yourself, and he puts the star in there. Like I was gonna get upset if he put the U.
let's get Jacob.
Who's Eric Lawnmower? That goes on Jake's channel. Do we figure out who Eric's Lawnmower is?
Oh, hey, can
That's
we
what
get?
we're
Can we
figuring
get
out.
Jacob
Now we know
Tricycle
who Eric's Lawnmower
and
is.
Film him
A
right.
loser.
That hurt a lot,
That's
Jake.
Jake
calling me a
Hudson, the
loser.
mighty Jake Hudson from the mighty Mississippi.
Fuck.
Can you
Jake.
show me a little pity, Jake, please?
We love you, Jake. Wherever
I'll
you
tell you
are
one
out
thing,
there.
dude. That guy who came in on that channel, that made my night, though, man. I was super happy about that.
Yeah. Give you some viewers.
That's one thing I love. Like I said, I
It
mean,
wasn't because of the viewers. It's because I always said that would happen. I said one day someone's going to come in and raid that is like a real raider.
another thing I love about him is he got those one-liners. You know, fuck off, Brad. I gotta take a shit.
No, you'll get raided by somebody with like 1,000 followers come in and raid you. Then you'll know it's real.
I'll take what I got just now. That was awesome. He said, then you'll know it's real. No, Schmidt. Shitty J's a big-time YouTuber.
No, I'm
That's
not
big
saying
time.
that.
There goes Schmidt again, saying somebody small. Meanwhile, Schmidt's in Bullitt County
I'm not
serving
saying
meat to
somebody
the rich.
small. 30 people ain't shit though in YouTube. That's all I'm saying. You like if you get that big time guy
You
with
don't know how
20
many
million.
people were in the raid. People were in and out, you goof troop.
I watched the numbers on my phone the whole time.
You don't know which people will go in and out, though. What I'm saying is there's names.
It says right there 30, 28, 30, 28.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Well,
If 30 go in there, 2 people go out, you don't know how many of those 2 people were fucking going back and forth.
Well, if Odell Beckham goes live and raids you and you get 5,000 people in your room.
See, Schmidt, that's your problem right there. See, you're like down talking this guy. That was a big deal for me that the
No, I'm
Game
not saying
Chasers.
it's not. I'm just saying when you get the big name.
God, if my mouse was down there, I would have Claymore, but
An actual celebrity, not an internet celebrity.
no, in streaming, I look at it like this, dingles. In the streaming world, streamers watch top streamers. This guy's a top streamer. Brad Pitt doesn't do raids. As far as I'm concerned, the Shady J Show is one of the biggest on YouTube when it comes to retro gaming because he's a part of the Game Chasers. Him and my man Bill Hudson. Shout out to Bill Hudson. Evil Uno, that's not me. I apologize for Schmidt's comments. The guys that did raid me, that is a real raid. And people were fluctuating. What you don't see is the people that leave and come back in. That part I can see.
Well, I didn't say it
You
wasn't
see
a
the
real
number
raid.
in the corner.
I didn't say it wasn't a real raid.
Yeah, you did. You said when Odell Beckham don't even.
Well, I'm just saying when somebody on that level raids you and turns your podcast
Here's a guy from the Shady Squiggles. Glad, thank you.
from 500 followers to 10 million followers, yeah. Then that's
Schmidt,
like
just quit while you're ahead, bro. You lost me on that one. To me, I got rated by one of the biggest channels you could get rated by. Well, I don't go to Texas. It's too long for me. I can't got nobody watch my dogs, or I would. Spencer, your TV is pounding through here. Sounds like it's on in my living room.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't.
You had to figure out what I do. Like I got my TV on, but it's playing through a headphone, so I can hear it. Yeah, I didn't mean to get mad, Schmidt, but I'm just saying that you don't even know who he is. That, like I said earlier, talking on guys you don't know. They might not be in the movies. These guys just made a movie, Brody. They're
movie?
just not in the whatever world you're in. Like, I mean, yeah, he doesn't hang out with Randy Moss.
Randy Moss is a 50-year-old retired football player. What are you talking about?
I'm saying you're talking about like celebrity status in the streaming world. They are celebrities to me.
Well, I'm not saying they're not. I was just saying big time, big time. Like where you were talking like 50 to 100,000 followers on Twitch.
Yeah, but no one ever got a raid with 100,000.
If you got a motherfucker, if Kanye West raids your shit on Twitch or somebody of that level, whoever has Twitch on that
Not
level.
even Soldier Boy has that, man. Not no 100,000, bro. You're not getting that. Not every time I raid all your
No,
subs.
I'm talking about
My
your.
apologies for the retro gamers watching this guy. It's almost his first day. He just
No,
learned.
I'm talking about you're the one who said you were going to get bowling 50 or 100,000 people on Twitch.
Followers.
That's how you get it, with somebody really, really famous raiding you, right?
Which he. No more talking about it, Shmi. Sounds silly.
No, I'm just saying, but is that not how you get 50 or 100,000 followers quickly?
You get 100,000 followers fucking around with Shady J.
Okay.
That's what I said. These guys are gamers. Not every game. A lot of people don't all watch or in YouTube like that.
No, I'm not talking about YouTube. I'm just saying in general on Twitch, 50 or 100,000. If somebody really pop Amaranth or whatever, how many she got followers? Million?
Oh, I know Gaming Alpha, Bill Hudson and Jay. I've been watching them for months. I'm not, you know. They have a movie coming out soon. I just told Schmidt that. I get what you're saying, Schmidt, but what you're saying is you'll feel it when that blah, blah, blah happens. No, I'm going to feel it when that happens. Boss, what are you watching? Tell me what you're watching right now that we hear the TV coming through our speakers.
Oh, it's a Christmas movie, but I'm trying to turn it down, but it's
I mean, are you on a Bluetooth? I just, for some reason, that's all to somebody that's watching us, that's going to throw them off. They're not going to be able. It sounds funny. Like I just hear. You hear the TV, but we hear like whispers.
Oh, okay. I didn't know for sure because I didn't know it was connected to y'all. Huh?
It's loud as hell. That's why I said I don't mind you coming on, bro. But if you're watching, Married with Children, we could. Usually when I have my TV on, I have it so you guys can't hear.
Gotcha.
Like I could do line for line. Like, and if you're watching this from home, you're really like, what's that noise? You're wondering if there's ghouls and ghosts.
No, I thought it was a stereo playing in the background.
I play music a lot too, so I'm one of those.
Okay, speaking of Dr. Disrespect, Squiggles, I'm a big fan of him, and I have clips of him. Let me punch it through real quick.
But
I've been giving a shout out to me.
Before you do that, I was going to say I'm about to head to bed because I got to do a lot of things in the morning. But I'm going to talk to you soon. I'm not mad or nothing. It's just I got to get up. By 12 o'clock.
I'm ending in 3 minutes anyway. Let me play this Dr. Disrespect.
All right, have a nice day. Good night, guys.
That's all I heard was that fucking television.
Yeah, I thought it was a stereo playing in the background because, like, before when he was on, it was like mariachi music or whatever playing in the background.
Now, Doc, because of the Joe Pesci name, when I switched my name to Joe Pesci, he started recognizing the name.
Well, of course, because it's a celebrity's name. It's like, wait a minute, is that the real Joe? No, real Joe Pesci wouldn't be in here.
Let me punch this in. Here's a shout out from the Doc. Hold on, let me pause this. Let me punch it up. One second.
That's true, Gaming Alpha, because everybody that subscribes to you, I subscribe to a lot of people, and I don't watch all of their shows.
Like, dude, that was a big deal for me. That's why I said don't say that kind of stuff.
I'm not saying it wasn't a big deal. I didn't say nothing bad about it.
What I'm trying to say, Schmidt, is that one, I know who you are, but a lot of people wouldn't. Some people that would rub the wrong way, like when you said that comment about Terry. This isn't like the first time you said something dumb.
I never even said anything bad about
Terry.
Hold
on.
Jacob thought I did. Terry never did.
Hold on. I'm playing this real quick.
Are you playing the clip from the doctor?
That was one of them, and then I got this one.
What's he on now? What format's he on now?
And then here's Doc giving me another one. There's a bunch I miss, but here's one I grabbed because you hit the clip button. I wish my channel had that.
So Ninja has 17 million followers on Twitch.
Well, Ninja's one of the biggest guys ever. Doc only has 3 million. Ninja was like on another level for
Turner,
but he's fell down.
T-Few Turner Tenney has 10.7 million. Aaron Play, aka Raul Alvarez, has 10.6 million. Wow. Ninja
Where's my library? Why am I not seeing it?
And even though Ninja only has 17 million followers, Ninja only averages 10,000 average viewers.
Right now.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm saying it used to be more, but we got to know is it's not shit, but right now his numbers are down. He's not as big as he was.
Now, Aaron
here's another one from the Doc.
When it's time to act.
This is me asking him a question. Listen, to play his music.
You will know, baby. Joseph Pesci, thank you for the 5. Okay, Doc, I need a favor. Can I play clips on my screen? I'll see you in the arena. Yeah.
And he just told me, yeah.
Rules apply. When it's time to act.
And then I got I got this one when Doc came back from vacation.
Game on NBA Streets 1 and 2. Love you, Doc. Says Joseph Pesci with the $5 donation. It's always fun reading your donations. Jimmy Doan. Thank you for the 5 and super chat. Yo, Doc, nice shirt. Wear a shirt with $1.
But that's my guy. Doc is really the one that got me started in it.
And the people who this is well, it's not really crazy. It makes sense.
I got Doc pictures hanging up. I got vests for you guys that are in the gaming thing. Some game streams I'm gonna have costumes on, vest with a mask, Doc patches on it.
It says the people with the most YouTube followers are Indian, like the country, with 100 and hold on. Indian Music Network T-Series has 194 million users following their channel.
But here's my thing with Shady J. I actually like those guys. Those guys, when they talk, sound like guys I would get along with.
They all seem, all the followers.
I was just glad that guy came in and talked to me.
Yeah, all the followers.
Brought me followers and shit.
Yeah,
to me, this wasn't the greatest night of my life, but the fact that he's rated me twice, that goes a long way with me, Schmidt. I know you're used to getting rated by Macaulay Culkin and shit like that over there on the bowling alley.
The Gaming Alpha says, do you stream often? He streams fairly often, yes.
Well, now, I was sick for a little bit. I've been getting my shit set up. I just end up talking half the time, but I'm trying to get more into the gaming part because of the communities you meet, and there's more people. And usually when I'm in the chats of the game, if they don't know me, they think like I'm on a voice mod when I'm not on a voice mod, which makes for funny rhetoric that I could tape and make clips of later. That's why I said a lot of the shit I have put together on my channel, most of it's on YouTube. Yeah, I have a Twitch channel.
They all think you
pop my Twitch channel. Here's my Twitch shit. A lot of people got it earlier. Always
that sounds like Joe Pesci. He sounds like Goodfellas.
Yeah. So that's why I ran with the Pesci thing. I'm like, well, if everyone says you sound like it,
might as well go with it.
Might as well go with it, right? I mean, they're not gonna, because Doc didn't know me by my real name because how many people he talks to.
Trust me, if I sounded the way you do, I'd be making money off of it doing voiceover shit, just for people to pay you to call friends and cuss them out. Because people want it. They've offered to pay you in here, just random. I don't know, whoever the fuck. Will you do cameo as Pesci? But the problem is, will you get copyrighted if you try to? But you can be a Joe Pesci impersonator on Cameo. I mean, it's a.
Here's the kicker: I've never claimed to be Joe Pesci on any of my shirts.
No.
Still to this day, I just call shit the Pesci Power Hour. People say you sound like him. Yeah.
I know.
And I haven't profited $1
off
based
of his
on
name.
Joe Pesci.
No.
Trust that. I've given out money.
It's helped.
And I'm not even in this for money. I'm in it, like I said.
It's helped you get some followers and a notoriety, I guess. But yeah.
I like learning computers where I'm doing those edit videos to where eventually I'm going to make better videos that are planned out. Those are just me fucking around. But for somebody that didn't even know how to turn the damn computer on barely.
If it was 15, if it was like 15 years ago, I would have jobs for you to like just like, okay, Michael, we need you to say, hey, where the fuck's my money, Christopher?
What time is it?
You 4:33.
Because if I do 27 more minutes, I got 6 hours.
Yeah, I don't have to work tomorrow. I can probably make it if you want.
All right, yeah. So we're gonna go 27 more minutes on a Pesci Power Hour. Shout out to the big channel, Game Chaser, Shady J. Don't listen to Schmidt.
Hey, I never said anything bad about them at all. So shut up.
I know, but what you said sounded worse. So.
No, I didn't say anything bad about them at all. All right, cover bands of what the fuck is this on?
Alan Reed, you missed a long night. We had time travel. We had new people.
Bigfoot.
We had new white women that weren't fake or trolls or Sheboygan.
Or Jake Hudson's new girlfriend or whatever.
Jake kept it to a minimum tonight where he didn't hog the show. We had real conversations going on.
Hold on. And Jake hates us all now. He ended the show on us.
Let me get this.
Well, he got mad and left like 3 different times. So
that's just normal when he does shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was pretty much his normal.
What's the light at?
His normal activities where he gets mad and hates us. You know.
Mom.
Hey, Pesci, where's Jake Hudson at?
Hey, Bolin, when you let Jake Hudson do your show? Shout out to Jake Hudson, Evil Uno, that's me.
Jake Hudson told you to kiss his butt. That was the funniest part. He's like, hey,
he said no
Bolin,
pill
you're the
needed.
biggest piece of shit in the business.
Or you thought no pill needed. Like the conspiracy theorists said, we all have supposedly taken the pill. Oh, what happened to Schmidt? Ladies and gentlemen, if you just meet Chris Schmidt, he's from Bullitt County. Oh, is that him back there? Schmidt, where you at? We'll wait till he comes back. Schmidt, you there? Well, anyway, he's from Bullitt County. It's almost like picture a place where everybody's the same. He says the wrong things at times. He doesn't really mean it. He's a good guy. But goddamn. Wow, still watching Sweet Mango, the beautiful one. Shout out to Sweet Mango, who's a TikTok legend, if you ask me. I wonder if Mango, if you know what Twitch is. If you knew what Twitch was, they got nice ways for girls like you to make the big coin on Twitch. It's stuff like TikTok, dancing, women cooking, Bullitt Countyans.
Free Jake Hudson.
Hold on. What a goddamn later at?
Mango. Hell, Mango's probably what? Oh, Mango's already up out of bed doing stuff. Yeah. I forgot how late it was here. Mango's like eating lunch by now. Pretty much. I mean, Sweet Mango. Thank you, Gaming Alpha. I never said nothing bad about anybody. I was thinking on the larger scale, because this is almost a year ago. Pesci said he was going to get the guy who brought him
What
into
you're
it.
saying, why that makes me mad is, to me, that is the larger scale.
No, I'm not saying they're not going to get you followers. Obviously, they gave you viewers tonight. I was just thinking
I told you, it's not about viewers for me. It's about meeting people.
I was thinking of the 50 or 100,000 follower thing.
Yeah, that was just a dream. You know what I mean? Dude, that was just me talking. And if it happened, well, you could rewind that and go, look, he called it.
Yeah.
I just said if you're going to say 50,000, you might as well say 100,000.
Mango is having coffee. That's why he's watching the show. Well, yeah. Well, that and it's like what 11 a.m. there or whatever, 11:30.
No, yeah, I
What?
get it. I wasn't mad. I just didn't want Jay to be watching. He got smears, girls. No, to me, I'd rather have Shady J fucking raid my channel than Obama because I actually like Shady J. You know, Obama might know fucking a lot more people. But I just wanted to actually meet him himself. So that's why I appreciate it.
Well, you already have Bill Clinton on your channel.
The fans that he brought were bonuses. That was just a bonus.
You already had Bill Clinton on your channel. He's on all the time. He's like, here's the thing, where's my money?
The TikTok legend, Mango from Philadelphia, Kenny, Philippines.
Living via Saudi.
Stuck in
Arabia.
Saudi, looking like the hottest country in the world, and they make you wear the hottest shit in the world. They cover you like there's goddamn snow on the ground out there in
Mango
Saudi.
covering up like a beekeeper. Mango, you need to go home. Get the fuck out of Saudi Arabia.
Sometimes the coin is where the coin is, Schmidt.
Yeah, but she don't need to go there to get coin. She can get coin from all over the world, as evidenced by our friend. She can get that coin living in Philippines instead of going over there.
Now my subs are up to 215. That's if you count Twitch ones. Holy smokes. See, that's
Now, are you talking about your YouTube?
see, that's a great day. YouTube's up to 215 now, and my Twitch is now almost about at 100.
That's good because you were at like 187 for a while there.
I was at 187 for like a month, bro. That's what I said. To me, this is like not the greatest night of my life, obviously. But
Hey, yo, Adrian. The greatest night of my life, you know.
the greatest night of my life is when one day, watch, I'll actually do a stream with Jay. And if you said, hey, Mike, who would you rather have, Obama or Shady J? Give me fucking Shady J any day of the fucking week, or Bill Hudson. Two real-ass guys on top of the hustle they do.
Bill Hudson? You mean Jake Hudson?
No, Bill Hudson, the
Oh.
fucking Game Chaser. Look up Game Chasers on YouTube and Jay.
Oh,
Give
okay.
him a follow for me.
I thought you meant Jake Hudson. I'm like, why do you call him Bill? Poor Jake.
But I started watching them months ago, and that's why I said it's like mission accomplished months later.
Ellis John.
And Jay buys certain toys that I'm into buying and reselling.
Soon you'll be home, Mingo. That's good. Go home. Never
Soon,
go back
Chris,
there.
Soon I will be home.
You'll
and I'll
never,
be running
you'll never
under the
go back
tree.
to the Middle East ever. If you're
We
a
got
woman.
19 minutes left in the Pesci Power Hour, and then I'm gonna go get Vampire Hours, drink a little coffee. No, Jake's keeping it a little bit backstage these days. We're not letting him, like tonight. He tried to come in and take over.
Hell, I'm getting ready to go to bed. What are you talking about? No red horse here.
What the hell's a red horse?
Don't put red horse in your coffee. That's what Alan Reed said to her. All right. I have no clue. Are we talking about drugs here or what?
Keep this up for a couple seconds here.
I don't know. Mango, just go. And never go back there. Nobody wants to go to the Middle East if you're a woman. Oh, beer in the Philippines. Yeah. Try to have a beer in the Philippines or in Saudi Arabia. They'll cut your fucking hand off. Unless you're rich or a prince.
Moon King's live. Hold up.
Yeah, there was the drummer for the rock band, the Scorpions, got threatened with like prison there for drinking on a flight. Not possessing alcohol, but drinking on a flight that went to Saudi. They were going to put the motherfucker in prison for drinking on a flight on the way to Saudi in their airspace or whatever. Fuck that.
Oh, where's my spray at? Hold on.
Or you got Spencer's TV on?
No, I got that girl on.
Oh, okay.
This is Your girl that's going to be on my channel, I'll show you her in a minute. She said she would do the show.
Are we talking about the one that followed True Shoe or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Daisy?
No, not Daisy. If I got her, I'd be a legend, dude.
Oh, hold on. Let me think. Not Daisy. What the fuck was her name?
Girl Daisy is smoking hot. I'd be a legend if I scored her.
Yeah, Sweet Mango. Get the fuck out of there.
I'd be a goddamn legend.
It's 120 degrees during the
He
day.
said he got Boston's TV playing. That was funny, but
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. Hold on, let me turn it down.
that's all I heard. I was like, what the fuck?
I thought you had Boston's fucking.
She doesn't got the titties out tonight, but
It's a good thing you don't drink alcohol, Mango, because your ass will get arrested over there drinking it. That's why my ass will stay away from Saudi Arabia, because fuck them.
her name is Moon Kitten. She'll be on the show soon. She seems like a partier.
I mean, what kind of freedom do you have if you can't eat what you want, drink what you want, go where the fuck you want? As long as you're not hurting nobody or, invading nobody's property, then you're not free at all. Be like Pesci, it'd be like, no, sir, you can't leave your yard. Well, then you ain't got no freedom. Sweet Mango says she never drink alcohol. Whatever, Sweet Mango. We know better than that. You don't drink alcohol while you're there. I know that, yeah.
I don't drink alcohol.
Yeah, until you get back to the Philippines or fucking Malaysia or Thailand on the way there or whatever the fuck. On the plane, you will.
Party, yes. Alcohol, no.
Yeah, we saw your house party with the.
You might not drink. Not everybody drinks.
No, but she has. She does.
How do you know? There goes Schmidt again.
No, but she does. We saw her on video. Kenny played videos.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bullitt County knows everything. You got to know she drinks. Dude, she might not be a drinker. People would watch my show and think I'm on coke.
No, I'm just saying Kenny played videos of her, like, partying and drinking.
Oh, okay.
She says she do more TikTok in the Philippines than here, LOL. Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, Kenny played videos of her, like we're with the solo cup. You know what I mean? You go to a party, the red cup. That's what she had.
Wow. We do Schmidt introductions. I mean, when I bring you on with new people, we're gonna be like, this is kind of like Jake here.
Hold on. Here, what do you mean? Hold on. Let's sing a song about Jesus. That is the best. That is as good as Fuck Off Brad, I must say.
Yeah, no shit.
It's time to sing a song about Jesus.
When I saw that, I was like, I can't believe I don't remember that. Hold on, let me see this real fast. Let me find that one, Jesus. I'm gonna make sure it's one of my. I'm gonna brand it so it could always be played like the Fuck Off Brad.
Well, yes, that's true. That's true, Mango. We know that now.
All right, here we go. So it's like a Fuck Off Brad now. Now we could just go.
And I'm gonna sing a song about Jesus.
I really want to know what was going through his head there because he doesn't do anything with Jesus.
You know what? I think people were like arguing or whatever, and he was trying to like cut the tension or be funny. That's what it was.
So now I just click this.
And I'm gonna sing a song about Jesus.
He looks so heavy.
Everybody's like, "What the fuck?"
I don't even remember it.
I'm gonna sing a song about Jesus.
Why did you tell mommy that he got saddled with the
Now,
loser?
Jake,
My
we
tax deductions are Brad.
Jake, we need you to. Brad. He got mad because he saw something Brad put. Brad.
No, that was from a. He said my insurance things are. He was doing a thing from a thing.
No, the
Yeah,
Rugrats movie. Yeah. He did find. He said he doesn't remember because half the time he was either drunk.
Oh, did the cheer work?
Yes, Alvin Jake evidently must have found the Jesus juice. That one video where he had the Budweiser in his hand late at night, and I'm like, dude, look at it. And fucking Boston saw him, and fucking Mountain Timer saw him with the fucking Budweiser can. He never brought it out ever again. He's like, look what I got.
Oh, my fucking slow ass motherfucker didn't even do it.
What?
What a slow ass motherfucker I am. Hold on.
Come on, Pesci. Fuck. Where's video?
His first question was the Benoit death. Now, do you believe in Santa? Do you believe in crickets? He went straight to the Benoit death. I didn't even know that was a conspiracy.
The conspiracy is that Benoit didn't kill his family. It was Vince McMahon or whatever the fuck.
Why doesn't Jake do that on the goddamn show when it's just him? That would have been worth topic.
Alan Mirren, that's true. He did say, well, he is the breadwinner of the family.
Now I did it right. I hit the wrong one. She was probably like, what's this clown doing?
Jaking around. Sweet Mango with the laughing face.
Hold on, let me go to comments.
Alvin Mirren, you are correct. Jake is the breadwinner of the family. He is the big dance. He brought Pesci to the big dance.
He didn't bring me to the big dance. He brought dancers to a dance floor I helped create, but he brought some mighty damn fine dancers.
He brought some talent to the dance
that have led to great things, and he always deserved awarded, which I paid for. But Bolin threw him in the oven after his first appearance, even though we tried to get him back on. Got him on for like 5 here, maybe, but then it was the Pesci Power Hour where Jake got to vent and then build the relationship to where he was able to bring us to a dance here and there. But some of my interviews saved them because it would have been just typing and quick goodbyes. Jake would have been like, hold on, I got a fart. Or he'd do this when he does this. That's why I caught him laughing tonight. And that's why I said that. I go, Jake, ask you a question. And he started laughing.
Jake is all elite. Hold on.
Jake is on the payroll.
Let me tell you something. JJ is the biggest piece of shit in the business.
But if Jake had his eye on the prize, he could have made a lot more money. He pushed off people that were sending him packages. Even when he told a few people to fuck off. If he would have played the fiddle right, shaved the pickle a little better, he could have a fucking whole jar of them bitches. And they could keep coming. But he wanted to tell people to fuck off. And
Alvin Mirren says, shout out to the forehead cam. Hold on.
And I'm gonna sing a song about Jesus.
You know what I mean? And farting and diarrhea.
Here's the thing, Alvin Mirren. Hold on.
We got 8 minutes left. Oh, I gotta ask her when I'm gonna ask her when she wants to come on the show.
Who? Oh, okay, yeah. I think Jake got the package from what's his face because he got the Midnight Express shirt and stuff. So I believe he got it. The package from Pesci, no, it was never found because he sent it UPS or whatever. Evidently, only FedEx or the mail makes it to Jake's. Jonathan's doing okay. He had a chunk of the flesh cut out with the staph infection. He's taking antibiotics. He's doing better than he was, though. At least that's the last I saw he posted. Oh yeah, Jake's got neighbors like stealing packages, basically. That's what it sounds like to me, anyway. Fuck, I don't know. Like, Jake, did you go check your mail? No. Did you go check it? Yeah, we checked it. I didn't get nothing. And the next day, yeah, I got your package. Well, what the fuck did you get?
Oh, because I had these late night guys on, and then I got raided. We met a lot of new people. So I stayed around networking.
Who's that?
And I'll tell you, the people that came over from Shady's channel, they were good conversators. Not everybody chills for a raid, bro. Like, when Marty raided a channel earlier when I was watching him, I stayed for the raid, but some people leave right away. Those guys came in with some questions. They weren't like Jake or the
FedEx does go where no one else goes, evidently. Them and the USPS.
Oh, what's up? This is Jake. Is that you, Jacob? Not Jake Hudson, Jacob.
King Waters. We're always up late.
Did she say when she wants to come on? That's his woman. I almost said the H word.
He says, I don't know you. I don't know you. That's
well, thank you. Well, then we don't need to post it then.
We don't know you.
What's cool about that is nobody can see that. That's what's cool about the Twitch comments.
That's true. YouTube can't see that shit. Bye-bye. All right. Almost time to end it. It's getting there.
How many more minutes?
4 minutes remain.
Well, I'm sending this girl a quick message, see if she answers me. This goddamn... Oh, I know what I could use.
Yeah, I did.
She's so...
I said we're going to have to plan it out. I don't know yet.
Yeah, there she's talking to me.
Like that.
Huh?
We can, but there's other stuff going on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes great sense. Die slow.
What'd she say?
But thank you so much for subbing. There's a first person on my wall.
She just got other shit. This girl looks like a busy girl, trust me. Normally she's wearing shorts, spandex, doing backflips, blowing kisses, sending guys thousands of bits. She's got she's got her legs out tonight. She just showed me. Was she watching me? I wonder if she heard me say that. Thank you for the bow. Where the fuck is that hamster at?
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, time travel.
Oh, he's busting out the ooey gooey gack stuff.
Let me unplug my keyboard for just a second.
Hey, Pesci. Hey, Pesci, how come you not have Jake Hudson on your show no more?
That's probably right, Alvin Marin. Young Opiate says, good night, cunts. Okay. The Twitch follower, it says, King Waters and I don't know you. Good night, cunts. That was the next message.
Yeah, you get that. It's all right. Some people love trolling.
Yeah, well, that's an English.
I'm gonna sing a song about Jesus.
Young Opiates. When you say good night, cunts, that means you're English, Scottish, Irish, European of some sort. That's not an American. I can tell you.
I want to see your fucking. Sorry. Cleaning the keyboard.
We're getting ready to leave, Jacob, in about 2 minutes, literally.
What up, Jacob?
Yeah, Jake was released for budget concerns. Probably he's a bigger star. What can I say? Costs a lot of money.
He's the budget concerns. You damn right. Well, he's actually more of a scouter now.
Pesci
We're
has
asking
to,
less out of him. We're getting him back on the stream where he
hey,
does
Pesci,
good.
where's my money, Pesci? Don't worry, he'll be up at fucking 8 a.m. calling us both. Hey, I'm going live. Hey, brother, here's thing.
Got
Pesci.
this from the staff.
Frank the
The
Tank.
staff made that shit.
I thought it was Frank the Tank.
No, Frank the Tank taught me how to use it. This is Staffian.
To get all the goo out of your keyboard and clean
This
it and
is
shit.
what was on John's arm and shit.
Yeah. Got a big infected noodle. All right, 1 minute remains.
All right, 1 minute. I'll just end it now. Hey, everybody that came tonight. Special thanks to Mike Penna, Jacob Waters, Terry Hopper.
The House of Jake Hudson.
And a special thanks to the biggest channel on YouTube in my mind. I don't give a fuck what Schmidt says.
I
Fuck
never
followers.
say anything bad.
The Game Chasers and Shady J. If those two were falling, fuck 10,000 people. I'd rather have those two any day of the week. So shout out to you guys. Shout out to Chris Schmidt for being here. Shout out to Kenny for letting me out of Jumanji. Shout out to Jake Hudson for providing the dance that we were dancing at. We will be live again, probably tomorrow. Same bat time, same Joe Pesci channel. Where's
6 hours.
That button at? 6 hours. Hold on. Where's that button at? Hold on. Give it a button.
Bye-bye.
Goddamn slime's starting to take over.
But now it's time to sing a song about Jesus.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been fun. Smoke them if you got them. The strength and the whatever is coming until we meet again. I'm the man they call Pesci, a.k.a. the future. This is Christopher Schmidt representing Bullitt County. We will see you tomorrow. Later, Alan Reed. Later, Alvin Marin. It's been swell.